dual chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
मिनी के साथ टैप देने की कोशिश एंड शैडो, लुक एट दैट स्पॉटिंग स्किल्स कमिंग इन फ्रॉम शैडो। एक और प्लेयर को नॉक करा जाएगा एंड वी आर वन ऑन द बैक फुट।
We are one TSM आगे मूव करते हुए नजर आ रहे प्लेयर्स। देखिए डर किसी भी बात का नहीं है, निंजा आगे जाएंगे, एक और नॉक निकालेंगे। We are one is done for। काफी बेहतरीन फाइट यहाँ पर आती है TSM की तरफ से। 10 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी इनके पास आ चुके, पीछे गाड़ियों की भी आवाज आ चुकी थी। आप इस टीम को चैलेंज नहीं कर रहे, आप अपनी यहाँ पर कवर खोद रहे हैं। अगर आप TSM को चैलेंज करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, 13 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी इस टीम के पास आ चुके हैं। प्लेयर फिनिश नहीं हुए, ये फाइट अभी भी है जरूर, बट वेल अब बैकफुट पर टीम जा चुकी है। 4v3 का यहाँ पर सिचुएशन था, 4v2 इनफैक्ट बन चुका है, 4v1 देयर इट इज, 3v1 सिचुएशन, 2v1 सिचुएशन। प्रिंस के हिस्से में गेम जा सकता है। इट्स डाउन टू अ 1v1 ब्लेज वर्सेस प्रिंस। विल प्रिंस बी द किंग हियर और व्हाट्स गोना हैपन, क्योंकि उनको आखिरी प्लेयर ब्लेज को पिक करना ही पड़ेगा पूरी फाइट बनाने के लिए। हेलमेट पूरा का पूरा गया गुजरा हो चुका है प्रिंस का। फाइट निकाल करके अपनी टीम को इंपॉर्टेंट 15 पॉइंट्स देने पड़ेंगे। ब्लेज 3 फिनिशेस है, चौथा यहां पर मार सकते हैं, मौके पे चौका मारने वाली बात हो सकती है। गोइंग फॉर द फिनिशेस एज वेल, फिनिश पॉइंट्स एक्यूमुलेट करना बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। सारंग की एचपी लो थी, उनको फिनिश की जगह ब्लेज स्पॉटेड, ब्लेज ही स्पॉटेड राइट नाउ। प्रिंस के साथ यहां पर एक नेड कुक कर रहे हैं, अगर जंप नेड करते जरूर वहां तक जाएगा। ही गोस फॉर इट, हल्का सा जंप लिया था, नेड वहां पर गया जरूर है, बट ब्लेज के थोड़ा सा पीछे रह जाएगा। ब्लेज की तरफ से भी एक ग्रेनेड जाने की कोशिश हो सकती है। ये फाइनल फाइट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। प्रिंस ही सर्वाइव्स द फर्स्ट one, he's trying to survive the second one as well, but कितनी देर तक survive कर पाएंगे? नेड बिल्कुल उनके करीब था, बट वो पेड़ का डिफरेंस। बट प्रिंस he's doing a bold move, वो सामने आ चुके हैं और ब्लेज उनको स्पॉट कर चुके हैं। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, अगर एक और नेड या एक और मोलोटॉव रहता है काफी अच्छा होता है। ब्लेज इन द ओपन, ब्लेज इन द ओपन, ब्लेज इज इन द ओपन, ब्लेज इज 1 HP, एक गोली और एंड 7 Cs।
अगर वो ऐसा कर जाते हैं तभी उनके पास एक अपॉर्चुनिटी बनेगी, बट जी नहीं। इक्वोनॉक्स देखिए क्लोज रेंज के लिए परफेक्ट लोड आउट उनके पास था। AKM है, एक M4 है, साथ में लेवल 3 का हेलमेट है, लेवल 3 का वेस्ट है। बहुत शानदार तरीके से वहां पे उसे फाइट को अंजाम देते हुए नजर आए हमें। नेड पर रेड, एक्सपेक्टेशंस यहां पे बहुत ज्यादा। टॉप से रेड के साथ कोई प्लेयर अगर नॉक होता है तो रश यहां पे देखने को मिलेगा, बट अभी के लिए कॉर्नर चेक करने बहुत जरूरी है। आगे अंदर प्लेयर्स आने की कोशिश करें, स्मोक भी यहां पे देखने को मिल जाएंगे। एंड हियर यू गो, जाइफर का नेड आता हुआ शैडो को नॉक करा जाएगा। एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया, बट प्लेस वहां पे रिटेलिएशन में जाइफर को नॉक एंड फिनिश कर देंगे। टीम TSM 7 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं ऑलरेडी एंड खेल अभी शुरू हुआ है।
एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पर 2 प्लेयर्स बचे जरूर थे। लेट्स सी कि प्लेयर्स का ये जो ग्रेनेड है वो यहाँ पर कनेक्ट होगा या नहीं होगा। अभी के लिए क्लोज जरूर से किया, लेकिन कनेक्शन आएगा नहीं। सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग फ्रीक यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिलेंगे। कैन ही फ्रीक आउट TSM, वो एक देखने वाली बात। लेकिन वहां पर एडीएस उन्होंने अपना खोल दिया। एलिमिनेशन टीम 4 व्हाइट शार्क्स का हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। TSM 9 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं। अभी तो मैच स्टार्ट हुआ था। VR1 वर्सेस 7M, ये फाइट जो वो भी नहीं चल रही। यहाँ पर अभी के लिए VR1 थोड़ा मुश्किल स्थिति में जरूर से नजर आ रही, क्योंकि 2 खिलाड़ी उनके डाउन हो जाएंगे। सिड को यहाँ पर एक बहुत क्रूशियल रोल जरूर से अपनाना पड़ेगा, वहां पे स्पॉट करके डाउन करेंगे। आखिरी खिलाड़ी को भी मल्टीपल फाइट एक साथ यहाँ पर देखने को मिलती हुई। इन्फ्यूज अगर ये फाइट जीतती है तो उनके चांसेस भी बढ़ सकते हैं, लेकिन चांसेस वो नजर आ नहीं रहा, बिकॉज TSM जो है उन्होंने पहला नॉक ऑलरेडी निकाल दिया है।
अभी रुकने का नाम भी नहीं ले रहे। अभी 3 प्लेयर्स और भी हैं, वो भी खत्म करेंगे क्या? 30 बॉम्बर, हम 30 पॉइंट्स की बात करते हैं, 30 फिनिशेस की बात कर रहे हैं। अलग ही खेल चल रहा है। 45 अंक एक मैच से लेते हुए TSM आपको नजर आ सकती है। What is happening? Shadow, here you go, it's over.
काफी मुश्किल होगा प्रिडिक्ट करना जो फुटस्टेप्स वगैरह हैं वो, और साथ ही साथ हीलिंग्स और थ्रोएबल्स का भी एक अच्छा इस्तेमाल वहां पर करना पड़ेगा। बट मीनवाइल यहां पर एक फाइट हमें देखने को मिलेगी। टीम एक्स पार्क के मवी यहां पर क्वार्टर्स में ऑलमोस्ट 1v2 करने वाले थे। डॉट HP सर्वाइव जरूर से कर रहे हैं वहां पर इनके ओपोनेंट, बट लेट्स सी कि क्या सही वक्त पे वहां पर जो बाकी के खिलाड़ी है वो पहुंच पाएंगे। काफी मुश्किल ये स्थिति,
कल बहुत मुश्किल स्थिति, और स्पोक भी यहाँ पे कर दिया जाता है। रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया को भी शुरू कर दिया है। एक और प्लेयर जो पहले नॉक हुआ था उनको यहाँ पे नॉक कर दिया जाएगा। क्या मवी को बचाया जा सकता है? गिल आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश, गाड़ी में इनको भेजा गया कि यहाँ पे वो यहाँ पे क्लच करके दिखाए। दोनों प्लेयर्स जो उनके सामने हैं, एक डॉट HP पे बरकरार है। क्या यहाँ पे गिल कोई मैच कर पाएंगे? प्लेयर को नॉक करते हैं, दूसरा प्लेयर उनके बिल्कुल सामने। गिल पहले मवी को बचाएंगे या पहले क्लच करेंगे? लेट्स फाइंड आउट। थग अभी भी वहां पे है। देखिए यहाँ डिसीजन मेकिंग का समय आ जाता है कि क्या आप सही डिसीजन ले पाएंगे। एंड सही डिसीजन यही था कि बाकी प्लेयर्स आएंगे। एंड हियर यू गो, टीम एक्सपार्क ऑफ टू अ वंडरफुल स्टार्ट। बट अभी खेल खत्म नहीं हुआ क्योंकि थर्ड पार्टी शॉट्स उनके ऊपर आते नजर आ जाएंगे आपको, ताकि उन्होंने अपने आगे स्मोक कर रहे हैं और अभी के लिए स्मोक में कोई नहीं ज्यादा। फ्लैगी गाड़ी में बैठ चुके हैं, आगे जाने की कोशिश सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स के पास। बट गिल की पोजीशन जैसा कि मैंने कहा था बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, बट गिल को यहाँ पर स्पॉट कर लिया जाएगा, नॉक भी कर दिया जाएगा। ये एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर साबित होगा इस फाइट के अंदर, क्योंकि अब एक्सपा के पास सिर्फ 2 प्लेयर्स बचे हैं।
बिल्कुल, स्काउट को भी वहां पर स्पॉट कर लिया गया। काफी बढ़िया एक स्प्रे जाएगा, एक और खिलाड़ी वहां पर डाउन होता है। स्काउट ओपी बीइंग द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, टीम एक्स टर्मिनेटर यहां पर इजीली क्या उनको स्पॉट कर सकते हैं? जी हां, एलिमिनेशन टीम एक्स पार्क का हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा 5वें पायदान पर। टीम एक्स टर्मिनेटर जो कंसिस्टेंसी जिसके साथ उन्होंने राउंड 1 राउंड 2 में परफॉर्म किया था, दिखाते हुए कि अंडररेटेड के अंदर भी बहुत दम है और एक बहुत एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप का खात्मा।
ब्लू जोन के बाहर नहीं है तो अभी भी थोड़ा समय तो है उनके पास मूवमेंट करने के लिए। हाइड्रो के प्लेस, ओ बमला बॉय, ये बहुत अच्छा मूव है, बहुत ज्यादा बोल्ड मूव उन्होंने किया। पीछे वाले स्मोक में आ चुके हैं, वेम्पायर यहाँ पे पिक लेने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, लेकिन पावर टूटे का मूवमेंट बहुत बेहतरीन था। इनफैक्ट बमला बॉय पीछे से आते हैं, एक पिक निकालते हैं, अल्ट्रॉन दूसरी तरफ हाइड्रो के ही प्लेयर्स के ऊपर चढ़ चुके हैं और उनके एक प्लेयर को डाउन कर दिया। इस टीम एक्सपा चैलेंज हाइड्रो, वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल है क्योंकि उनके पीछे से मावी आ चुके हैं। बाबा टुंडे की एचपी लो है, बमला बॉय 75% एचपी पर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, बट मावी डजंट केयर, ही स्पॉट्स वन शॉट, वन टेक्स वन डाउन। अगले प्लेयर को यहां पर स्काउट डाउन करेंगे। ये दोनों प्लेयर्स गरज रहे हैं, बरस रहे हैं। एक्सपार्क इज नॉट अ स्पार्क एनीमोर, दे आर लाइटनिंग।
एग्जैक्टली, 9 फिनिशेस वो यहां पर ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं, लेकिन एक बात
टू मेक अ सिंगल मूव।
देखिए दोनों टीम्स ने एक नॉक निकाला। फर्क ये है कि वहां पर टीम हाइड्रो के जो खिलाड़ी थे वो नॉक हुए और फिनिश ऑफ भी हो गए, और एक बार फिर से टीम एक्सट्रैक्शन जो है वो यहाँ पर मुश्किलों में डालेंगे। बमला बॉय की बात करें तो वो हो जाएंगे नॉकआउट और उनको रिवाइव मिल पाना काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल तरफ से घिर चुके हैं। मेरे ख्याल से उनका यहाँ पे बच पाना ऑलमोस्ट नामुमकिन जरूर से रहने वाला है। वैम्पायर भी यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे। किंग यहाँ पर आते हुए पिछले मैच में जिस तरीके से पछाड़ा गया था टीम एक्सट्रैक्शन को, इस मैच में हमका चाहिए बदला और मेरे ख्याल से वो ले भी सकते हैं।
वेल जो गरज थे वो परस्त एंडेड विद अ बैंग एज वेल, एंड प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया जा चुका है। यहाँ पर शॉट लेने की कोशिश, काफी अच्छे शॉट्स लिए जरूर गए थे, अब तो पैर ही साक्षात दिख रहे हैं वहां पर, तो इसलिए यहाँ पर पिक किया जरूर जा सकता है। निंजा के पास एक 6-8-6 थी, बट वेक्टर के साथ आगे जाया जाएगा, फिनिश किया जाएगा पहली टीम का सफाया।
एग्जैक्टली, यहाँ पे टीम एक्सट्रैक्शन
पहले आप यहां पर देखिए, लियो को रिवाइव मिल चुका है, शेर को रिवाइव मिल चुका है। ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर्स वंस अगेन को डेयर डेविल बनना ही पड़ेगा अगर फाइट्स अपने हिस्से में निकालनी है। अच्छे नेट्स किए गए थे। इनफैक्ट ओएमकेवी के 3 प्लेयर्स काफी लो एचपी पर है, चौथे को भी लो एचपी पर किया गया, लेकिन एक नॉक निकल चुका है ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर्स। इनफैक्ट 2 प्लेयर्स नॉक हो चुके हैं ब्लाइंड के, और यहीं पर ओएमकेवी के भी 2 प्लेयर्स नॉकड आउट पड़े हैं। ये फाइट कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल बन जाती है। ब्लाइंड के 2 प्लेयर्स है, साई को आगे जा रहे हैं, बट गाड़ी ने दिक्कतें दे दी, गाड़ी ने दिक्कतें दे दी। यहां पर बियर्ड बाबा रिवाइव जरूर कर लेंगे, लेकिन वहीं पर उनके सामने प्लेयर आ चुके हैं, उनको रिवाइवल कैंसिल यहां पर करना पड़ेगा। सामने फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी, टेक्स वन डाउन एज वेल, बट द ऑफ एंगल he did not check it, he could not check it, he was not looking at that off angle, और वही का पूरा हर उनके माइंड में कुछ खुराफाती चल रहा है। एक इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल यहां पर बन चुका है। एक प्ले को स्पॉट किया अरमान ने आई गेस, और थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स यहां पर यूएमपी के लिए थे। अपना बैकपैक हटा चुके हैं, उनके पास अच्छा खासा एमो होगा। दूसरी साइड पर मावी को डाउन किया जाएगा आर्तो के द्वारा। वांट्स टू गो फॉर द फिनिश, ही वांट्स टू, बट लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर नहीं देखा, जहां पर अल्ट्रॉन नजर आ रहे हैं। अल्ट्रॉन को भी नॉक किया जाएगा। टीम एक्सपार्क, टीम एक्सपार्क, टीम एक्सपार्क, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? किल आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए, पूरी उम्मीद है यहां पर फैंस की। तीसरी
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Well, things are definitely heating up over here as we now enter day 4 of round 3. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehal, and joining me is the tactical maestro herself, Bhavna Shadow Shukeen. Bhavna, we saw yesterday records being shattered. We saw some amazing games, and what do we have in store for today?
More exciting gameplay, especially from the rising teams as well as invited teams, because yesterday we saw some of the teams being on the top of the leaderboard, like Team Exterminator with I think 50 plus points or something like that. They gave a very big challenge to the invited teams, and in fact we almost saw a lobby where the invited teams were pretty much dominating, like TSM, Team X Park. What a performance!
I mean, I don't know if it's just dominating because they literally decimated everyone in their path. But again, we did see that with the Terminators as well, because they did have back-to-back chicken dinners. And like I said, a lot of records were shattered yesterday. But then again, that is the essence of this tournament, right? The fact that all these teams, I love the fact that we call the underdogs, the rising teams, you know, they are giving this pedestal. They are given this grand stage, and the spotlight is always going to be on them. So it comes down to them whether they want to make it or break it. And well, that is the stuff that legends are made of. And speaking of legends, I have one in my hand right now. It is, of course, the iQOO 7 Legend, the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. It is packed full of features, but you know what? Let's not let them take our word for it. Let's have an official word from our sponsors. It's the iQOO 7 Legend. Well, there you have it. We were talking about this device being packed full of features, and you know, every single time I see this video, Bhavna, I see something new. But again, let's just let the viewers know what this bad boy, this monster, has inside, because boy, it is nifty.
Well, it is, especially for the gamers, for the travelers, because it has got 66-watt flash charge and 20 minutes from 0 to 100% fully charged. But what more does it have? It has got Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 and in-display Monster Touch. It has got almost everything if you are a gamer, if you are a traveler, or even if you are interested in those selfies or anything, because the camera is also pretty good.
Well, you did mention selfies, and for someone like me who is terrible at clicking pictures, this phone definitely is a blessing in disguise. And of course, let's just talk about the fact that the monster inside has that in-display Monster Touch, because let's be honest, you know, for people like me, I mean, I'm a big boy, but I have those short, podgy, fat fingers. And sometimes when I'm trying to, you know, click a button or do something, either the notification bar comes down or the button that I am pressing, well, it does not get pressed. So, you know, for someone like me, this device is perfect because all your touches are going to be pristine and smooth. Now, talking about pristine and smooth touches, a few teams yesterday were playing in a pristine fashion. Of course, we did mention TSM. Whew, 113 points.
Breaking all records, almost touching the 4,000 damage bar. Yes, 3,900 something damage they were giving out, and a tremendous performance, especially in the last game. But they had the safety because of match 1 and match 2. They can afford to go all YOLO. Doesn't matter if they come at the bottom of the leaderboard or at the top. That's why they were playing so aggressive. They were so confident, and they were like, "This is our game. We are going to play it like classic game."
That's what it's about, right? It's about the confidence. And once you are a close-knit unit, well, anything is possible. And she did say they went YOLO in the last game. And boy, did they do that, of course. They didn't even lose a single life. So, I mean, this is, well, the bar has really been set high over here. And, well, all of the teams now know exactly what the heights to stardom are all about. But now, you know, again, talking about the fact that we have all these rising teams put up quite a fight against, you know, all our invited teams. Again, like I said, our country, India, is full of untapped potentials. And, you know, there's a lot of diamonds in the rough. And, well, we might just be seeing the next diamond emerge in front of our eyes.
Well, you never know. Maybe Exterminators or Team Red Cross might be tomorrow can achieve something like Xpark or TSM because they do have the confidence, they do have the skill, and iQOO is almost providing the platform to shine and prove their mettle. So they are doing exactly what is required because they have been grinding for so long, and finally that is paying off.
I mean, that's the beauty about this event,
Yeah.
right? The fact that anyone could have entered, because this is, of course, one of the biggest online qualifier events in the recent history, and well, a lot of these rising teams are making the best of that opportunity. But again, like we've said before, you know, the Davids, they have to go up against the Goliaths. The old guard is going to be coming in, and while some have stumbled, well, a couple have shown why they are the superstars.
Well, fear makes Wolf look bigger than it is. The rising teams don't have to fear from the name. I'll say that. Have the confidence, like the players of Team Spatnaz, OMKV, Red Cross, Exterminators. Everyone had MG officials also. So many names are there. They didn't fear the name. They've played their normal game and they came out as a winner. And I think every single team in the lobby has that caliber that they can put a similar performance like what Exterminators did.
You know, just to add to your point, I think you're right, because when the games did start off yesterday, we kind of noticed a little bit of hesitancy in some of the newer teams. And, you know, of course, the adrenaline is coursing through your veins, and sometimes your device gets just a bit shaky, and, you know, you can crumble under that pressure. But then in games 2 and 3, oh, they came out swinging right off the bat, and well, we did see some epic fights take place in the maps of Erangel and Miramar. But now, all that is going to be kept aside because, again, we are going to have an infusion of fresh meat coming in today, as in about a few minutes we are going to see who all are going to be battling it out on the battlegrounds today. But let me tell you one thing. Something exciting is going to be happening later on, but before we get to that, what do you expect today? Because again, I'm going to throw this to you. You do your research, you know the facts and the numbers. What's going to happen today? Slow start or explosive start?
Explosive. Very explosive start it is going to be from the very first match because two teams do realize if they fall in game 1 things might not look even in game 2 or game 3, so they have to perform very well in game 1, at least have a consistency or at least a top 6 position in the leaderboard, so they that you are in a safe spot to have a risk of falling down in game 2 or game 3.
Well, that's what it's all about, because again, it's only 3 games that all these teams, you know, have a chance, like I said, to either make it or break it, and of course the pressure is going to be mounting on their shoulders. Now, before we jump into any of the action, remember I did say we have a little surprise in store for you guys. Just bear with me. We are going to get to that in a couple of seconds. But again, like you said, you know, you are expecting an explosive start.
Yeah.
Now, let's just you know, talk about a few teams right now. Now, of course, we have some big dogs coming in today. You are going to have to wait just a little bit for Godlike. But before that, let's just talk about Skylights Gaming.
Yeah, Skylights is a team that has the experience and everything, but obviously we are all expecting Skylights will perform really well unless things don't go as planned for them. But we are expecting similar performance. But I want to talk about Inside Out. That team broke all records in round 2. The performance that was coming, especially from Joker over there. That is why I'm saying things are going to go all explosive from the very start, because we have team Inside Out, team Skylights is there, and the teams also are there, and they are pretty aggressive. Every team.
They are, and of course, Joker, one of the veterans of BGIS, and you know, he's been doing his thing. But now, this is the moment that you all have been waiting for. Like I said, we have something special for you, and well, it is a member of Team Xpark who is going to be on your screen. Any guesses? Well, I got you covered over there, because Ocean and we interviewed none other than Scout OP himself. Let's go in and have a look. Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And boy, we have a special segment in store for you. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chahal. And well, the gentleman on my right needs no introduction, but it is, of course, Ocean Sharma. Ocean, this is going to be a little surprise for all our viewers because, well, we have someone coming in from Team Xpark, but can they guess who?
I mean, that's the thing, right? You gotta guess because जब हम बात करते हैं कि you know कहीं ना कहीं players scout out हो रहे हैं, अगर हम BGIS के अंदर की बात करें, नया नया talent scout out हो रहा है, game में आपको scout करना पड़ता है, so Enough ends given, I guess.
I think आपको पता चल जाना चाहिए अब तक कि हम किसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. We of course are talking about Scout, the man who is too OP, and well, he is going to be joining us in the studio right about now. Ah, well, there he is. It's a pleasure having you here in the studio, Scout. First question, of course, how are you doing today?
Hey guys, I'm good.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Now, of course, हम आपसे थोड़े बहुत सवाल पूछेंगे यहाँ पे, but you know what? I'm going to let Ocean kick things off.
थैंक यू वेरी मच XP एंड स्काउट. पहला सवाल मेरे ख्याल से सबका जनता का ही रहेगा. कल आपने इंटरव्यू के अंदर आए थे और आपने एक बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट मेंशन किया. दैट वाज अबाउट कॉन्फिडेंस, राइट? कि किस तरीके से कॉन्फिडेंस सेपरेट करता है यंग ब्लड्स को, न्यू टैलेंट को, फ्रॉम द वंस दैट आर इनवाइटेड. सो द क्वेश्चन इज, जो नया टैलेंट है वो कॉन्फिडेंस लेकर के कैसे है? हाउ शुड दे बिल्ड अप दैट कॉन्फिडेंस इन देमसेल्व्स?
तो गाइस मेजर डिफरेंस जो रहता है ना कॉन्फिडेंस का, वो है ना फिनिश के मतलब फिनिश बिल्डअप होते रहता है ना, तो वहां से मिलता है. क्योंकि जब नया नया प्लेयर था तो मेरे को भी डर था, अरे यार ये प्लेयर है, इसको तो मैं टीवी पे देखता था. बट जब आप मारते हो ना एक दो प्लेयर को, तो अपने आप वो हर फिनिश पे, हर एक फिनिश पॉइंट पे आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट हो रहा है, तो आप और बेटर खेलते हो. तो मुझे तो ये है कि यंग ब्लड जितने भी हैं, उनको एकदम ऐसा कि हाँ हम मार सकते हैं. क्योंकि यार गेम है, मैंने पहले भी इंटरव्यू में बोला है कि गेम है यार. गोली दो गोली तुम्हें भी लगेगी, दो गोली हमें भी लगेगी, तो दिक्कत कुछ नहीं है उसमें.
वही I guess बात ये है कि गेम है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. You know, you can have a good day, you can have a bad day.
Yeah.
वही it's all about your kismet. Now, like you did mention, you know, you've been at the helm of BGMI right from the beginning. I mean, I consider you one of the pioneers of the game, and I've had the pleasure and the privilege to know you back in the day. Now, आपने mention किया था अभी that, you know, once upon a time you were a new player as well. How did you start infusing confidence into your gameplay?
See, the thing is that in the past days of my career, I also got, you know, into the big leagues. I was really, you know, like scared of the new players out there, because I used to look at the gameplays and learn, and I used to imitate their game style in my tournaments. But when you face them for the first time, you feel like, bro, I have been watching them from a long time. Then how am I supposed to beat them? But you know, it's a matter of few matches. Even if you get a knock, that boosts your confidence. You know, so like till the time you don't engage yourself, till the time you don't play your natural game, you will be scared.
Absolutely, and wait, I mean, you got to be yourself at the end of the day, right? And you know, talking about being yourself, कल हमने कुछ अलग देखा था in one of the games. So normally Scout is associated with the maximum number of finishes. However, yesterday आपने कुछ अलग किया, because we did see you on top of the building in a compound, just keeping the enemy at bay. So you know, you were playing a different kind of a role, I suppose, right?
I mean उसी के अंदर you know, अगर हम लोग कैरी फॉरवर्ड करें, एक सैक्रिफिशियल रोल अदा कर रहे थे आप, जो दिखाता था कि आपकी एक डिफरेंट क्लास थी बाकी प्लेयर्स से. कहीं ना कहीं नो स्काउट एक अलग क्लासी गेम प्ले खिलाता हुआ नजर आ रहा था, जो बहुत ज्यादा अलग था, बहुत रिफ्रेशिंग था देखने के लिए. सो डज दैट मीन दैट स्काउट पर्सनली लुक्स दिस टूर्नामेंट इन अ डिफरेंट वे एज वेल, एंड आगे आने वाली जर्नी भी थोड़ी सी डिफरेंट होगी स्काउट की?
नहीं, आज तक मैं लाइक एक बोलता ना, एक असॉल्टर या फिर एक सपोर्ट प्लेयर के हिसाब से खेल रहा था. मैंने बस इस टूर्नामेंट से मैं डिसाइड कर लिया कि आई नीड टू बी लाइक वाटर, यू नो, कि आप कोई भी ग्लास या कोई भी बॉटल में डाल, आपको उसका शेप लेना है. बहुत सिंपल चीज़ है. तो अगर टीम को असॉल्टर चाहिए, मैं असॉल्टर के लिए अवेलेबल हूँ. अगर टीम को चाहिए कि जोन होल्ड करो, टीम मार रही है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मेरी टीम जीत रही है, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा, मैं ही टॉप पे रहूँगा. क्योंकि अब गाइस अब ये हो चुका है कि अब फिनिश लेके एक बंदा कितना ही कर लेगा. सो इट्स अबाउट द टीम विन, यू नो. तो इसलिए टीम विनिंग मोमेंट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट दैन द फिनिशेस आउट देयर.
You know, जैसे आपने कहा, be like water, I think we have a Bruce Lee fan in the building tonight. And again, I mean, that's just brilliant. That is what you need. You need to be fluidic. You need to be adaptive and versatile. But again, thank you so much for joining us in the studio, Scout. And it was a pleasure talking to you. And well, from Ocean and I, we are going to bid you adieu and best of luck for all your endeavors in the near future.
Take care.
Thank you so much for having me here, guys.
Well, there you have it. That was Scout, the man who is just too OP for you. And, well, I think we asked the right questions. You know, it's all about the confidence. This is the stage that has been set for you. And basically, the question is, are you going to grab that opportunity? Lekin ab hum chalte hain wapas, because we are in day 4 and we have a lot more BGIS action in store for you. Well, there you have it. That was Ocean and I having a few words with the man himself, Scout OP from Team Xbox. Now, Shadow, if you just listen to it, it goes to show that, you know, anyone can make it. You know, you are given these opportunities, because once upon a time, Scout was just in the shoes as, like she likes calling them, the rising teams was. So, you know, I mean, He got the opportunity, he had that pedestal, he grabbed the best thing that he could, and well, this is where he is now, which goes to show you can make it too. And well, there are going to be a few teams that are going to try and make it today, but let's just have a look and see what all this fuss is about. Why are we fighting? Because, well, a lot of money is going to be at stake as we have a look at all that moolah, and once again, no typos here, it is a whopping 1 crore rupees.
Well, 1 crore, and with that, the bragging and the glory is also over there. But the first place is going to get 50 lakh rupees, second place will get 25 lakhs, third will get 10 lakh rupees. Even the 16th place is getting something. But you can increase your prize money by being the MVP, because then you will get 1 lakh Indian rupees. The Lone Ranger, Rampage Free, most finishes by his squad, the Redeemer are also getting 50,000 rupees individually. That means you can increase your prize money, and with that, you have the platform to shine. You have the chance to go for the glory, bragging rights, and everything. Not just by being at the top or the first place, even in the individual games, also teams are shining.
Well, of course, we have had a look at what's at stake, but now let's see how all the points are going to be distributed in the matches, as I'm sure all of you are going to be fully aware of this particular screen, well, on your screens right now. First place walks away with 15 points, second with 12, third with 10, and as we keep going down the ranks, well, the placement points are going to be decreasing. Now, you do not want to be caught dead between, I beg your pardon, between 8th to 16th position, because, well, from 8th to 12th you only have 1 point, and 13th to 16th you get nada. But also keep in mind, Shadow, 1 finish equals 1 point.
And that is a main thing, XP, because if you remember, we'll come to that, but if you look at our calendar, round 1 is already over. Teams have qualified round 1, and then they move towards round 2. Round 2 is already over, done and dusted. In fact, we are at the end of round number 3, last day of round 3, day 4 that is, and after that we are heading towards new year, next year 2022, where the teams will compete in the quarterfinals that will take place from 2nd January till 5th January. From there, after a day break, teams will move towards the semi-finals, and the pressure is going to increase a lot in that. They'll be taking place from 7th January till 10th January, and after a 2-day break we are moving towards the finals, where we will get our champion.
Well, it is going to be in those 4 days next year in January 2022 when either the kings or queens of India are going to be crowned, and boy oh boy, all the action at that point is going to be high octane, high intense, and well, you better mark your calendars and make sure you have those dates available. Now, let's have a look and see what's going to happen today, because like I said, we have some major action in store for you as we have a look at today's schedule. Now, to kick things off, we are going to have Group 6 play 3 games. Again, we are going to have 2 Erangels with that Miramar in between, which of course makes things a bit, more exciting. And again, just keep in mind, although we have 6 matches in store for you, well, in the online phase, there are groups that are going to be battling it out, well, offline, and we are going to be showing you those points at some point or the other.
Well, definitely, and like you mentioned, Miramar is going to turn things either in your favor or maybe in not so much your favor if you lose in that 16th position, because match number 3 is going to add much more pressure. So better perform good in match 1, match 2, then go all YOLO in match number 3.
Well, now that we had a look at the schedule, let's actually see which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds below, as we do have the matchup coming up on our screens now. And to kick things off, it is going to be Group 6, which comprises of Death Wish Officials, Team Inside Out, Musty Zone Gaming, let's see if they're going to have some fun today, Python Esports, Destructor, ooh, I like that name, Destructor X, and then they are going to be joined by NE Wind Esports, KBP Jod, and Team 9 Intelligence. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's New IND.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like the name.
I like that.
But moving on, we have Team SGA Esports, Team Spec, Team 3D Officials, Team Sepoy Top Players, Team GZMAV Esports, Team GGL ZVR Officials, Team Incognito, and Team Skylights Gaming. Like you mentioned, maybe there are some queens, and we do have few queens in the lobby.
Well, talking of queens, all eyes are going to be on Incognito, because again, it is a monumental moment that, we have an all-female squad over here, competing for the best, against the best of the best as well. And just goes to show that, gone are the days when gaming was just considered, the boys love gaming, and it ain't true. It ain't true. Everything has changed in today's day and age. And like I said, we just might see some queens well, be crowned the Queens of India. Of course, we are going to have to wait and see if they do make it to the next round. But now that you've had a look at the teams, who are you going to be looking out for?
Well, obviously, Team Inside Out is there. But other than that, I think Team Deathwish officials do stand a chance because they had a very good outing in round number 1 and round number 2. They were pretty much consistent. But talking about Inside Out, round 2, match 2, they were taken out pretty early. But match number 1, they headed for a chicken dinner. And if I'm not wrong, 25 finish points in a single game.
I mean, we've seen some ridiculous numbers before, but this is, of course, just mean. This is dirty, and, well, looks like they do have a lot of potential. But for now, before the fields of Erangel are covered in that heart-dripping blood, let's just have a look and see what it looks like without all that red, as, of course, we are going to kick things off at the Milta power plant.
Well, Milta power plant teams like dropping over there, and it offers good rotation if the zone is shifted towards the eastern side. Is going to favor you somehow. Rotations become quite easy, but right now the players are in the spawn island having fun. You and me can look at the spawn island and the way they are shooting at each other. But yeah, the scenic beauty, we have to give credit to our observers.
Well, just to paint a little picture while you have a look at some beautiful cinematic shots of Erangel, a member of Deathwish is, well, letting his words know he is going to be lighting the enemies up on the spawn island. But of course, all that matters is what happens in the game. Now, this is a place which is going to be hotly contested, of course, the city of Yasnaya Polyana. Now, normally, Shadow, we see maybe a couple of teams drop, but I want to see some more. I want to see double the number dropping in at Yasnaya and only one team coming out alive.
You want to see bloodbath, don't you?
Oh, yes.
But teams don't want. I think Yasna is a pretty safe place, even if 4 teams drop in, because they can fight against each other. There is enough loot available. Yasna is a big urban city. Teams can afford to contest. Multiple teams can afford to contest that location. But when it comes to Milta or Rozok, they tend to offer a little scarcity in the loot. They can't afford to have drop location contestation when it comes to Rozok or Milta. But the black beauty, blue beauty, I think, like you always call it, is already up in the sky. And I'm liking the flight path because it is basically dissecting the map into almost half part. It is going from the southern side towards from military base towards the Severny area. So that means pretty easy to glide in your favorite drop location. And now, teams are already dropping towards military base. If the zone tends to go towards northern side, that means they have to make a quick loot, quick rotation, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Do you know you have a little bit of a sinister streak in you? Because again, you love all that drama, don't you? But
Yeah.
yes, have a look at that. It's not just 1, but 2 and 3 teams, in fact, that might just collide at the Sosnovka military base itself, because I believe it is going to be contested. Again, this hasn't really happened in games of the past, but for now, as you mentioned, all of the teams, they are going to have their favorite drop spots in jumping distance, as I do see quite a few teams up north. But for now, we are going to be focusing down south on the military base itself, as it looks like KBP Jod, they have full control of the main military buildings, while Team Incognito are going to be lurking nearby. Now, of course, all eyes are going to be on Team Incognito. The question is, are they up to the task?
Well, they are most definitely, because they have been in the grind from a very long time. But talking about Team KBP, they had a good outing in one of the match, but in other match they were kind of falling apart. In fact, that match they performed good. They pretty much were so damn aggressive. But let's see what is going to be their approach this time, because this is match number 1. It is going to build your momentum towards match number 2 and match 3. So everybody wants to get the initial finish points, the position points, everything, so that they are pretty much safe for match number 2 and match 3. And looks like Team Incognito is pretty much okay-ish, I'll say. Not good loot.
Well, talking of Incognito, we of course have the ladies up on our screen right now, and well, Incognito is going to be there. She's going to be joined by Godel Alpha, Scar, and Rebel. Now let's see if they're going to be rebelling without a cause, because whoa, looks like action is going to break out early as new IND's Naruto is going to come under fire, and Team 9 Intelligence are the ones laying down all the hurt. Now, of course, action did start off with the shotgun, something I'm pretty sure Floki is going to be happy about, because he loves his chick boom, and that is exactly what happened over here. Now, I like that, Team 9 Intelligence is intelligent, because they realized, you know what, that opposite member was caught out in the open, and it looked like he did not have any weapons on them, so there is no need to stop and loot that corpse. But for now, action is going to break out around the 3-minute mark, and well, I am a happy camper.
Well, Team 9 Intelligence likes to go towards the Primorsk area, but this time the team that has already beaten them up in the race is going to be Destructrex, because they're already in the Primorsk area. They have the weapons, they have everything, and Team 9 Intelligence doesn't have much loot. They don't have the guns, don't have the armor. But if we talk about the teams in the Gatka area also, they might go up against each other. And like you mentioned, this time Yasna is also pretty much contested, but Team 9 Intelligence is... they are walking in wrong territory.
Let's see if that is going to be problematic for them, because for now the circle is going to have a bit of an eastward trend over here, as the shelter is going to be pretty much in the center of all the action to come. But now this is the team that everyone is going to be watching out for, and one man leading them, it's none other than Joker himself. Now Team Inside Out, as you did mention, had an amazing time in round 3. In fact, I do believe they toppled Team Mayavi's highest finish record as well. So, you know, I mean, we know that this team is heavy hitting, and the question is, do they have that balance? Because for the boys from Team Inside Out, once they smell blood, it is difficult to stop them from, you know, taking those risky actions, and sometimes it comes to hurt them in the backside. Let's see if they are going to be balancing placement points and well, the finish points as well, because again, you know, they have to give precedence to the zone, but for them, they are going to be in a lucky position as they are pretty much near the center of the circle. But it does seem like a few teams could be heading nearby, and sooner or later some action could break out. But again, on a whole, a slow start to the map of Erangel. But what worries me here, Bhavna, is the fact that, you know, we saw so many teams head up to Georgia Paul. A couple of teams drop down in Gatka. They are going to have to migrate to the new circle at some point or the other. Question is, are we going to see some Carmageddon action?
Well, I don't think so. They are going to go up against each other so early stage in the game. They are going for the smaller compounds, having the initial loot, and then head towards the zone and pretty much hold a safe compound, then go for the secondary loot, because this time going up against each other means casualties. But Team 9 iQOO, they did a good thing. They went towards the Primorsk area. They heard some commotion over there, and they quickly headed over towards the northern side, and they are going to be looting somewhere on the western side of the quarry area. Good decision to go for that, because their drop location was pretty much contested, but Team Skylights has been going towards the apartments and school area.
You know, just to add to your point about Team 9 Intelligence, you did say, uh-oh, they are going to be heading for a little bit of a head-on collision. But as you mentioned, they noticed some commotion down in Primorsk, and it's the right decision, right? Because whoever was in Primorsk would have had all those weapons and all the utilities, while they basically just had one finish to their name. So we would expect them to, you know, join us later in the circle, but I do believe they are going to brave the blue for some time. For now, if you quickly have a look at what's happening elsewhere, teams are going to start migrating down south. If you have a look up north, we do have 3D official, but wait a second, action is going to break out as INS's Zeno is going to take the fight to Death Wish officials. Now, Death Wish, are they going to live up to their name? Are they going to be deploying death and destruction all around them? Or is Joker going to have the last laugh, as of course the first knock has come in? Joker is on the flank, and have a look at that. His teammate is going to be to his left, which means he is going to be conveying all that valuable information back to him. And now Zero goes in. He braves all the bullets. In fact, he almost gets another knock, but that grenade almost took the opposition out from under. But it looks like they are still going to survive by a sliver of HP. Now Joker goes on the right flank. He does have a teammate with him. Question is, going to push in. Yes, they are. They have spotted the enemy. He's getting the wiggle. That was a big mistake, as Obey is going to come in with the grenade and, well, knock him off his feet, which means now only one man, I beg your pardon, 2 members are left standing from Death Wish official, and I have no idea what happened there. Why he got in the buggy, maybe just to get in the back seat. Unfortunately, he did have a little bit of an issue, and Joker tries to run over the opposition, but it looks like Obey might just find someone lurking in the smoke. And wait a second, Mafia didn't even react the moment he saw Obey.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad move. He thought the smoke is going to help him to cover himself, and Obaid might not spot him, but that didn't happen. And look, I'm impressed by the way Team Inside Out reads the zone. Last time also the new circle is heading towards the other side. They were towards the Stelber area, but this time also in these types of circle, shelter is one of the best places to get intel onto the teams that are rotating from the western side. Again, a very good zone read, a very good positioning inside the 4th circle. circle itself, and Team INS from the very starting, they are looking very good. At least they can get so much intel, and their gunpowder is very good. On the other hand, if we talk about Team Sepoy, they had a very good outing in round 1 or round 2. They were not much aggressive. They were pretty much silent, going for the position points, and pretty much consistent. But on the other hand, we saw two teams dropping in towards the military base Island XP, but both of them have separated their ways, gone on their own path. One team is heading towards military bridge area, other team Incognito is heading towards Novorupnoy bridge area. Good decision to avoid initial fight.
Well, you know what it is. Initially, you don't have the loot that you want. But before we get to that point, let's just have a look at some of the action that just took place moments ago, as we do have the replay coming in. Now, have a look at this. You did kind of mention Team Inside Out, they read the zone right, but have a look at that. They are split in twos as all their flanks are secure, and this little move over there by Mafia was a bit questionable, as he did get in the vehicle. Zolo, I beg your pardon, was a bit questionable, but of course he did try to get away from harm, but that grenade thrown in from Obey basically, well, denied him that chance. For now, we are going to join Destructor X, as they are going to be traversing along the map of Erangel. And if you talk about the circle, it has kind of imploded in on itself, and Team Inside Out are going to be happy with the position, as Shelter is pretty much still in the center of all the action to come.
And Team Inside Out is exactly over there. They are in the best of the position. In fact, when they went towards the rush onto the players of the enemy, they were covering enemy from all the four sides. They cover every single angle. But Team Spec is still fighting with the blue, but they have already made inside safety. But they still have a long way to travel. And look at the map. VCS is already there. Other teams are already there. They are going to collide into each other if they don't change their path of rotation. Yasnia is still empty.
It's still empty, but like you mentioned, they were pretty much on a head-on collision, but looks like they did spot each other out. Ooh, I see some action breaking down by the farm as Incognito are traversing that bridge. Sooner or later, they might just meet the enemies ahead of them. And talking of enemies, we do have one member from Death Wish, and my wish is somebody goes and grabs that AWM in that airdrop. But judging by where it's landed, I do only see one team heading in that direction, and that team is Team Spec, if I'm not mistaken, up near Rozok over there.
Well, they are heading, but look at the team that is heading towards the shelter area. Looks like Team Inside Out has another enemy, and that is Team Destructix. How they are going to take a fight, and very good smart coming play. He takes down third one also. No, his teammate helps him out, and now Destructix is left with last player.
Again, that grenade just pretty much threw them off their game plan, and now Joker is going to run out. He hears that buggy. He wants to make sure he puts the other Joker in his place, but it's going to be his teammate Zeno who makes sure that Inside Out's Joker is going to have the last laugh. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the first team to be eliminated in this game, and looks like Destructor X will completely destroy it over here in the blink of an eye, as they are going to bid us adieu in the 16th position without any finishes. But on the other end of the spectrum, while some fall with 0 finishes, some rise with 7 finishes to their names already, Shadow.
Well, 7 finishes. In fact, the way Joker played at this moment...
Look at that.
Yeah, he threw the grenade. The players of Team Destructor were pretty much panicked in that situation. They had no cover, and Joker took the right opportunity to knock down 2 players. His teammate also helped him to take down the third one, and then it was impossible for the last player to do a 1v4 with the players of Team Inside Out. A very good, smart play coming in from the players of Team Inside Out. And mind you, XP, they are still in a very good spot. And call it a caster curse or something. Zeno has been knocked down, but he'll be instantly revived. But Team New IND is heading towards them.
I was just going to bring that up because from the corner of my eye, the map feed that we have, I did see New IND Esports heading in their direction. And for now, it does seem like although they had a little bit of a hiccup, Zeno is going to be brought back on his feet, but looks like KBP Jod want to join in on the fun as well as, well, that is Optimistic Grenade. And the thing is, there's no one behind that rock. But of course, it is going to keep the enemy at bay. Now, this is going to be exciting. What does Team Inside Out do right now? Because they do have control of that shelter. Do they go down below? Do they burrow themselves in? Or are they going to take the fight to the enemy outside above land? Because by the look of things, the shelter is still going to be in the circle while the prison is going to be occupied. In fact, we could expect some action breaking out sooner or later. But again, Shadow, so many teams outside the circle Oh boy, I am going to be expecting some Mad Max Fury action over here, especially at the shelter once more, because it looks like KBP Jord are trying to drive by, but they are going to be caught off guard by Team Inside Out, and Zeno lays down a few shots. Tyler comes under fire. In fact, he's going to make his way. No, he doesn't. The last second, Tyler is going to be taken down with some precision shooting over here, and well, it looks like KBP Jord are now going to be on the defensive.
Well, Zeno is already deploying grenades in the direction of the enemy. Let's see if we can find the knock. No, he was not able to, but Joker OG, I believe, is on another flank, and Team Zeno is already keeping an eye on the enemy. But Team Inside Out, they are separating, covering all the angles, or they are walking away from the fight.
Also, you got to keep in mind, because there are so many openings, so many angles here at the shelter, you know, the enemy can surprise them from either end. So I think it's the right call over here to try and, you know, centralize your position, or at least trying to make sure that all your team members are in one place at the given time. So now what they're doing is they're going to make sure this entrance to the bunkers down below is what they are going to call home, while Myth is going to be the only single mole down below. Let's see if he can get up to some mischief as well. Right next to both the teams, the BGMI gods are going to be shining down with the Mark 14 as yet another drop falls from the heavens above.
Well, MK14 in the hands of INS, they are going to be deadly in this lobby if they go and grab it. But on the other hand, KBP Jord Rax is keeping an eye onto the players of Team Inside Out. He's watching for the flanks if they are coming from Inside Out. But on the other hand, Myth is also in a very good position. If the players of Team KBP rotate from the other end, Myth is right at the perfect position to stop that flank or stop that rush from coming in. On the other hand, Prison is still pretty much safe for the players of Team Musty Zone Gaming.
Now, the interesting thing is, Shadow, usually, you know, in the last few circles, you do see a couple of teams outside in the circle. Now, in this situation, barring one, Team Incognito, everybody has a nice little niche in the circle, but sooner or later, shots are going to be fired, and, well, bodies are going to be dropping, because looks like KBP Jord are finally going to make their move on Team Inside Out. Now, we did see that knock coming in earlier, but again, it does look like the revive did come through, so it is going to be a 4v4 affair in the tunnels down below. Right now, Tyler is going to be giving his position away as Obeid is going to be lying in wait. Now, again, you know, they do have a few options over here, but if the circle shifts away from them, it could be problematic for both teams. Elsewhere, we are going to join Team Incognito as they finally make their way into the new circle, and by the look of things, Musty Zone Gaming could be their first challenge. Oh, there you have it. The circle is going to shift a bit to the southwest, and well, the boys from Inside Out and KBP Jord are still going to be happy with their positioning, because they're the only ones with any cover. Of course, we do have a couple of compounds down below as well. Looks like we are going to have a mad dash for all that concrete fortification. So Team New IND Esports, oh, they better watch out.
I told you, XP, Team Inside Out have a perfect zone reading. I think I need to take classes from them. Look at them. Last time also perfect zone reading. This time also perfect positioning, perfect zone reading coming into the picture. But on the other hand, from the Prison side, 3 teams are rotating in. Team Skylights has been pretty much silent up till this time. Right now, they are on the northern side of the map. They have to move inside the circle, and their path is pretty much clear. There is no restriction that they are going to face from some other team. But Team Inside Out is again in the action, because another team is rotating. That is Team Spec.
Well, of course, now the shelter is going to be the epicenter of all the action to come, and as expected, a lot more teams want to find some shelter down below as they are going to be charging their position. If you have a look at one end, Team 9 Intelligence is joining them. For now in the Wither Tower, it looks like GZ Mav Esports could be in trouble as Musty Zone Gaming are coming in, and they are hitting hard now. They have lost one of the members. Well, they are down on the knees. Wait a second. They're going to be shot out from elsewhere as Rex has an amazing flank set up with that UMP, and by the look of things, it looks like Mav Esports weren't even ready for this little opposition. Now they have 2 members down on their knees. One has been lost. Only one man survives. Can he do the impossible? Can he pull off a miracle from his top hat, because he is cooking a grenade? He is going to be shrouded in smoke as Rex is trying to connect with a few lucky shots. The first aid is going to be patched up, but now Shield is not going to be shielded anymore as he just has a little tree for cover as shots are going to be fired at all ends. And there you have it. That is all she wrote. as, well, it looks like Musty Zone Gaming, they are having some fun. Although they did lose one member, they have 4 finishes to their names.
Well, Team GZ deployed the smokes over there to deny the vision to the enemies, but they were not safe from the grenades because they were holding on to the Wizard Tower, and that is exactly what happened. Never hold on to Wizard Tower. All the 4 players, to be precise, have a little segregation, but on the other hand, GGL players are also falling down through the hands of Team Tyler.
It does look like Tyler and the boys are going to be dishing out some damage as GGL ZPR official come under heavy fire. And, well, Joker heard all that commotion. He's like, wait a second. Oh, he spotted someone, and with that VSS subsonic bullets, he could be silent but deadly, as Scar is going to come under fire. But again, you've got to compensate for the bullet drop with this weapon, especially because, like I said, subsonic bullets. Now, the thing is, everyone is going to be converging in on the shelter, but it looks like some action could be breaking out due north as well. But for now, Team Incognito, they have a good position, right? They have this little flat top,
yeah.
They have the higher ground, but they've got to be careful from the enemies that lie afar and not too close by, because from those long distances, they could be spotted as silhouettes against the background, and, well, shots could come their way, and well, it could spell trouble.
Well, Team INS already spotted down the players of Team Incognito,
There you
but
go.
the problem is for the players of Team 9IQ. If Team Incognito decide to take a fight with the players of 9IQ, Team Inside Out can do a third party, and Team 9IQ nowhere to go. They can't survive that particular situation. And again, a very promising circle for the players of Team INS. Team New IND is pretty much happy. And in fact, the path for Skylar's Gaming is also very clear to move inside.
Now, the best thing is this circle has everything. We've got the high grounds near the shelter. We've got compounds down below. But for now, as you mentioned, Joker did see some commotion in the distance. Looks like one of the Dacias lost their wheels. So the ladies from Team Incognito are going to be getting down in one vehicle and getting to safety. But safety for how longer? Because Zeno has spotted them. Incognito could be in a bad position. Only a bullet shack for cover as she is going to skirt around the boundaries. And, well, she finally makes it inside. But for now, Joker is going to be taken down as it looks like Max is going to put a few shots from behind as KVP Jord are trying to make some moves as well. Again, all these teams in and around the shelter do have to be careful, because if they decide to move out right now, well, it could be trouble for them. Elsewhere, we do see Musty Zone Gaming coming in the fray, as well as Zeno is trying to scout out the opposition. And by the look of things, he just might have spotted a few members of Team 9 Intelligence. But elsewhere, another fight is going to break down. But wait a second, Musty himself has been spotted, and there you go, subsequently taken down.
Well, Musty has already been down. His teammate was coming in for the revival. He did realize there is no chance that he can revive his teammate or save him. So he went on his way, and Team Musty Zone has been reduced to 3-man squad. But on the other hand, Team Skylights Gaming is sharing the compound with the players of Team Spec over there, and Team Spec better be careful of those grenades.
Well, let me tell you one thing, they aren't going to be sharing it for much longer. They are going to be bad neighbors to one another, as looks like Gumla Boy from distance does spot members of Z-Boy. Top players moving around as Playboy is going to be caught in a barrage of bullets. Lucky for him, he had that little ridge for cover. Now the thing is, Deathwitch officials are going to be eliminated in the 12th position. I guess their wish has been granted, as grenades are going to be flung from either side of the compound. And have a look at that, Z-Boy Mickey is going to be right in the thick and thin of the action, and I do believe he is going to play a part as well, as that is a long grenade. In fact, members of Team Spec are taking some heavy damage, and this is when you can expect Skylights Gaming to make their move. Elsewhere, Tyler is going to get the better of the boy from 9 Intelligence. That could be problematic for them later on. Well, we're going to shift that fight right now, and in fact, another grenade thrown by Tyler is going to make sure that Aryan is put 6 feet under now. Team INS inside out. They do spot the enemy Playboy again. He barely has any cover, because sooner or later, you know, the smoke dissipates, and, well, your position is going to be revealed, which means the Seapoy top players are going to be in a world of trouble. Elsewhere, Zeno with a couple of good grenades is going to get a couple of knocks to himself as BCS moves to Memphis in quick succession, and now he is going to rattle up 3 shots with that M4, hoping they connect.
Well, Team Inside Out still in a very good position, because they have the perfect angle of the compound that is shared by not just one, multiple teams. On the other hand, Incognito goes down through the hands of Zeno, and look at Zeno, he can find so many finishes, but his main motive is to move inside the circle. But look at the northern side also, so many teams are there, and that is a single compound. They have to move out inside the circle. western side also there are so many teams.
Oh, they're going to have to move out, but now Team Incognito, although they are in the center of the action, boy, oh boy, sooner or later it is going to be problematic as Xeno once again is going to get a knockout. Well, a finish as well on a member of Python ESP as they are going to bid us adieu in the 10th position. Now, this is what I was talking about. Inside Out knows that there's a team in that wooden shack, and sooner or later the smoke is going to dissipate as Joker manages to get himself in the nick of cover, in the nick of time, and well, he still has a little bit of edge to make sure he is not knocked out. Now, this is when Team Incognito is going to come under heavy fire from all directions, and I was expecting that one good grenade could spell trouble, but this time it is going to be a Molotov, which means, well, the floor is going to be lava, so the ladies, they better watch their steps as they try and maneuver around that shack. Now, for them, Shadow, they need to deploy some smokes and, well, lay down some suppressive fire so they are not overwhelmed by the enemy. And talking about being overwhelmed, Seaboy, again, we did not expect them. You know, we had pretty much written them off. They are still holding on by a couple of their members as Gumla Boy is trying to find them. In fact, he does find a few members elsewhere. Seaboy Mickey is going to be taken down as Team Spec are making their move.
Well, Team Skylights is also making their move, and Gamla Boy has his eyes set on to not just one player, or two players, and with that grenade, Joker OG goes down, and that was from Gordon Rebel from Team Incognito. They are fighting hard, but Ubaid is going to retaliate. Another player of Team Incognito goes down. On the other hand, another team is also in a big trouble, that is KBP.
Now, on the other side, the action is going to break out as Team Spec are taking the fight to Skylights Gaming. Have a look at that, only a wall separates the enemies over here. Gamla Boy, he jumps, he shoots, and he connects, knocking out a couple of members of the opposition. And wait a second, is that it? That is all she wrote for Team Spec, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Skylight Gamings are on a bit of a domination spree as they are going to knock them out of this game, and now they are going to be asserting their attention elsewhere as it does look like KBP John coming to fire. Tyler is the only man standing for his team as his teammates around him are going to fall, and one bullet, one stray shot over here could be it as vehicles are going to be exploding left, right, and center. But now this is where Skylight Gamings did catch a little bit of a glimpse of the gentleman from inside out, and once again a massive grenade coming in from Rebel. Make sure the two members of INS are brought down to their knees. This is when they need to make the push. This is when they need to make sure they finalize their finishes as an airdrop is going to fall down in no man's land. Before now, Picard, he knows that someone is in that smoke to the right as Tyler is going to hit the ground, and just as I say his name, an explosion takes place. The car goes boom, and with that, KBP Jod are going to be put 6 feet under. We are down to the final 6 teams, 20 people still vying to walk away with that delicious chicken dinner.
But I have to praise Team Incognito despite being the fact they were in the center
They
of the
held on.
circle. So many teams were fighting against them, and the grenades coming from Rebel pretty much are saving them, and they're fighting very hard, not just with Inside Out, with Skylight Gaming as well.
Even now, Shadow, you got to keep one thing in mind. They have the only semblance of cover in the circle.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a little wood wall, but let me tell you one thing. It has titanium infused in it, the way it can basically hold off against all those bullets. Now, they do have that little compound, but again, one good grenade is all it takes for the enemy to get an advantage. I like what Skylights are doing. They are trying to make sure they deploy smoke grenades to obscure the vision of the enemy as they are going to be making the move in the circle. Now, the fact is, they have some vehicles, so they can set up some makeshift fortifications as Picard does spot the enemy in the distance. Question is, are they going to survive for much longer? Because it looks like new IND Esports are in a world of trouble, and Scar, you better drop, you better roll, you better put that fire out, but she is going to be taken out while 3 of her members are still alive and kicking, and Team Incognito are going to be in trouble. Looks like Gian, wait a second, Gian has come in from 3T. He is inside the shack, and well, I don't blame him as he is one of only 2 members still alive and kicking. The question is, does Team Incognito know? The enemy's right there. There you have it. Through a slit in the woodwork. They are going to get the knock, but Incognito, the leader herself, is going to go down, which means Alpha and Rebel, well, they have their work cut out for them now. Gumla Boy, he does have a grenade in his hand. He does want to lob it. He is going to hit the deck, and let's see if it is going to be a precision shot, because if it is, Shadow, this could be it for Team Incognito. It looks good. It goes boom, and with one grenade, Gumla Boy is going to make sure he has 3 more finishes to his name. Make that 4, because this man is on a rampage. He is on fire. 9 finishes to his name already, and now it is going to be 2 teams alive. It is going to be a 3v4 affair, and boy, oh boy, Skylight Gamings are looking good.
They're not looking good, they are looking very good, because SGA is almost in a very bad position. The way the players of teams Skylight Gaming has spread themselves out, Gamla Boy has already spotted down Karan, but Maddie with that precise grenade takes down Gamla Boy over there, and now Skylights has been reduced to 2-man squad, and Karan is already making his advance. One grenade is all gonna take for the players of Team SGA to move the game in their favor.
Well, how the tables turned for a split second, it looked like SGA did have the advantage, but now it is going to be even Steven unless Karan does get that revive. Looks like Pokar, on the other hand, could be picked up by his teammates as well. For now, we are going to have a little bit of a calm before the storm, as all the teammates are just trying to make sure they get a visual confirmation on the enemy, because again, expect shots to be fired. In fact, the first shot that is going to be fired, and if it results in a knock, it is going to start a chain reaction of death and destruction. And only one team is going to walk out alive, as Karan is going to make his move. He does see that vehicle over there, but sooner or later that vehicle could go boom. A lot of shots are coming in, but it's going to be Somraj and AKM that is going to put him down. And there you have it. Somraj now is going to focus his attention on the other members of SGA, and now they only have one man to deal with. Question is Snorlax up to the task? Is he out of his slumber yet, or is he still feeling a bit sleepy because his position has been given away, as AKs are going to be battling off? AKs are going to connect, and there you have it, as expected. Skylights Gaming getting the job done here. Winner chicken dinner right off the bat. And let me tell you one thing, all credit is going to go to Gamla Boy. I do believe he ended with 9, maybe 10 finishes.
Maybe, because he was right in every single action. Though grenade from Gamla Boy onto Incognito was three back-to-back grenades.
3 back-to-back grenades, and of course, in that particular grenade throw, 3 members of Team
died,
Incognito went boom.
Exactly, one single grenade that was. But I have to praise Team Incognito also. That angle inside the shack onto that single player.
Beautiful.
Did you know about that angle?
I mean, I've been in that situation at the receiving end at times, but yes, I have learned the hard way, you know. So again, you got to be adaptive, right? They saw something, they're like, wait a second, this is not brown. Took a few shots, got the hit markers, and well, they did get another finish to their name. Now, if we specifically talk about Team Incognito, which, you know what we'll do? We're going to wait for the highlights to come up, because I'm sure if you are joining us now and you missed any of the action, well, we have you covered there, as the highlights are now going to be popping up on your screens. And let me tell you something, as soon as, well, the first knock and finish came in, action was aplenty.
Well, they were looking for a run over there, but their shotguns spoke better, and they found a finish in the few initial seconds of the game. Yes, from the very start of the game, Team Inside Out had a perfect positioning inside the circle. Their shelter hill area was working pretty much for them. They got many finish points from that particular position, starting right from eliminating the squad of Destructor X, and later on having fight with KBP also, and there are teams also. So many teams they eliminated in that particular position, and the grenade from Joker OG, well calculated grenade.
Oh yeah.
And the players were pretty much on the back foot.
Also, if you notice one thing, the moment he squeezed that trigger, he did not let go, because the third member could not come in his way, otherwise he would have been taken down as well. So he emptied the entire magazine, making sure there was no hope for the opposite team.
The third member was taken by his teammate over there, but after that they had to move inside the circle. In fact, their positioning was also very on point when the players were holding on to that compound area, but later on the advantage, I'll say it was a disadvantage position for the players of Team Incognito, because everybody in fact spotted them down, but still they held their ground. Not many finishes to their name, and the way they eliminated the last player of 3T, Zian over there, that was quite impressive. But yes, Skyless Gaming, they were pretty much passive from the very start, but the moment they had a good positioning inside the circle and in the final circles, they were not stopping for anyone. And yes, most of the credit goes to Gamla Boy. He had so much intel. At one point, he was inside the compound area from the building itself. He spotted down so many squads, and later on, in fact, Myth, the last player, he was also pretty much taken out by Gamla Boy.
He was indeed. I was going to bring something up, but now, of course, let's focus on the action over here. Now, INS, these grenades coming in from Rebel were pristine, because she didn't do it once, she did it twice, and well, they did manage to rack up 3 finishes for themselves. But have a look at this. 3T did come in. Good thinking on their part. You know, they knew that the shack itself was what the enemy wanted. They moved out for cover, and as you mentioned, Gian, oh boy, he was spotted out through the cracks, through that little little bit of a sliver, and well, he was taken out again. Incognito making sure she did all that work, but this is where Gamla Boy realized, wait a second, I've got them cornered, because they were outside the shack. They did have those Teslas nearby, but one grenade was all it took, and with that, TI was put in the ground. Now, they did realize the grenade was coming in, but it was just cooked to perfection. Again, it kind of reminds me that that shack is kind of haunted now because so many bodies lie littered around it.
Well, in fact, Team Incognito, what they could have done was one of the player hold on to the shack, or like two players hold on to the shack area, two players somewhere in the nearby vicinity, exactly where the players of Team SG were there, Skylights were there. They might have had a better chance of fighting against the players of Team SG because two players would have gone down from that grenade. But this time, all the three players went down, but still a very impressive performance from all the teams: Team Incognito, Skylights, and Team Inside Out.
Absolutely, and just quickly, going and talking about Inside Out. Now, we knew that Inside Out knew exactly where Team Incognito was. So what happened was Joker was the first to go on that little bit of a right flank. Had his teammates come in and pushed on the shack at the same time, maybe we would have seen a different outcome. But again, I do believe Inside Out, oh boy, they racked up quite a few finishes for themselves, and I do believe they did finish somewhere in the 5th position, if I'm not wrong. But again, kudos to the winners here. Skylight Gaming's getting the job done, and well, we know who won this game. Let's have a look and see how all the other teams did, as the point standings are now going to be coming up on your screens. And well, 31 points is what Skylight Gaming walks away with. Well, thanks to the chicken dinner and those massive 16 finish points.
And in fact, Inside Out also 16 finishes for them, second position, total 22 points. SG Esports having a very good outing from the very start, round 1, round 2, and this time also. Not many finish points, but good placement points. They are standing at 3rd position. 3D officials. In fact, Zian wanted to get hold of that shack area, but Rebel kind of ruined his dream. But still, at a good position, 2 finish points and 12 total points. KBB also had I have to say one thing. The patience the players of KBB held at that particular point paid off because they got the position points. When they were taking the fight at the shelter area with Inside Out, they initiated the fight and later on held their ground. They calmed themselves down, but later on went on to take the fight. 7 finish points, a good outing. New IND with 8 points, Incognito with 7 points.
Well, now that we've had a look at the teams, let's see who stood out. And there you have it. The iQOO MVP is going to be none other than Gamla Boy with 9 finishes and 1,000+ points of damage.
I'll tell you, XP, this is not the first time he is being the MVP. Every time Skylights Gaming plays, most of the times this is the guy who is the MVP.
So I guess what we should tell production is just keep this little graphic ready and handy, because chances are you are going to be using it a lot more than not. Now, let's have a look and see who else is going to be joining him as we have a look at the top 5 players. And looks like Gamla Boy does have a teammate, Pokar, in the 4th position with 3 finishes. But of course, it is going to be INS who have 2 slots for themselves, with Zeno and Joker with 7 and 4 finishes respectively. And well, in the 5th position, KBP Jod are going to make a little bit of an appearance as well, as Tyler has 3 to his name.
In fact, Tyler, the name popped in the finish feed quite a few number of times. He was taking multiple fights. In fact, it was the bad positioning in the final circle that took all of the players down. But these teams have just started, XP. Team INS and Team Skylights Gaming. But let's have a look at the match summary, that how many grenade finishes were there. Total grenade 100, and one of the airdrop looted and finishes. Just remove the last 0.
There you have
10
it.
finishes.
100 grenades were used in this round, and 10 of them culminated in finishes for the opposition. 1 airdrop was looted, but it was not the AWM, which I'm still keeping my fingers crossed. I think by the end of today, we just might see some AWM action up close and personal. But I do like the fact that we had quite a few knocks. Now, we do have 28 rescues coming in, but most of them were finished before they could even blink.
Yeah, and the reason XP players are not going for AWM is because the meta has kind of changed. It's very difficult to...
It only takes 1, Shadow.
1 shot to knock down the player.
Also, it only takes 1 to bring the snipers back into the meta. And again, we've seen some amazing sniping action. Let's not take that away from any of these players. But now that we've had a look at some facts and figures, let's have it in a bit of a diagrammatic way. Let's have a look at the finish to damage performance graph popping up on your screens. And well, at either end, you are are going to see a couple of teams doing better than the rest. At one end, it's INS, and at the other, well, I don't really have to tell you who that is.
Well, INS and Skylights Gaming, they were pretty much dominating the lobby. Exactly the similar way Team 7Cs and TSM were doing yesterday. Exactly same performance are coming in, and yes, much more to come. These teams have just started.
Now, one thing that is going to pop out for me is have a look at Team Incognito stats. Now, for those of you who aren't too familiar with the logos, it is going to be second from the right. 3 finishes to their names. However, 1,402 points of damage, which means even though they were in the thick and thin of all the action, these girls, they held their own and dished out quite a bit of death and destruction.
Yeah, 1,402 damage is not a low number. They were dishing out a lot of damage to multiple teams who were trying to close in towards them. But the positioning was the problem. One grenade is all that took for the players of Team Incognito to face an elimination. But still a very good outing, a very good performance coming from this particular team. In fact, Team SG also 1,300 damage, but only 4 finish points.
Again, I guess... as far as the finishes and damage are concerned, I wouldn't say it was evenly spread out. Like 5, maybe 6 teams, they basically contributed to all the action that took place. But again, it's only game 1, and this entire group, they still have 2 more games in hand. So, they can try and readjust their strategies a bit, maybe come up with something new, maybe have a bit more confidence infused in them. But for the teams that did do good, I wonder if they are going to be carrying all that momentum forward with them.
I think it was not the fear this time, it was the rotation. So many teams were taking rotation from the northern side. They had to make the quick rotations, quick loot. That's why they didn't had much time to take multiple fights. In fact, their rotations were pretty much, most of the time were cut off because another team was already holding on to the zone. That's why they are having early elimination and not much damage also.
We didn't see those head-on collisions this time, right? Because, while... the teams were migrating in the new circles, we did kind of expect, vehicles to cross each other's path, somebody to alight from said vehicle and lay down a few shots, but nothing happened. The moment the enemies saw each other, they just went their separate ways, which I'm not happy about because, like I said, I love all that drama.
We all love that drama. But this is a competitive scenario. You can't have that
use
drama.
Your noggin upstairs as well.
In fact, 2 teams that used were both teams that dropping in military base. KBP and Incognito. They were right in the military base area, and they both decided to not take an initial fight, and that paid off because they both are in top 10.
They both are in top 10. Of course, the circle was far away from them. So, the thing is, if you lose a member early on, it is going to have a little bit of a detrimental effect on your psyche. And at the moment they realize, wait a second, we're not the only ones here, they in fact went their separate paths. While Team Incognito chose the Novo Repnoi Bridge, KBP Jord went by the other side. So again, they did finally meet up in the end as well. But I do believe it was an amazing game. Now, Team Inside Out, up until the last few moments, up until Team Incognito pretty much blew them out the park, they were having the game of their lives.
Well, they were having the best of the moments because teams were coming in towards their direction and they were knocking down the players after players, eliminating squad after squad, double-digit finishes for the players of Team Inside Out also. In fact, Skylights and Inside Out, they both have same finishes. I think 13 finishes right now?
16.
16, I'm sorry. Don't reduce the number, Bhavna. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, 16 finishes for both of these teams. Yes, Inside Out was a very good, had a very good spot inside the circle. But the patience Skylights Gaming had, moving from the northern side, taking their time to get the best position and then take on the fight. Because they were in the safe spot to take multiple fights, they were on rampage in the end.
They were on a bit of a rampage, and again, I love the fact that all these rising teams, given the opportunity, they are grabbing it. And speaking of opportunities, we only have, one sponsor to thank, and that, of course, is the iQOO 7 Legend, the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. Let's have a quick word from the monster inside.
Are you ready for this? Check this out.
You know, Shadow, with most of the devices that I've used, right, I've had heating issues. But with the massive liquid cooling in this phone, you are never going to have that issue. In fact, with summer approaching soon, this could be something really cool in your hands.
Well, it is looking very cool at least, and on performance was also it is very cool because no more heating issues. Even if you are a streamer or some gamer, your phone is never going to heat up.
Speaking about things heating up, well, the competition is going to be heating up in the next couple of matches because, again, yes, a couple of teams did really good. You know, I'm talking about Inside Out, I'm talking about Skylights Gaming, 16 finishes apiece. But a few other teams, they were trying to wake up, and now it is going to be Miramar. We are going to be switching the terrain up a bit. Gone are the green, luscious fields of Erangel, and now we are going to be under the burning sun in the deserts of Miramar. How do they approach this game? How do they approach it? Because, you know, it is going to be a bit slower, and I do believe, depending on the playing path, you got to pick your spot pretty well.
I think the teams are going to pretty much play their normal game, especially Inside Out and Skylights Gaming. They are not going to change anything because it's working for them. They had a phenomenal match number 1. This time also, just play your normal game. Yes, sometimes it tends to become little difficult to go to your favorite drop location if the plane path is favoring one side, complete western, eastern, any other direction, especially in Miramar. So then also it becomes a R&D factor. Go for the vehicle. If you don't find a vehicle, then you have to go on foot or loot smaller compounds. And there is
Exposing yourself.
Yeah, exposing yourself out in the open area. That is a very big risky factor.
That is a big risky factor, but again, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Now, I can tell you one thing, almost all the teams are pretty much ready in the lobby, so the action is going to be breaking out sooner rather than later. Just bear with us a little bit. Now, again, Miramar, as you did mention, you know, we did talk about Skylights Gaming, we talked about Inside Out. Now, if I was a rising team, as she likes calling it, I love it because, you know, well, the underdog has a little extra oomph to it as well. But talking about the underdogs, I mean, how do they approach this map? Because did you feel there was any hesitancy in the last game when they went up against the big dogs?
Not at all. Especially Team INS, I didn't see any hesitancy from them.
Are we going to consider Team INS an underdog? Because you got to say one thing. Joker, of course, is also one of the pioneers of BGMI, I beg your pardon. I almost forgot to English over there. And, you know, he has been at the helm of this game all those months ago, ever since BGMI came out. So I wouldn't consider them an underdog, but they have taken that path, right?
Yeah.
They have pretty much battled against so many teams, and they made it over here. I believe they do have the little bit extra momentum that's carrying them forward, and looks like the confidence to boot as well.
Well, they have the confidence, but other teams also, like KBP, they were not hesitating. Yes, they were not in the best position to take fight with the players of Team INS. That's why they that time they decided to hold the patient side. But other teams also that were going for the shelter area, there was no hesitancy.
There wasn't any hesitancy, but now that we've had a look at a couple of matches, let's see what was happening in the offline world, as we are going to have the point standings from Group 15's matches. And well, the U-Dog India, another underdog in our midst, are going to be walking away the winners with 32 points, 17 of which came via finishes.
Well, that is a pretty high number, 17 finishes from U-Dog India. In fact, round 2 on round 1 also they had a very good outing, and they were on the top of the leaderboard every single time. Imperial Esports this time with 7 finish points, standing at second position with 19 points. TKM Esports at third with 13 points. Not many finish points, but on the other hand, Egyptian Esports, they have just 1 position point and 11 finish points. They were so aggressive.
And, you know, we did kind of see something similar during their group stages as well, because this is kind of different though, because 11 finished points means that, you know, they were pretty much out for blood from the beginning, because they only ended up in the 8th to the 12th position, judging by a position point. So again, a team definitely to watch out for. But now if you have a look at the other end of the table, well, you are going to see a few names here which you wouldn't expect. Now, Vicious Annihilators in the 12th position, and a couple of teams walking away with nada.
Well, Vicious Annihilator were not annihilating anyone, that is clear. Only 2 finish points. In fact, in previous rounds, they had a good outing. Let's hope they are going to come back in match number 2 in Miramar, because if they don't, things are not good for them in match 3 as well.
Well, it's not going to be good for them. Also, you got to keep one thing in mind that, when it's only one match that is left, that basically decides your fate. Oh boy, all that weight, just all that pressure, in fact, weighing you down on your shoulders, it can be a bit hard to, make it. But again, that is what separates champions from the rest. Now, before we have a look at some of the action, let's remind you of all the teams that are going to be battling it out down below, as Group 6 consists of Death Wish Officials, Team Inside Out, Musty Zone Gaming, Python Esports, Destructor X, New IND Esports, they're the new kinds, KBB Jod, and of course the intelligent team, Team 9 Intelligence.
Well, Team 9 Intelligence went for a slower rotation. They were pretty much intelligent, but after that, they were not in the good spot in the first circle. I think third or fourth circle, they were not in the good position. SGA Esports, a good outing. Team Spec is there. 3D Officials, good position points. Sepoy top players are there. Then we have Team GZMAV Esports, then GGL ZPR Officials, Team Incognito, and Team Skylights Gaming.
Now, of course, we did kind of mention the last two teams, the invited teams, Incognito and Skylights. Skylights, of course, had an amazing game. And not only did they have 16 finish points, but they did walk away with the chicken dinner as well. Team Incognito, again, slow to the action in the beginning, but when they had to pick fights, well, they definitely chose them well. Now, we had almost written them off early when they were in that little shack, because again, yes, you do have some cover, but the roof is open, and if a grenade comes in and goes boom, all of you are going to pay a heavy price. Let's see if something similar is going to happen in this map. But the thing is, you don't really find those wooden shelters in Miramar. Usually you have all the concrete blocks. But again, before we see the bloodbath down below, let's just appreciate that, even deserts can be beautiful, as we do have a few, bird's eye views coming up from Miramar.
Well, it is definitely beautiful, especially for the snipers. In fact, even if the players are using Mini 14 or any DMR, it's a very good map to put those guns into the action. But the main thing that distinguishes Miramar from Erangel is the size, the compounds. There are very limited compounds in this particular map, so that means you have to take help of the ridges, or you have to expose yourself. You are pretty much exposed most of the time in the game, so that comes to the reading of the map, how much geography you know of Miramar, which position to hold on to. IGL, I think he has a lot of job to do, especially in this particular map.
And talking about the map itself, of course you have a lot of mountains, a lot of ridges all around, and more often than not, teams of course prefer those higher grounds because, from miles out you can see the enemy coming, you can see all those vehicles moving around, so you can kind of, read them like a book. You can kind of just you know where they're heading, and again, once the vehicles come into rendering distance, they are going to take a few shots. So even if the players aren't up in that vehicle, chances are you can still explode that vehicle. Now, of course, as we do wait for the game to start, all things are going to come down to where that first flight path is going to be, because again, you did mention Miramar is a massive map, 8 by 8 kilometers to be precise. So if it is going to be skewed a bit to either end, and if your favorite drop spot is on the other end, it could be problematic. Like you said, the RNG factor. Are you going to find a vehicle, or is somebody else going to run you over?
Well, that could happen. But talking about the zone, the past two Miramar, we have been witnessing a southern western side of the circle. In fact, the last circle also. So this time, the zone, I don't know, but the flight path is definitely towards the southern side.
Well, the Big Bird is going to be soaring high above the deserts of Miramar once again, and you were talking about the last few games. It all ended at Via del Mar, but this time the plane path is going to be starting from that location, as a couple of teams are already dropping early. Now, we are going to fly a bit to the northeast, as Chumacera is going to be down below. Los Leones is going to be in jumping distance, while we end things just north of Impala. But again, all speculation aside, I like the fact that finally, for the first time, we do have a team heading down to that little prison island down below, and that team is GGL ZPR Official.
Well, they want to play a safe game. There is no harm in that. In fact, if they have been witnessing previous game, they might have thought third time also the circle is going towards the southern side. Maybe anything could be possible. But yes, it is a safe drop location. You got a good loot on that particular island also. In fact, for rotation also, you can move from the edges of the map and you are pretty much safe because most of the teams tend to be in El Pozo, Saint Martin or El Hazar or Impala area.
Speaking of El Pozo, looks like a couple of teams are going to be dropping down pretty much south of it, and we might just see action break out right at the beginning as KBP Jord are dangerously close to SGA Esports. And keep in mind, the first circle still hasn't formed, and that is going to be a major wrench thrown in the plans for any of these teams that are going to be on the west because, well, the circle is all the way to the east. And, well, talking about early action, we did expect something happening over here, but looks like Skylight Gaming are going to be joining the party as well as they are going to take the fight to KBP Jord, and looks like the revive should come in. Wait a second, Shinchan does have that big monster of a weapon with the 45 ACP, and at that distance it can still do quite a lot of damage, but looks like the revive just might come through.
Well, Stormrage came for the rescue at the perfect time and the player will be back again on his foot. But I'm worrying about Shinchan. He doesn't have the best of the weapon, but looks like his teammates are having good weaponry. And Skylights Gaming has given revive to Pokar, but they have to run away from this position because few good shots and their vehicle will blast. But on the other hand, Destro is already down.
Well, Destro was trying to take the fight to the enemy. Hagemaru does get the better of him, and looks like the winners of the last game are going to be one man short right at the beginning of this game. That could be problematic, but again, when you are veterans of the game, Shadow, you must have, some contingencies in plan. But if you miss any of the action, let's have a look at the replay coming up on our screen now. There you have it. It is going to be a long distance shot from that R187 as, Pokar is going to be taken down. Now, Hagemaru did have that Uzi on hand. Again, that high rate of fire, making sure that the Skylight Gaming's Destro, well, he couldn't really do much.
Well, he couldn't really do much because they had just dropped and they were not having the perfect weapons to take up a good fight. But on the other hand, Team INS, in the nearby compounds, they are already having another team, Team Spec. For Team Spec, last game didn't go very well. This is a very crucial map for them. If they don't perform in this particular game, chances are they are pretty much out of the race. But on the other hand, inside out, they are in a phenomenal position in the leaderboard. They can take a risk also, a chance also, but looks like they are in no mood to take a risk or any chance. They are going to give importance to the circle and will just head towards the circle. They have got an initial loot, might go for Los Leones or Picado for the secondary loot.
I wonder if you noticed what I noticed right now. Earlier, we did see them in action in rounds 1 and 2. Team Spec, they seem to have a little change in their names. Looks like a few sponsors could have come along the way. We're going to have to wait and find out later as we do address them after today. But for now, we did kind of mention Team Inside Out. They did have that little bit of a knock first all, and looks like they are going to be hungry for some blood because it seemed like, they were moving away from Team Spec. But looks like all they were doing is just rotating around them, trying to flank them and, well, catch them by surprise. Let's see if that is going to be the case, because if the circle is where it is, they are just on the edge, pretty much west of Los Leones. So, they still have plenty of time to make their moves. But again, all those teams at El Pozo, in fact, even north of Chumacera, oh boy, they are going to have to travel quite some distance, and looks like once again, Gian, is going to be close to Team Incognito. Of course, he doesn't want a repeat of what happened in the last game, as Python ESP are going to be watching from a little bit of a high ground.
But the question is, what is he doing so far away from his teammates? His teammates are somewhere near the Torre Muda place, and he's in the wrong territory, wrong compound. He better be silent. But look at the grenade from Scar over there. She misses it.
Well, looks like he's in incognito mode.
Wow. Yeah, he is in incognito mode. But if we talk about Team Python Esports, they are in a not so much of the good position. The Team Incognito is already there in that particular compound, and Rebel had a good outing in the previous game. Few grenades were coming from this particular lady. Let's see if he's again going to repeat the same performance, because 3D Xian is already shooting in her direction.
Well, as she is trying to zig and zag away out of harm, it looks like it's not just Xian, but of course the members of Python Esports that came in and wanted to do some damage of their own. But for now, Team Incognito are looking good. They are aware that the enemy is nearby. And again, as you mentioned, what is Xian doing all by his lonesome? Well, let's see if he is a one-man army, because judging by his loot, you know, I think he got to this position a bit quicker than the teams around him. But now, Rebel and the girls, they do know that the enemy is going to be up there. A few grenades did just go off. However, Xian was not caught in the blast radius, and it looks like he's cooking a grenade off his own.
Well, he's certainly cooking a grenade. The question is, can he connect and Rebel just survive? That was a quick decision to change the position. Otherwise, Rebel would be down on her feet, but Xian is still at a good position. We better be careful of the grenades that might come in from Rebel or her teammate Incognito.
You know, as far as Team Incognito goes now, have a look at that. Rebel and, as you mentioned, Incognito are keeping their eye out on Xian. However, her teammates are still making sure that Python ESP, if they make a little bit of a move, they do relay that information onto the teammates. But by the look of things, Python ESP, they've had enough. They don't want to fight right now, especially when they don't know where the enemy are. And well, they are going to be moving to find a little bit of a greener pasture over here. But looks like we have that shiny golden Mirado, as Deathwish officials are driving a bit risky. I do not want to see that vehicle toppled over, because it is just so beautiful. Elsewhere, looks like Team Spec are taking the fight to the enemy, as SGA Esports are going to come under fire. And wait a second, the God of Death, Anubis, was unaware that his position was exposed, but lucky for him, he has some good reactions on him. On the other side, of course, we did kind of bring this up as well. SGA going up against Team Spec, as Curran lies blooded on his knees.
Well, he is already down. Maddie might go and revive him, but his teammate, he's on the flank angle, and in fact a very good position. But Team Spec are still keeping an eye on Karan. Their focus is already on one side, but look like Xian has taken down Rebel on the other side.
Looks like that little joke we were joking about earlier, he does have that one-man army qualities.
Well, he does have one-man army, and he took
Wait a
another
second.
one. Alpha is already down. That means Team Incognito, only 2 players are standing in. Xian, can he clutch at XP?
Let's see if he can, because Incognito is going to make a move. She's exposed herself, but now her position has been given away, and Xian should know that someone is lurking nearby. Oh my goodness, Incognito is taking a few chances. Xian is just like shoot a few bullets. In fact, he does connect. He might just jump down as well, because he knows they are going to be low on HP. In fact, he does have a little bit of an opening. He's got to keep an eye out on his back, because one of the members from Team Incognito could be right next to, and Rebel's position has been given out. Mind you, she did make some noise early on, as Incognito, the captain herself, makes sure that Alpha is brought back to her feet. But now this is where respite comes in, because the remaining members of 3T are finally making their presence felt, as Scar takes a few shots, but Incognito is going to be taken down by Inu. There you have it. This could be problematic. Now Alpha's work is going to be cut out for her. Can she pull off a miracle over here, as 3T are trying to engulf the enemy like amoeba, and well, sooner or later they are going to suffocate them. Now Alpha goes inside the building. This could be problematic. Xian might have an idea. In fact, he might just spot someone in there. No, he doesn't. But one good grenade is good. The problem question is, what is going through Rebel's mind right now? Because she should have probably pushed in on Xian's location and helped her teammates out. But for now, it is going to be Rebel. There you have it. Just the moment I say it, she does take things in her own hands, and now she's in a precarious position, because, well, she has enemies on both sides.
Well, she has enemies on both sides, and already Xian is in the same building over there. But Xian knocked down almost 3 of the players of Team Incognito, and Sunny will be taking down Incognito with that grenade.
Well, Incognito is in a world of trouble, and now it all comes down to Rebel's shoulder. Let's see if Alpha is going to be helping her teammates out. But for now, 3T are moving in for the kill, as Alpha Q is going to make sure that Incognito goes down. Inu are going to move in. Looks like Rebel gets the better of one of the opposition. She goes down. She is finally taken down instead. And Inu is going to be counting his lucky stars that he is still up and standing. Almost an upset coming in from there. But for now, Alpha is going to be left all by her lonesome.
Well, Alpha is going to be the last girl standing from her team, but how many position points can he go for? Because Team 3T, they are all 4 men. It's a 1v4 situation. It's not going to be so easy for her to move out of the situation because looks like the players of 3T are already hunting for her.
Well, they are hunting, and they know that, you know, there is going to be crate lying in that house because that is where Incognito went down. So Alpha, she better move her position because sooner or later they are going to be coming. Oh my goodness, have a look at what is happening at Minas Generalis. Everyone is converging in on the same side. This is the Burning Man, ladies and gentlemen. But looks like Alpha is going to get the better of Sunny Jot again. They did not expect this coming, and now perfect sounds, and she goes down, almost gets another knock on Alpha. But it is going to be one Alpha taking out another, and finally the ladies from Team Incognito are going to bid us adieu in the 16th position, putting up quite a good fight, but unfortunately they only have one finish to their name. Elsewhere, New IND Esports still a 4-man squad.
Well, they are still a 4-man squad, but look at Rix over there, and Boogie is also in the same compound. On the other end, all the 3 players are uphill XP.
Well, they are going to be uphill. Boogie, let's see if he is going to boogie. No, he's not, because he's taken down again. Rex is going to be the man of action with his UMP from Musty Zone Gaming, laying down all the hurt, and now only 2 members survive for GGL ZPR. This could be a good grenade. It is a good grenade. In fact, it's going to force Rocky on the back foot, but keep an eye out on Nyx. Now, while Rex does what he does best, Nyx should be going along that little right flank, and sooner or later we might just see him be a thorn in the side for the enemy. For now, GGL, they have lost 2 members. They've got to contemplate whether they fight or whether they back out, because they are actually, well, looks like they want to fight because grenades are going to be flung in their direction. Elsewhere, New IND is going up against INS. But for now, let's see if Nyx and the boys can snuff out the danger for now, because they are going to make smooth shots, are going to be fired. It is going to be Rex over here. Rocky gets taken down as one man stands for that team. Can God do something over here? No, he can't, as his teammate Sinner is going to be brought down as well. Looks like Musty Zone Gaming, they are having some fun, but let's see if that's going to continue. If the circle shifts away from them, they are going to have to move, and well, they're going to be happy for now, as we are going to have a little bit of a southern shift.
Well, the circle has definitely taken a southern shift. That means the team in Impala is going to be pretty happy, but looks like Team Inside Out, they are receiving damage from the players of Team IND.
And talk about the damage. That is some long distance engagements coming in, and I'm surprised it is going to be the M4 with that super laser precision. And well, it does get the job done, as Myth is now a Myth himself, as he is going to bid us adieu, which means Team Inside Out are going to be reduced to a 3-man squad. But for now, even though they have lost a member, they do have the higher ground. Let's see if that is going to be an advantage for them later on. But the thing is, Zeno, well, does have a helmet, but doesn't.
Well, he doesn't have a helmet, and that is going to pay him a lot of price if he's going to get a headshot.
What? Stop the press!
AWM!
Stop the press! No, at this range, you are supposed to whip out that big bad gun, aim it down the range, and just blow someone's brain out. Looks like we just might see that. The enemy has been spotted. Shield is not shielded. This is when you take your shot. Oh, he misses by a whisker. But now the follow-up shot is going to come in. At least everyone heard that little shot go off. And, well, the intimidation factor should be coming in. That could be a mistake over there, as Python ESP are getting ready for a bit of an assault. And the question is, can they hold the ground? Because 300 men are going to come in, as Mav Esports are going to push in on their position. Looks like Aryan is going to be taken down on a sliver of HP. Shield is still going to be up on his feet, which means, well, their work is going to be cut out, as Python are going to be reduced by 1 man. But have a look at how staggered they are. The question is, are they going to let the enemy make a few mistakes? Because if Mav Esports Shadow moves in that little kill zone, oh, they could set up quite a few angles.
Well, they can set up quite angles. In fact, the way grenades are being deployed from both of these teams, it is going to be very crucial who is going to find the initial pick. And in fact, Miracle has to be very careful, because there is another team that is quite on the uphill area on the backside.
Talking of miracles, I hope he doesn't need a miracle of his own to survive this little onslaught, because let's see what they are doing. Ooh, this is a precarious position. Divine needs a bit of divine intervention over here, as the members of Mav Esports are going to be running around making some noise. But on the other side, looks like KBP Jod are taking the fight to Death Wish officials.
Well, it looks like there is only one player that is present in the compound, but look at Zolo. His position is going to be so much crucial, XP. He can do so much for his team from that particular position.
Oh, in fact, if he goes just a little bit further up, he might just spot Shinchan in that little decommissioned tipper truck. What looks like from afar, he is going to be shot at because Tyler has the right idea. He is on that high ground. He's got the eagle's nest for his team, and well, that means Zolo flank is not going to bear any fruit. And Tyler, of course, let me just tell you one thing. As a sniper, as a long-range marksman, that is exactly what you are supposed to do. And now the tables are going to turn as he knows exactly where the enemy is, but with that one bandage and just 2 painkillers, I am a bit worried about his health. And well, I almost thought that was the enemy. His teammate is going to be nearby, so in case he does get taken down, it's not going to be problematical. But Hagemaru, he doesn't have any utility shot.
He doesn't have any utility, he doesn't have any healings, but on the other hand, Mafia finds a knock onto Shinchan over there and a confirmation. Also, Brax was also pretty much gone over there, and looks like the players of Team KBP are falling apart.
Oh, wait a second, the enemy is right at their feet, and for a split second, Deathwish officials could have been caught off guard as the enemy was behind enemy lines, but for now, Tyler is going to be the last man standing for KBP Jord, and I think that's the right decision here. He made sure he patched himself up with that one bandage, and well, he did have that painkiller, but now he is just left with 1 bottle of pills. Elsewhere, looks like 3T are going to be taking the fight to Team Spec as Cyborg is brought down to his metallic knees.
Well, Team Deathwish officials have another enemy in that territory. That is going to be the players of Team New IND Esports. On the other hand, 3D is picking up multiple fights.
They are picking up multiple fights, and looks like the enemies are going to be falling all around them. But now, SGA, I beg your pardon, Team 9 Intelligence could face some trouble. Now, Sneak. Oh, he is a bit sneaky. He is in that little crevice, and his position hasn't been given away yet. However, Deathwish officials are going to come under heavy fire from Team Inside Out from afar. But for me, they need to deal with the situation at hand because just a few meters away from them, the enemy is lying in wait.
Well, they are waiting. On the other hand, Joker with his perfect VSS has spotted down the player of SGA, and he takes him down as well. Ayush goes down.
Ayush does go down, and now looks like Maddie could be in a similar situation, but he zigs and zags, bobs and weaves his way through the bullets, and it looks like Joker is going to be taken down from afar, and it's going to be New IND dishing out all that damage. Question is, can they get a revive? And well, the quick answer is yes, because again, he just only had a sliver of his body, you know, out peeking out from that side of the mountain, and respite is going to come in. Now, we did kind of bring this up. Team 9 Intelligence, they have kind of given a few sound cues to Deathwish officials, and you know, we did kind of bring this up earlier, Shadow. Deathwish, before dealing with the team from afar, they need to deal with the situation at home. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like New IND are taking the fight to Musty Zone Gaming, who've had a fun time this far, but let's see if they can keep the enemy at bay and call this compound their own.
Well, let's see if they can get few perfect grenades or initial knocks onto the opposite enemy over there. In fact, Team IND are being very careful in this situation. They are not blindly rushing towards the enemy, and that is working for them because in the nearby vicinity also there is another squad that is present, and in the meantime, Team Spec has been eliminated.
We did see 3T, you know, kind of bully Team Spec ever since they dealt with Team Incognito, and looks like finally the final nail is going to be coming into the coffin. Elsewhere, Deathwish officials, they've spotted Inside Out running around in the distance, and now INS are just survived by one man as one of them is going to be on his bloody knees. Obeyed is the last man standing. Now it looks like New IND are making the move as Musty Zone Gaming are coming in full force. 2 members down from New IND, and Rex is the first in line. There you have it in the blink of an eye. Rex with that UMP is going to do all the talking. 5 finishes to his name as another one bites the dust. New IND out in the 12th position. 11 teams still alive. 35 people vying for that chicken dinner.
And it's the 5th circle that is going to be closing in. Another fight is breaking in XP.
Looks like there's no time for respite over here as Team 9 Intelligence are going to be pushed in by Deathwish. We did see that they had the upper hand, but now Deathwish are going to be coming in. They are looking good. They are looking strong. No, you guys are the same teammates. Don't be shooting yourself. The enemy lies up ahead. It looks like the AK is going to be rattling off the shots, but now Zolo is going to be burning. It's alright. It does get knocked down elsewhere. It does look like Python are taking the fight to GC Mav Esports, and well, they do have the numerical advantage as Curse is going to be facing the enemy right about now. Miracle is going to go on the side. He does have that Tommy gun. Is he going to go gangster all over the enemies? We're going to have to wait and find out. Looks like Miracle has spent most of his magazines as well. the enemy is keeping them guessing. They are moving, they are ever moving, and Shadow lurking in the shadows comes out from behind as GZ Mav get the better of their opponents, and with that, well, it looks like there's going to be no sting in this fight as Python ESP are going to exit in the 10th position.
Well, on the other hand, if we look at the map, Team 3T is at a good position. They are in the centrish area of the circle. On the southern side also, there are two teams present. They might change the game for themselves, but we have some of the teams that are rotating from the northern side. In fact, Team Skylights is also in a good position. Pukar better be careful. And on the other side, another fight broke in.
Another fight, and again, it's that domino effect, right? Because there were so many teams just moments ago, as another one is going to be taken down. This time, the Death Wish officials are losing their numbers one after the other, and I do believe all the weight is going to come down on one man's shoulder. That man is Zolo, but is he going to YOLO? Because he does throw a Molotov, which does connect. A grenade could be devastating with Skylights Gaming. You know what? They realized the trouble that they were in, but wait a second. Shots were fired, but Pukar is going to be on point to make sure his teammates are going to be covered. Death Wish officials, a good game, 9 finishes, but they are out in the 7th position. And boy, oh boy, had Pukar not been there, he could very well have been the last man standing for his team. Elsewhere, Destructor X, who have been pretty quiet this game, are picking a fight with GZ Mav Esports.
Well, they are certainly picking up a fight, but they don't have the perfect cover to protect themselves. On the other hand, Destruct X or Teddy OP is already shooting in their direction and
grabbing a lot of attention, but Shield's shield is going to be broken by Pukar as, wait a second, Skylight Gaming are going to lose a couple of their members on their knees. As Samraj has brought down Gumla Boy, I did hear that ding as his helmet was blown clean off his shoulders, and I do believe those shots were coming in from Musty Zone Gaming, who do have the circle, and well, the circle has kind of shifted the moment I said that. And only one team for now is going to be inside, and those are the soldiers. They are the Sepoys. It is Sepoy top players. Question is, can they hold the ground? Because sooner or later, oh boy, the enemy is going to be rushing their lines. But right now, Gian has a good idea where the boys of Skylight Gaming are, and looks like they are making the move. They are taking some fire. Sooner or later, that smoke is going to dissipate. It is going to fizzle out, and well, the positions are going to be given up.
Well, Skylight's position has been given out, and they have to move inside the circle. Also, in fact, the players of Team 3T are also falling down because one of the player has been knocked down, and Gamla Boy is making entry inside the circle, deploying the perfect smokes to make the cover and deny vision to enemy.
Mind you, as far as 3T official is concerned as well, yes, they do have that compound, but the circle is going to force them to move out. They should hold on to it because from behind, 3 members of Skylight Gaming, the winners of the last game, are going to be pushing up on their position. But elsewhere, looks like Alpha is going to get the better of Gyro God from Musty Zone Gaming, and now 3D official have a bit of an opening as Mav Esports are driving their vehicles. One of them is going to be taken down, but it's not going to be Alpha who brings him down. It's going to be Picard from Skylight Gaming, and with that explosion, old boy Joker, the other Joker, is going to be put out of his misery now. Jeezy coming to fire, Shadow goes down, Mav Koi goes down, and wait a second, is that it all for them? No, they are still going to be survived by one man at the edge of the circle as Skylight Gaming's now make their move inside the compound. Now 3T know exactly where the enemy is. Picard down on his knees. They aren't going to cut his losses because, again, the blue zone is just a little bit far away, which means the revive can't come in. But over here, Shadow, this is not looking good for 3T as Alpha comes under fire from enemies right beside him.
In fact, their position is also not good at all. Somraj can deploy grenades in their direction, and they're pretty
Speaking
much
of deploying grenades,
and they are already deploying smokes and grenades. On the other hand, team multiple zone pillars are also falling down.
They are going to be falling down. Musty Zone goes down, and now Curse is going to be the last man standing for his team. Question is it going to be a curse to himself, or are the others shooting at him going to feel a little bit of his wrath? Now, Gumla Boy doesn't have a lot of utilities. He is, well, behind cover. That is something that is going to be helpful. But Gian, again, the last man standing for his team for 3T official. But Samraj is going to go into position. Question is, he did get shot from distance. If he gets taken down, that could be problematic. But GZ Mav are going to lose their last man. That means now we are down to 4 teams, 10 people still alive. Samraj knows exactly where the enemy is, and Musty is going to be in the line of fire. That vehicle is going to go boom. He is going to be pushed back, and now grenades are going to be flung, and one good grenade is all it takes, and Pucar is going to make sure he adds a few more finishes to his name. Down to the final 3 teams. Skylight Gaming, Bhavna, are looking good.
But they have to move inside the circle XP. The circle is not in their favor. The circle is favoring the players of Team Sepoy, and they have the numbers as well. And they have the position as well. They have the rocks, that have the terrains, higher ground as well. But on the other hand, the team that is in a bit of problem is Destructex.
All it takes is one good shot to keep the enemy occupied with the revives and the smokes, and well, that is when Skylights Gaming could move in. But as you mentioned, Sepoy top players do have a good position. However, the fact that they've lost one of their members early on means, well, the numbers game is even Stevens compared to those 2 teams. But for now, Destructor X seems to have all the attention of Playboy, as he knows exactly where the enemy is. Again, for Destructor X, they do have to move in the circle at some point, and well, it does look like their vehicles, they could still use them. There you have it. Just as I say that, looks like Teddy is trying to bait Playboy out. That would have been the call over there, but for now, Pucar, a little bit of respite coming for him. He does have the ghillie. He has all that delicious level 3 loot, and well, a Mark 14, a weapon that I'm sure you really love.
Well, I love this weapon, but look at Zach over there. He's lying prone, not providing any intel, not making any sound, but now he does.
Well, Isaac has given his position away, and looks like 3 guns are going to be better than 1, as in the blink of an eye. Are you kidding me? Looks like the Sepoys all lined up, and one by one, Skylights Gaming took them out. 11 finishes to their names already. 2 of the members on their feet, but that is going to become 3 in due course. It is going to be a 3v2 between Destructor X and Skylights Gaming. Are they going to go for back-to-back chicken dinners? Looking at the momentum, looking at the way Pucar is already moving out, trying to bait the enemy towards his position. Well, I think I might have just answered my question. And even if I talk about Destructor X, they have low HP, which means utilities are going to be on the open now. They do have the advantage, as it's going to be Lynx. He gets up, he springs into action. In fact, Somraj is going to be taken down, which means now the numbers are going to be even, and it is going to be a 2v2 affair. Just as I say that, the Lynx is brought down, and well, all the weight is going to come on Teddy's shoulder now. Pucar with the grenade, he knows where the enemy is. He is going to cook it, he does throw it. The grenade goes boom, and with that, Teddy is still going to be on his feet, as he was just a bit far away. Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen, it is a one-on-one. Pucar, did he make a mistake over here? No, he did. He went down in the nick of time, and maybe, just maybe, the little ghillie suit helped him. But again, with the grenade in hand, I do believe Skylight Gaming could have just slipped, or could have let that chicken dinner slip through their fingers, because Destructor X did walk away the winners in this game. Wow.
Well, this was Skylight's game.
Oh, my heart is pounding.
This was Skylight's game. Little mistake in the end, and 3 points.
I mean, did they get complacent? Were they overconfident? What happened here, Shadow?
He went prone at that time.
He had a grenade when the enemy had a gun. Well, there you have it. You don't want to be playing with hot potatoes when the enemies have all that lead to do all the talking. But again, kudos to Teddy from Destructor X. You got to keep one thing in mind. He did get that 1 knocks, or well, his teammate Lynx did. He was in a precarious situation, low on HP, up against 2 veterans of the game. And well, he kept his calm composure, cool as ice, got the job done, and walked away the winner.
Well, he certainly walked away as a winner. He got 15 points. Not many finish points, although, but yeah, good position points are coming in. Skylights, consistent, but it was their game. A little mistake is paying the heavy price for them. Not heavy price, yes, 3 points, but still a very consistent performance.
Well, if you missed any of the action, I have a couple of questions for you. A, where were you? And B, we got you covered over here because the highlights are coming up on our screen. Now, this is where we saw Skylights, in fact, right at the beginning, lose one of their members, and when you lose the destructive Destro, it is problematic. And over here we had this question about Gian. Can it be a one-man army? And I guess we just answered that for ourselves. Yes.
Well, Gian was in the perfect position. He was having the intel of all the players of Team Incognito, but he still held his ground, waited for his teammates to back him up, and then he was passing on the information and intel for the players who were on the top hill, and that is exactly how they took down the players of Team Incognito.
Oh yeah, because Gian, I was expecting, especially once he knocked down Incognito, or got a few shots off Honor, that he might drop down and lay down some lead. But again, as you mentioned, he still held that ground, waited for for Indu and his other teammates to come in, and I guess we've been joking about it. Teamwork does in fact make the dream work.
But like you also mentioned, Rebel should have pushed on to him or
Should have.
done something.
Shoulda,
because-
coulda, woulda.
Yeah, she could have done something at that point to prevent her teammates from falling down. But on the other hand, multiple zone also had a good outing. In fact, this time Team Inside Out faced an early elimination.
They did, but the thing is, they did face an early elimination. However, they did rack up quite a few finishes for themselves. So, as far as wait a second, did they get any finishes? I don't think Inside Out got any finishes this time.
No, none
Because
at all.
the thing is, they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, and that you can only do so much when the enemy overwhelms you. But this was kind of odd because it was kind of weird that one of the members from KBP came so close to the enemy. I expected a few more shots to be rattled off, but Deathwish officials, up until the time that they were taken out, did have a pretty decent game this time around.
Well, they did have a pretty decent game. On the other hand, Team Inside tried to get few finish points, but later on, entering into the zone area became a little difficult. They lost few of their players in that particular moment. In fact, multiple zone were having a good outing, but later on, entering inside the circle also became a very difficult challenge for them.
I mean, talk about getting the job done, playing the game serious, and having fun. That is what Musty Zone Gaming is all about. Now, Deathwish officials, again, a better game for them as compared to the last outing in Erangel. They definitely showed a bit more aggression. Now, this fight was also something that was pivotal. Now, it did seem like Python Esports, they had the upper hand in this skirmish. But again, their lives were snuffed out because again, the numbers do count for something.
Well, the numbers do count when you have more
your
players.
namesake.
Yeah, numbers do count in every situation. But I'm quite disappointed from the players of Team Sepoy because they had a good control of the circle, but they were so separated. No cover fire, no backup, nothing at all.
Now here's the contrast. I'm sure it's going to be coming up on the replay soon enough. So you know what? I'm just going to have to wait for that moment because I want to paint a perfect picture for all our lovely viewers elsewhere. Musty Zone, again, they did have an amazing game, and I do believe they would have racked up quite a few finish points for themselves, but for that we are going to have to wait and find out once the point standings come up on our screens. Now, Sepoy, as you mentioned, have a look at that. They had all 4 members alive till the end, right? They had a good command of the land. They were spread out, like you said, 3 members, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
But again, at the end, they all lined up, and within a split second, they were taken out. So, again, kind of interesting to see what was happening in that camp. But over here, Lynx does this job, the foxy Lynx, making sure he springs into action, gets one down, and now all of the weight came on Teddy's shoulder. Teddy did make sure he gets that one knock, and now as he sees Pucar throw that grenade, well, it was just too easy, right? Because when someone's lobbing something, it is going to take some time to basically get your hand down, pull out that weapon, pull it out in slow motion. By that time, you're already getting shot at, and boom, that is all she wrote. But again, a lovely victory, a quiet start for this game, but Destructor X getting the job done.
Well, in fact, Teddy is the one to claim all the glory in that situation because he is the one who took down the other players of Team SG also over there. Last player that was remaining, like you mentioned, he had a grenade. There was no time because Teddy was right there waiting with his gun. The zone was closing. Yeah, well-deserved victory, but a slight mistake on the part of Team Skylights.
Well, as long as they learn from the mistakes, it's all good because we know who won the chicken dinner. Let's see how the other teams did, as we do have the point standings come out. A little bit of a glitch over there. I'd like to see what's happening over there, but we are still going to be on your screens, and I think we look better than that side. I will say that right now. I did have a glimpse of the Hindi casters over there, but I think we have a bit more oomph factor. But now, before we do get the points up on our table, just coming back to the thing again, Destructor X, a slower start. They were pretty quiet. They were dormant for the entirety of the game. And same thing with Sepoy as well. So both teams, they had similar game plans. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of details, there you have it. Skylight Gaming walking away the winners with a total of 23 points, 11 of which came, wait a second, 11 of which came from finishes, but it was Destructor X that got the chicken dinner here.
Well, they got the chicken dinner and 21 points, only 2 points short from Skylights Gaming. On the other hand, Musty Zone Gaming also had a very good outing in this particular game and much needed one. They were quite aggressive, 9 finish points, early exit, 8 position points. nothing to complain about. Sepoy also good game coming in. Consistency is the key, and that is what they have to replicate in the next match. Also, total 16 points to Sepoy, and the 4th position 3D official. Again, good position points, but this time good finish points. Also 9 finish points.
9 finish points, they are going to be happy with that. But now as we have a look at the other half of the table, well, you are going to see a couple of names that you don't really expect to see on that side. But before we do that, there you have it, perfect timing. Team Inside Out, Shadow down in the 15th without any point to their name.
In fact, Team Incognito also just 1 point. That means next game is going to be very crucial, especially for Team Incognito and SGA. SGA was on the top 3.
Because you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, Team Incognito did get a few placement points in the last game. Yes, they did a tremendous amount of damage, 1400 plus. They only have 3 finishes. But let's just keep that aside for now because we've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look and see who stood out as the iQOO MVP is going to be coming up on our screens in due time.
And guess who is going to be? And Skylight's Gaming Pukar. We already know.
Well, we already knew that because it's not just the 5 finishes, it's those 5 assists coming in that are going to be helpful as well. And of course, 741 points of damage.
And 5 assists also coming for this guy. And I'm surprised this guy, Gamla Boy, this time Gamla Boy is not there.
I mean, he is still there. Let's see if he is going to be joining his teammate as we now are going to be moving over to the top 5 players. And Gamla Boy didn't make it, but Somraj definitely did.
Yeah, Somraj definitely did, but the players of Team Masti Zone are also there. Reeks is there with 5 finish points, total 700 plus damage from 3T also in you. In fact, this was the guy who came in at the perfect time to help Xian over there with Incognito. 4 finishes, 807 damage, good damage they have been dishing out. And Teddy OP, the man who got chicken dinner for his team, 4 finishes and 742 damage.
He is definitely going to be the man of the moment as far as Destructor X are concerned. But now that we've had a look at the top 5 players, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures as the match summary is now going to be popping up on our screens. And we have a lot fewer grenades used this time, 85, which also means, well, the finishes are going to be fewer as well. Only 2 ending up in finishes here, Shadow.
Well, only 2 this time, but it's okay. We had 10 in the previous game, but this time longest finish distance is also 311 meters, 3 airdrop looted, and knock finish ratio is also pretty decent, 67 knocks, 61 finishes. I think it's okay.
Now, although I didn't see any arm knocks, I'm just happy, A, someone picked it up, and B, I heard that beautiful sound. I mean, oh boy, it definitely puts the fear in the enemy. But for now, that is all she wrote, as 2 games are going to be done and dusted with. And before we, go on to a break, let's have a look at some more stats and figures as the finish to damage ratio performance graph is going to be coming up on our screens. And this time around, a little bit more even, but of course, 4 teams are going to be shining more than the others.
Well, 4 teams are shining, but I think this time the damage is pretty much balanced, not the finish points. In fact, the team next to, I think it is Masti Zone. Not Masti Zone. The team with 2034 damage and the team with 1375 damage, they both had a pretty good outing. 6 finishes, it's okay.
I mean, look at INS as well, 342 points of damage. I mean, Python 431 and no finishes for them. That means, the teams were kind of locking horns with the enemies early on, mid-game and at the end as well. But again, sometimes you have a good day, sometimes you have a bad. But now, what this means is it is all going to come down to the last game. I love the fact that, we have, whenever competition is as razor thin as possible, it just makes it even more exciting, not only for the viewers watching at home, but for us as well, because, we can't read the future, and all of us are getting the information at the same time. Now, again, the pressure is going to be mounting. Yes, we could have said that Skylights Gaming could just scrape through unless, somebody does something major like TSM yesterday, but there is still hope for a lot of the teams to make it to the top 4, so the pressure is going to be mounting. What about targeting?
It might happen.
Because we're going back to Erangel.
Yeah, it might happen. In fact, many drop location changes are also going to be coming into the picture for the teams that didn't fare off very well in the previous two games, because match 3 is very damn crucial for them.
Oh, it isn't just crucial, it is very damn crucial, of course. And the thing is, all the teams, they have to lay it bare on the line, right? Because, again, like I said, you get this opportunity and it's on you whether you make it or break it. So again, before we do head over to the next match, anything that we're taking away from these couple of games as far as playstyles go, because like you said, and you were right, it was pretty much an explosive start.
Well, it was explosive start because we had teams like Deathwish, Destructech X, Inside Out, Skylar's Gaming is there. It was kind of expected, but match number 3 is going to be much more aggressive because Skylar's is in a safe spot. They are qualifying. They had the consistency, they have finish points, placement points, everything that is required to qualify for the next game. Are they going to replicate what TSM did?
Well, what if we put this question to all our viewers? Let us know in the chat section down below. Are they going to do something great like we saw yesterday? And again, I did have a look at the chat early on. We know you're waiting for another team. They are going to be coming up just a few moments later. But again, before we take a quick little break, the action is going to commence on the other side. I want to ask you a question now. Miramar, again, you might have a game plan for Miramar, but it all comes down to where that plane path is going to be going to and where the circle forms. This time the plane path was on the west, circle was on the east, but now this was of course all the action in the online matches. Let's have a look and see what happened in the offline world, because we do have the point standings coming up on our screens from game number 2, and this time around again it's going to be UDog India walking away the winners. 15 points from positions, 15 from finishes. Oh boy, they really aren't the underdogs. Like you said, they are one of the new rising teams.
Well, they certainly are. 30 points in a single game, that is something. On the other hand, Rage Officials also had a good outing. 7 finish points, total 19 points. But look at the point difference, 30 and 19. 11-point difference is there if my maths is correct. And then we have Team Faith with 12 points and the 3rd position. They were quite passive in the game. They were fighting for the position points, and Team Vicious Annihilator has stepped up this time with 5 finish points, but not many position points to back them up.
Well, looks like they were annihilated a bit in this game as well, but of course a better outing from the last game. Now, let's just be honest over here, right? UDog India winning 2 back-to-back chicken dinners means that they have pretty much booked a berth for themselves in the next round, which still means even for a team like Vicious Annihilators, it's still open because, the maximum points were taken by that one team. But on the other side, looks like this time Egyptian Esports. I see that frown on your face. What went wrong here, Shadow?
Well, Egyptian Esports, I don't know, very early, maybe drop location clash or something. They were a little separated. We didn't.
Maybe they went up against Underdog India.
Maybe because they are having the highest finish points over there. I want to know which teams went against UDog India.
Well, we have all that information. I'm sure you and I will go and have a look at the video later on. But for now, again, we are going to be... here we are. We are back in the studio once more. And... without further ado, we are going to have your games in. I know you always want the casters to stop talking, but before we do take that quick little break, Shadow, again, I want to put you in the spotlight because then, you are the tactical mind here. I'm the guy who just blabbers. But you know what? I guess I'm going to give you a little bit of a breather as well. I won't put you on the spot.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
I think that's about it. We are a good little team. But now what we are going to do is, from Shadow and I, we are going to take a quick little breather, make sure we give our throats just a little bit of rest, but the action shall continue on the other side. And well, Floki is going to be sitting right here. So for now, I'm going to bid you adieu. See you on the other side of this very short break.
37. Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO Legend 7. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be none other than Shadow herself. Shadow, we've had two very action-packed games so far. Both of these games have been rather chaotic towards the end over there. So what do you think what we can expect coming in for Game 3?
Well, the top teams are going to be aggressive, no doubt about that. But the main concern is the teams that are ending somewhere between the 5th and 8th spot, because the game is still open for them. The chance of qualifying for the quarterfinals is still open. So they have to make sure they get the finish and position points enough required for the qualification to quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to make sure you get to the quarterfinals. You don't end up in the round 3 itself. And for that, you need to place top 4. Now, some of these teams have been struggling. A couple of names that we were anticipating to do well perhaps didn't do as well in game number 2. I am talking about Team Inside Out. But you know what? Before we jump into that, let's have a look at the matchup and see what teams are going to be playing. Just in case you've missed out on the action, here are the teams on your screens right now. We've got Death Wish Officials, Team Inside Out, Musty Zone Gaming, Python Esports, Destructor X, New Wind Esports, KBP Jod, and Team 9 intelligence. These are the first 8 teams that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and in particular Team Inside Out too, because definitely this is a team that I think a lot of people have their eyes set on. They've come in all the way from the open qualifiers. Let's see if they can make it here all the way to the quarters.
And we have Team SGA Esports, Team Spec, Team 3D Officials, a good outing in the previous game. Team Seapoid, top players, Team GZMAV Esports, Team GGLZBR Officials, Team Incognito, Team Skylights Gaming. Well, Skylights Gaming, Floki, is in a safe spot, but teams like SGA Esports, they have to make sure they get enough points in this particular game and not get an early elimination, because if they get an early elimination, chances are they might not qualify, because only the top 4 teams are making it to the quarterfinals.
Absolutely, only the top 4 teams are going to be making it to the quarterfinals, and this is the last chance you get.
Yeah.
Now, it is still more than the earlier rounds from round 1 and round 2. We have upped the number of matches to 3, but still, it's somewhere or the other, this is the final opportunity that they have. It's not as many matches as most teams would have liked, obviously, but these are the qualifiers. It is supposed to be brutal, it is supposed to be cutthroat, so you better not mess up your chances over here of winning. But soon enough we should be jumping into the map and seeing what Erangel holds in store for us. But while we're going to be having a look at that, I want to discuss with you what went wrong with Team Inside Out, right? Because game 1, great performance, considering the fact that they were in a very bad position. The circle, it spawned in an area that they possibly could not have rotated in without taking a fight. They did well for themselves. Why did that not happen on Miramar?
Well, Erangel is one of the strong point of Team Inside Out. Their zone reading in Erangel is always on point, but in Miramar they had to make it into the zone, and there were already players present, so it became a little challenging for them. But still, the game is still open for them, because match number 1 they had enough position and the finish points to back them up, so they can afford to have one bad game. I think they ended up somewhere at 13th position.
They got 0 points in the last game.
0 finish points, yeah.
Yeah.
They were in the 13th spot, no points at all. But this time the Erangel is there. That means they are strong point. They can play their game style, and Joker can do pretty much in Erangel. I'm hoping Inside Out is going to give a very dominating performance in this one.
Yeah, well, everyone is going to be looking at Team Inside Out, right? Because this is a team, like we talked about, everyone has their eyes set on them since the qualifiers themselves. So the first round, the second round, these guys, they perform very, very well. Somewhere or the other, though, against the caliber of the teams that they're seeing right now, they are having a hard time just, getting back up on their feet, at least on Miramar. Now, Erangel was a map where their performance, like you mentioned, was very, very good. I believe they got 16 finish points, and they ended in the 5th place. So they made the best out of a bad situation. This time around, hopefully, the BGMI gods are a little bit kinder. Maybe the circle spawns where they are, and the rotations for them are a lot easier. But we're about to find out if that is going to be the case or not. In fact, before we even get there, we need to have a look at the flight path. And well, if you are a map expert right now, if you're looking downstairs, you're going to be able to figure out that we are indeed above Primorsk. And we're making our way all the way towards Kameshki, making sure that Lipovka is actually somewhat accessible. Does that make you happy, Shadow?
Well, that makes me happy. That makes the players happy. But what are you expecting the circle to be in this particular game? Where the circle should go, according to you?
Well, I have a feeling it might shift a little bit towards northwest area of Georgopol. I imagine that is potentially where we could see the circle shifting. Now, I'd be very, very surprised if the circle stays consistent, with the flight path, and we see something like a school/Lipovka circle coming into the mix over here. But the way this flight path is going right now, it does seem that a couple of places on the map are going to be hard to access, especially Georgopol, because Georgopol is an area that a lot of teams do like to drop into, so maybe they're going to have to switch their playstyles up a little bit over here. So Snovka military base, we saw 2 teams dropping over here last time around. We see 2 teams dropping over here this time around as well. Yasnia Poliana, Kameshki, Severny, in fact, Lipovka, Milta and Milta Power should also be fairly accessible.
Well, they are still easily accessible, but like you mentioned, in military base, we are again witnessing Team Incognito and Team KBB. This time also, I think they are not going to be taking up fight, because they both need the position points and the finish points. But on the other hand, Team New IND, one of the player has already been taken out.
Yeah, it seems that Team Musty Zone Gaming have decided to challenge the side of Team New IND, and Team New IND don't have a response. In fact, they will find another knock on Musty Zone Gaming. just whittling down the numbers on the side of New Int to 2, leaving them in a very rough spot in this final game over here. Now the question is, do New Int try and take this fight, or do they cut their losses short and run? It is still early days in the game. Maybe all the players don't have the utility, but that Uzi at that distance makes Musty reconsider his choices, and he does not have any way of healing himself back up. This could be problematic, as Musty is going to have to wait for backup to arrive from one of his teammates, and maybe then he can start doing some sort of shenanigans over here. But well, speaking of backup, here is GyroGod. He's actually moving all the way around and trying to set up some sort of flank angle coming in. Has a grenade, he's going to cook it up, try and throw it into the window, but no one really over there to connect. No, he actually throws it downstairs. Could have hit one of the players on the bottom floor, but it does not connect. And now with the Uzi at that distance, he will be able to find the knock on Longman. And elsewhere on the map, there is also action breaking out over here. New Int going to be in a world of trouble. I believe that is 3 of the players being knocked down very, very early on in Musty Zone. I believe they've gotten themselves not only the first pick, but the squad wipe as well. Nope, there's still one player standing.
Well, there is still one player standing. I think he has gone for the revival onto his teammate, but he also got eliminated, and now New IND, I believe, is standing with last man. But on the other side, another fight is breaking between the players of SG Esports and Team Deathwish, and Team Deathwish already one player knocked down.
Yeah, it seems that Team Deathwish are also going in for some sort of an early drop contest play over here. They have succeeded so far. They've exchanged a knock-in. Their player can be rezzed back up, but Karan has also been gotten back up on his feet now, so perhaps an even trade coming in for both of these teams. Now remember, you don't want to extend these fights for too long in the early game, right? I mean, if you end up extending them for too long and you don't go around, you're just not going to have enough loot to work with in the future. But I do believe that the Circle has spawned, so we're going to be having a look and seeing if this fight does make sense for them, or if this is something that they're going to have to get done with and rotate in. Because if the Circle is on them, they still have the liberty to do the same. And well, it does look like that is the case. Yasnia Polyana fairly close to the periphery of the current Circle.
Well, they are on the periphery. That means they can afford for a late rotation as well. They can commit to this fight. The question is, both these teams need the position points. They are still in the not in the safe spot, so that they can say they are making it to the quarterfinals. But look at Milta. 2 other teams are already present over there. Team GGL is there. Then we have Team Python Esports also. Python Esports is not having a best of the game, but both the teams are right now in a stalemate kind of a situation. They are waiting for the enemy to commit to a mistake, and then things will open up for either of the team.
Absolutely. A couple of teams having a free time over here around the western periphery of the Circle, but most of these other teams are seeming to contest each other for the time being. The center of the Circle fairly unoccupied at this point. There's no teams in Pochinki either, but yeah, we're having a bit of a stalemate over here between the side of GGL Zephyr Official as well as the side of Python Esports, and both of these teams not really looking to take an engagement this early on. I mean, this is pretty much just a waste of bullets unless you go in as a squad and you're able to get that squad wipe going for them. These sorts of early plays are almost never worth it because they leave both teams wounded and low on resources.
Well, they are on low of resources because they have just dropped it. Look at the player, and he has found a perfect angle onto the players of Team Python, but he better be careful of the grenades.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Divine is in a decent position, but like you mentioned, those grenades could spell trouble. Divine, though, is going to survive, and in fact, he returns a grenade before Sinner is even going to get a chance to pop one of his own. And now, with that pick in their favor, with the knock available to the side of Python, are they going to push for more? The player not in a very good spot to be rezzed up, so potentially they could go in for the aggression. It was all on Divine's shoulders, but Divine falters, gets spotted out over here by God, and God, well, he's going to gatekeep them, prevent them from going on, confirming the finish, but he himself is going to confirm one finish to start things off over here. And GGL Zephyr, this might just end up going really, really well for them. Rocky baiting his teammate out, trying to figure out where the rotation is coming from the other members on the side of Python. And Python, much like the name suggests, are struggling around over here. They're trying to find some angles from where they can slither and maybe choke their enemies out, but it'll be hard to do so. Well, it looks like they will be able to find one more knock coming in on Rocky. That was the player sent on the resurrection mission over here for Karan, and Karan also on his feet now, making sure that GGL Zephyr, well, they're going to be in a world of trouble. Looks like they're both going to be exchanging a knock each as of now, but can they confirm that pick on Karan? I think he will bleed out eventually. And yeah, that should be 2 picks going in the favor of Python Esports. They come out on top of this trade over here, but once again, they need to make sure they don't spend too much time over here because this is pretty much a waste of resources.
Well, that is a waste of resources, but Boogie is already cooking up grenade onto the players of Team Python. They better be careful, but Boogie is not able to find the perfect trajectory so that he can knock one of the players for sure. He doesn't want to reveal his position. On the other hand, God is also ready on with his grenade for the player of Python Esports.
Yeah, look at that. Mark might be in a little bit of trouble over here. No, he ducks and covers. He does not get hit by the nade, so that he's going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer over here. And GGL Zephyr, now they've sort of got an awkward position. They have revealed their position on God, and God soon enough going to be swarmed by multiple members coming in from the side of Python Esports. How many players can he find out? He spots one out, he tries to go for the knock, but is unable to find it. And now GGL Zephyr only have one player standing who most certainly is going to ducktail and run. Python Esports finally, 7.5 minutes in, come out on top of this engagement in Milta, and they will have control of this area. Boogie probably will be forced to rotate out on a buggy. No coincidence over there, and Python Esports are going to take this moment to rest, recover, and reload.
Well, Boogie, the only thing he can do in this situation is just run away, fight for the position points, make sure he ends up till this final circles at the second or the third position, because that is the only thing that is going to help him, because he has no utilities, no first aids, and he can't even back up, retreat from the situation because the push is already in.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of teams do early on over here. Boogie is not going to be long for this world, as Python Esports will put him 6 feet under, getting the first squad wipe of the game, and 4 finishes to the name as well, avenging Divine's early demise. And now they're going to try and make sure they live a little bit longer, so those finish points carry them just a little bit extra. Because at this point, with this round remaining over here to determine which teams will be making it to the quarterfinals, you need to make sure you stay alive as long as possible. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the circle, the northern part of the map. Well, it is fairly dense with a bunch of teams in the mix. I do see the side of Skylights Gaming over there. I see SGA Esports in the mix as well. There is also 3T Official in the vicinity, and Deathwish officials are also in there. So this should be fairly interesting. And the circle shifts a little bit further towards the northeast, potentially could be seeing a finish in the direction of Mansion or Shelter. Now, you have to remember that there is still a little bit of Sosnovka military base in there, so rotating all the way from Nova Ripnoy is possible, but there's going to be a lot of action coming in on the western end of the current circle. Speaking of which, we're going to be turning our attention towards Skylights Gaming, who do seem to have an eye on the members of SGA Esports. Now, SGA Esports have to be a little bit careful. They're coming in from the high ground. They don't exactly have vision on the Skylights members here.
They don't have the vision, but Skylights is also not in the mood to stay at this place for long. They are already rotating towards a better positioning inside the circle, but on the other hand, the players of 3D are falling down.
Yeah, 3T taking the fight to Deathwish officials over here, and 2 of the players have already been knocked down. Sneak trying his best to maybe get a pick from that window, but is not able to do so. Instead, will focus on getting his teammate back up on his feet, getting more members in the fight. That is what's more important at this point. But 3T official, they're not doing the same thing. They could be at a man disadvantage over here potentially, but no, they still got 3 members up and running, and now the rest will come through. Do they continue taking this fight, or do they call it quits? Because you have to remember, it seems that these teams are in close proximity of each other. So they could attract attention from someone like Skylights Gaming, who are also closing in on that same position. But in the meantime, 3T officials, they're going to start pouring in a couple of nades in these houses, clearing them out and flushing them down, making sure that there's not enough real estate to work with for all of the players. And guess what? It does result in a knock. Daksh is going to be on his feet, on all 4s, crawling around, and the rest is going to come through as well. The Molly, a little bit off the mark over here, and the smoke being spammed from Inu. Great awareness coming out by him, but not able to connect. And well, 3T Alpha, he's also going to find a knock on one of the members of the side of Deathwish over here, and Deathwish might just have their wish granted at this rate. 2 of the players still standing. Rez, it does look like it has come through, so they will be able to get them back up on their feet, but elsewhere on the map, it does seem the Team Incognito is also in the middle of a fight. In the meantime, we are going to be focusing on 3D official, and 3D officials are going to wrap all the way around and put Deathwish 6 feet under as well. Deathwish have been eliminated in 14th place, not the way they imagined going out, Shadow.
Well, not the position to get an elimination, because you are getting nothing at all at this position, but Team 3D are still in the race. They had a good game in the Miramar. This time also a good head start with 4 finish points. Let's see how far they can go in this particular game, because it's a very crucial game for all the teams who are between somewhere like 4th to 10th position, because they can either make it or break it. On the other hand, on the players of Team SGA official, they have a good compound for their name. They are still inside the circle, and I guess they have spotted on the players of Team Destructor X.
Yeah, Team Destructor X definitely going to have a lot of eyes set on them, especially after their performance in the last match. So we'll see if they get taken out early over here, or if they live to see the dawn of light, the dawn of a new day. In the meantime, Maddie at this distance is trying to spray down with the M4. Will not connect on those shots, but could have potentially done a little bit of damage there to the Jeep. So not in vain just yet. But elsewhere, it does seem like the side of Team 9 Intelligence are looking to make something happen on the back of the information they've just received. They've got backup coming in the form of other players as well. And Aryan, who was doing the scouting for the team, well, he's relayed that information over to them, and we'll see if they decide to take a fight here or not. As of now, there is no real incentive for the side of Team 9 Intelligence to take this fight, but who knows, maybe they're just going to push anyway and try to get up those finish points going for themselves. Well, the circle is once again going to shift a little bit towards the center over here. Farm is going to be the area where we're going to be seeing the majority of the action breaking out soon enough. And look at that, both the western and the eastern peripheries of the circle, well, they are going to be fairly contested. I do see an AWM in there. Somewhere or the other, I hear some noises being made by Experiment Gaming, and yeah, I'm quite sure he's going to be pleased to see the weapon in the supply drop. But yeah, so far it does seem that after the early aggression that we've seen, everyone has seemed to calm down a little bit. No more fights breaking out just yet.
Well, for now, teams are busy rotating inside the circle, making towards the safety. In fact, on the other side, towards the southern side, another fight is breaking between the players of Destruct X and Team Python. Team Python are pretty much having a control of the warehouse. On the other hand, Destruct X have better positioning. They have better control of the area.
Yeah, Python Esports, they did lose one of their members early on over here, so it's going to be a little bit hard for them to take a head-on engagement, which is why they are choosing to hold on for the meantime, not really going ahead and pushing and taking up a lot more real estate than they can handle, because they could easily get flanked. Elsewhere on the map, though, it does seem there's more action breaking out as Musty Zone Gaming are taking the fight over to the members of Team Spec, and Team Spec just going to ducktail and run. They have no business staying over here. They are more than happy to just say goodbye, adieu, au revoir, and maybe next time around they're going to take the fight when the zone and the area does favor them a little bit more. Back towards farm though, it does seem that Python have found themselves in a bit of a stalemate over here and attracted the attention of KBP Jods. Shadow, how do they approach this fight? Because it doesn't seem like they have a lot of easy ways to take these engagements.
Better stick to just one single fight, because if you are picking multiple fights, then chances of being third-partied are going to be very much. And yes, the way Aryan is keeping the players of KBP at bay, that is a good decision, because if maybe they would have rushed into their compound, but Aryan better not overpeak, because he himself might be down any minute. He is like right now, but this grenade can be very deadly.
It could have been, but the cover was available over there, and guess what? Destructor X, they are sort of capitalizing on the fact that there is KBP Jod in the vicinity. I do see another nade popping off. Didn't really connect on any of the members of Python though, so they will be A-okay for the time being. But with all of these members wrapping around in the circle and the blue zone closing in as well, things are not going to be easy for them. They either need to rotate out or find some other way of making these teams clash while not being in the middle of the line of fire themselves. Grenade's going to be popped a little bit off the mark, but that's okay. They are looking to change positions over here. In fact, there is a Jeep available that is going to take them elsewhere. Oh no, Python Esports, they are actually looking to push this. This could be super risky over here. Destructor X might be caught off guard by this, but their players survive, and that's what's most important. They've got the information now, and maybe they can line up a punish. The heals are going to come through over here. Miracle, do you choose to push? Do you choose to stay put? Monk also going to join the fray over here, and he's trying to go around the corner, maybe get that big for himself. Doesn't spot out the play just yet because he is sitting outside, and looks like the members from Destructor X will be able to heal themselves back up. Lynx hasn't really shown himself, but elsewhere on the map, Skylights Gaming, look at those nades pouring in, just creating all-around chaos for the side of GZX map. And Shadow is going to be knocked out, but my Shadow is alright. She's sitting right here next to me. In the meantime, Skylights Gaming, they're going to continue with the aggression and try and find some more picks to their name. They've already found 3 finishes to start things off over here, but are they going to find more? Doesn't seem like it, because there's not a lot of teams around them on the Potato Hill.
Well, the contestation of Pochinki Hills, Skylights Gaming is winning this one by eliminating a squad. On the other hand, the players of Team Incognito are also falling down through the hands of Team 9 Intelligence. But these teams, Team Python and Destructor X, were in a stalemate. But right now, Aryan was a little impatient, and Tej OP found a knock onto him.
Python, they have to be patient over here, Shadow. This is the only opportunity that they have to qualify for the quarterfinals, but their players are dropping like a house of cards, and Lynx is going to go forward and find the ball. It's going to be a squad wipe coming in. Python have also been eliminated, only the fourth circle in, and we've already said goodbye to 6 teams in the mix over here. Not the way we imagined Erangel to go down, but all of these teams just taking all the risks, and some of these risks not paying off at all. GZX Mav Esports with just one member standing up trying to keep their dreams alive, but everyone else still has a full 4-man roster, so a very clear difference in terms of skills between all of these teams. And a very clear difference between the approach coming in as well. We did mention early on that Skylights Gaming might be a little bit more aggressive because they know they've qualified, but they are going for the safer approach for the time being. Let's have a look at the replay though and see exactly how Python Esports got eliminated once again. No, in fact, we're going to be having a look at another fight elsewhere on the map. It's going to be between Team Spec as well as Team 9 Intelligence. Looks like the side of Team 9 Intelligence did come out on top and took out the side of Team Spec, saying goodbye to them as well. Once again, all of these teams being eliminated early have lost their only shot at making it to the quarterfinals, but there are still other teams in the race over here, Shadow, and they are not going to give up that seat for the quarterfinals just yet.
And Team INS also starting things pretty slow this time, having a good compound to their name towards the southern western side, but on their top they have multiple zone team, but they have spotted down the players of Team SGA Esports, and Joker is already receiving a lot of damage. Good decision deploying the smoke, denying the vision for the players of Team SGA. He needs to heal himself and get into safety as soon as possible because Karan already having his eyes set on Joker.
Yeah, inside out, they could be in a world of trouble over here, Shadow. Remember, they did not do very well on Miramar, so this is the map where they have to perform. They cannot afford to be picked off from the side of SGA Esports, and SGA, they are looking in their direction, but Team Inside Out just tuck tail and run, try and stay alive as long as possible. Push and play aggressive when the time is right. It looks like now is the time to play aggressively as they spot out Team 9 Intelligence, and they've seen them all huddling together in that house with those smokes. Where's the flank though? Where's the backup coming in? Here are the members of Inside Out, the other ones coming in, but Joker once again dropping rather low over here. He was hiding behind the car, but in the meantime, Team Inside Out, they have revealed that they are inside or nearby the shack. And all of their players might be in a little bit of trouble because they did start the fight, but they aren't finishing it. And guess what? Joker is also going to be knocked out over here from the side of Team SGA Esports, coming in from the flank. And guess what? Team Musty Zone Gaming is also in the nearby vicinity. So this might just be a 4-way clash breaking out here soon enough. Joker OG on his feet, on his knees, waiting to be picked back up by one of his teammates. But revival is not coming through just yet. And now Zeno, after healing himself up, will focus on getting his teammate back up on his feet. Elsewhere on the map, though, a lot of action breaking out. It does seem that while there is a stalemate going on over here, the other parts of the map are seeing action, and the ones responsible for it are Skylights Gaming. Seapoint top players once again in the world of trouble. There is a rock providing them with some semblance of cover, but all those nades pouring in are making it impossible for the side of the Seapoints to rotate out.
Well, Seapoys are pretty much pinned down beside that rock area. They can't move, and the way the grenades are being deployed in their direction, they can't do much in this situation. In fact, Destro is taking things pretty aggressively, and he is in the mood to make a direct rush towards the players. But on the other hand, INS is also going up against the players of Team 9 iQOO.
Yeah, but INS, they're losing the players one by one. I see Obeid on his knees. I see Myth on his knees. Zero's also going to go on his knees. Joker OG, the only player still standing over here, is trying to go in for the rest. Do the side of Team 9 Intelligence push over here, or do they confirm those knocks? They will go for the confirmation on Zeno, and they will find him. What about Myth though? Is he still standing strong? No, he is not. He is also going to be knocked down. Team INS going to be in a world of trouble over here. Joker OG also in trouble as he is on his knees. Thankfully, he got the revive on his teammate Obeid, but he's going to have to pick him back up on his feet and then maybe get the hell out of here. Team 9 Intelligence causing so many problems for Team Inside Out. And look at that, Team Inside Out. Well, they're certainly trying to stay alive over here. They've got a couple of cars over here, but they are going to explode if they tank a few more shots coming in from those rifles at this point. And now they're going to make a run for it. Obeid is going to go and find some cover behind that rock, trying to go towards the smoke area himself, but there is Wrath watching over in the meantime, preventing that rotation from coming in. In the meantime, KBP official will be able to eliminated over here, and it does seem like the side of Team INS are going to be met with the same fate as Team 9 Intelligence are not letting them get out of here. They are just stuck, pincered over here with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They cannot get out of here without fighting.
Well, they have to take this fight. On the other hand, multiple zone players are also falling down. But Team 9 IQ Wrath has to be very careful because Obaid has his eyes set onto him. The minute he's going to, Wrath is going to come out in the open, Joker OG will take shot at him and try to knock him down. But on the other hand, Joker has to provide to Obaid and give a revive as well because Obaid has been knocked down. Now it's all on Joker.
Yeah, Team Inside Out, they've only got one player in the mix over here. Joker OG going to be in a water, probably sees players pushing in, but he will not be able to deliver. Team Inside Out will be eliminated in 8th place with nothing to show for, as they are now at the mercy of all of these other teams not playing well for their chance in the quarterfinals. In the meantime, there's still 7 teams remaining in the mix over here. KBP Jot still standing strong along with Team 9 Intelligence, who are still in the mix. Musty Zone Gaming and SGA Esports as well, with 3 members up on their feet. Destructor X, Sepoy, Skylights, though with only 1 pony in the race, it's going to be hard for them to find those sorts of beneficial engagement that they could have found had they a full roster. But that is not going to be the case. In fact, the circle is also going to shift further down south, and it's going to mean that all of these teams, well, they're going to have to come into the crosses of Team 9 Intelligence. Is going to be very, very comfortable just sitting around the edge and gatekeeping everyone because their backstab is completely clear. They only need to make sure that the right flank does not get a bit too heavy on them, because that is the only way they end up losing this game.
Or if they get sandwiched between multiple zone and the team at the south, that is SGA 9 IQ, has to be very careful. On the other hand, Wrath has been taken down and Musty Zone is already closing on to them. They better be careful, and Musty is already there in their area having the perfect cover, and he spots down one of the players of 9 IQ, but Musty is very low on HP. He needs to heal himself, but he is going for the confirmation. No, he eliminates the whole squad of 9 IQ.
My goodness, Musty, no fears on this man whatsoever. Just eliminates the side of 9 IQ in the flash, in the blink of an eye. And now, SGA Esports, they're looking to do the same to the side of KBP George. The George going to be in a world of trouble. 3 players standing, 1 player already has bitten the dust. And guess what? There's other players coming in as well. But no, looks like KBP George are fighting back over here. They're not going to go down so easy. Team SGA Esports are going to have to struggle a little bit harder if they want to confirm these knocks into finishes. And Rex is the player to blame, who's making life a lot harder for the side of SGA. And with that smoke, SGA should be able to get the rest going, but that buggy is not the best of vehicles to have in this sort of a situation when the circle is so close that you can very easily get picks from these distances with those ARs. And Shinchan, he's trying to wrap around, trying to find some sort of angle where he can maybe get some sort of flank going, get a pick, get an advantage for his teams, and allow them to collapse towards the center of the circle, claim that piece of real estate for themselves, as we only have 4 teams remaining in the mix. Sepoy top players with only 1 player still standing and no finishes to the name. They're all going to be relying on positioning points. Musty Zone Gaming, though, they're the leading pony in this race. They're none other than 8 coming in, and they will be able to eliminate Snorlax. He's going to be popped out and both 6 feet under, as well as there's just 1 member standing now on the side of SGA. And guess what? He's going to have his hands full in just a bit, because Rex is going to put the other one out of his misery as well. No, he spotted out the other player taking cover behind the car. This could be big for the side of KBP George as they eliminate the only member standing from SGA. Karan in a world of trouble trying to stay alive. The bullet drop doing the work, and it will succeed. Finally, Rex will put him 6 feet under. And it seems like KBP George is going to be extremely pleased with that, as they only have Musty Zone Gaming now to contend with.
Well, Musty Zone, they have the position, but they don't have the zone. But the way they are deploying grenades in the direction of KBP, they might have things in their favor. 11 finishes already to their name. They are looking very good, and KBP have the complete control of the circle. But they better be careful of the last player of Team Sepoy, who is somewhere lurking around. But Team KBP, Shingchan, has a good cover. On the other hand, Rax is in the front line. So Team Multiple Zone better be careful of Rax. And right in the center, we have airdrop also.
Yep.
And Zach, he's slowly making his way towards the player of Team KBP. And I think he has spotted on Drax over there. But his main motive right now is to find a good cover for himself and make it inside the circle. Because if he fires shot right now, if we do anything right now, he is going to expose himself not to just 1 team, 2 teams. That, mind you, more than 6 players he's going to expose himself to. And that is exactly exactly what he doesn't want. On the other hand, Gyro God is again doing the same thing, slowly making his way into the circle.
Absolutely, Gyrogod in the meantime is just trying to make his way towards the supply drop, take whatever's waiting for him in there, and Musty in the meantime will be to take out one of the members of Sepoy, and guess what, Musty himself is going to get traded out over here, so a 1-for-1 trade coming in. And it looks like KBP John's aren't done yet. In fact, they are going to go for more Musty's own gaming. Oh, that they narrowly avoid Drax still standing strong with half his HP, does have a bandage to heal himself back up, but his West is completely shot. Elsewhere though, Hagemaru, he's got the full kit utility. He's got himself a top-tier helmet, a top-tier vest to work with. All he needs to do is find those angles and isolate those duels in the meantime. Rax continues to push with the UMP at that distance. At this point in the zone is a very effective weapon, and KBP George will be able to get that chicken dinner for themselves once again. And I have to say, Musty's Own Gaming, they tried really hard in the end, but it just wasn't their day.
Well, it just wasn't their day, but a very good outing. I think they had more than 11 finishes to their name, good position points, but KBP had the circle, they had everything, and they had the chicken dinner also.
Yeah, most certainly it seemed that KBP George, they definitely did a lot of heavy lifting over there, making sure that all these other teams who were in the zone didn't really collapse on them, and they knew that they didn't have a lot of real estate to work with, so they pushed very smartly, trying to create some sort of bait, some sort of flank situations going around, and that's all they needed to get that chicken dinner. But some of these other teams have not been so lucky. Some of these other teams that we were expecting to do so well have been eliminated rather early on. Python Esports come to mind, where they did get themselves 4 finishes to work with, but at the end of the day, they didn't really find the placements to have those finish points make a big impact. Let's jump into the highlights and see exactly what went wrong for some of these teams over here, as there was a lot of early action going on. I was quite surprised to see this.
Well, Musty Zone started things very good from the very start of the game by eliminating the players of Team IND, definitely boosting their confidence by getting the 4 finish points. In fact, their rotations were also pretty good. Inside the circle, they held on to their ground. It was just the last circle they missed. It was in the favor of Team KBP. In fact, in this was also a stalemate situation, but this time Aryan kind of went a little impatient, and that's when he paid the price. But other than that, fight was going pretty good. Multiple fights were going on. Python Esports not having the best performance on all the 3 games. Their chances of qualifying are pretty low, but they went on the aggressive push onto the individual players of the other team.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and well, in the end, we did see them get that 2nd place finish, so kudos to them for being aggressive early on. Paid dividends, but can't say the same for some of these other teams coming in. Deathwish, they had their wish granted, they got eliminated fairly early on, and 3T official are the ones to thank for that. I mean, it seems that overall we just saw a lot of early aggressive plays coming in, but in the end nothing really seemed to work out for any of these teams, as they all were just reeling from those lack of resources and the lack of positioning that they would have otherwise had they prioritized moving a little bit deeper into the circle, or maybe getting some sort of long rotation going and getting themselves into a good spot in a good compound. Well, we definitely did miss this, didn't see this on the screen, as I believe that was the side of KBP George getting a knock onto the members of Team Incognito, eliminating them and putting them out of their misery. But yeah, Musty's Own Gaming, aggressive since the very start, and they made it work. I mean, they were the only team who stayed consistent throughout, didn't change up their playstyle all that much, and well, they definitely did a lot of work for it. In fact, even Sepoy, top players, they did a lot of work. They didn't really find all that many finishes, but they ended up in the 3rd place, so that does give them 10 placement points to work with. And yeah, overall I have to say, Team Inside Out as well, I mean, this is of course the elephant in the room that we haven't addressed just yet. I mean, they really didn't play as well as we thought they would. They got eliminated fairly early on. Maybe they found a couple of finishes, but those are just consolation frags at best. Actually, I'm not even sure if they found themselves a couple of finishes to work with. They just ended up with 0 points, so perhaps not going to be the team we're going to be seeing more of in the quarterfinals, and that is going to be a little bit disappointing for all the fans out there. But there's always another time, there's always the next chance, and maybe they can learn from their mistakes and come back stronger. But Skylights Gaming, let's talk a little bit more about them, because they have had a very good start, since the very first game. They've been on top over here, and this time around they weren't really where they would like to be, but given the fact that they did very well in those first 2 games, they didn't have to perform out of their mind in this one.
Well, the fact that Skylights and INS didn't have a very good outing in this particular game. Skylines, yes, in a good spot, but not all aggressive. They could have gone all aggressive. They had safety numbers to back them up for qualification, but other teams chimed in, like KBP is their team 9 IQ. In fact, in the fight against INS had the height advantage, but they couldn't resist the grenades that were coming in, molotovs that were coming in from the players of team 9 IQ at the lower ground. But KBP Jod, they were not stopping for anyone. This game was very crucial for the players of team SGA also, because team SGA had a good outing in the match number 1. This match was very crucial, but KBP Jod aggressively threw grenades, eliminated the players of team SGA also. But Team KBP, how many finishes do they even have? I think they eliminated so many squads. They have double-digit finishes, if I'm not wrong, but multiple zone. In fact, KBP, the way they are spread out, look, Floki, they were picking individual players of multiple zone. It was last player, Nick, who was remaining.
Absolutely. It just comes down to that little amount of extra distance that you have at the periphery compared to these other teams, right? They were just that little tiny bit ahead, and that's all they needed to push the advantage, coming in from all these separate angles, isolating their fights, finding all those pickoffs and making life very, very difficult for Must Zone Gaming. Once again, goes to show that in the late game, if you're the team that prioritizes rotating into the circle early on, you will be rewarded with better positioning, and on top of that, you're going to be able to capitalize on it and sort of go in for these sorts of aggressive plays that teams who rotate a little bit late might not have the luxury to do.
Well, they might not have the luxury to do it all depends on the terrains also, the position also. Even if you are outside the circle, you have a terrain, you can back it up. But that's all done and dusted. Let's have a look at the point standings where each team stands. And KBP Jod right at the top with 15 finish points and total 30 points.
Wow, that is a lot of points on the side of KBP Jods. But in second place, we've also got Team Musty Zone Gaming. We got a third place finish for SGA Esports, so they may not have had a lot of finish points to their name, but they certainly got themselves a very good placement. I believe that is them placed in the 4th position with 8 placement points to work with. Team 9 Intelligence in 4th place, Seapoy top players in the 5th place with only 10 points to work with, all of them coming from placements, and Destructor X in 6th, Skylights in 7th, and 3T in 8th.
Well, they have 8 points, but inside out just 1 point. 2 back-to-back bad matches. Their chances of qualifying, I don't know, we have to do a lot of maths for all these teams. 3D officials also having 6 points, 5 finish points. Last game went good for them. In fact, the previous one, match number 1, was also decent for 3D officials. Team Spec is at the 12th position with just only 1 point. And Deathwish officials, they were kind of missing out in the overall in the 3 matches, because round 2 they had a very good game. They had good points, they had good finish and the good placement points. This time nothing coming out from this team also. Team Incognito also, previous Erangel, very good position, not many finish points, but this time they were the first one to be taken out.
Yeah, I mean, lots of these teams just not having the sort of time they were expecting, especially for some of the more well-known teams that were here. But let's have a look at the iQOO MVP and see who it is. It is from KBP Jod. No surprises there, going the way of Rax. Great performance coming in from him with 7 finishes, 859 damage done, 1 assist to his name. No headshots, but hey, you don't need headshots when you're dealing that much damage and getting those many finishes.
Well, 7 finishes. I'm happy. KBP, in fact, showed the same performance in round 2 also. One of the matches, they were all dominating the lobby. That was kind of expected, but I thought they will fall under the pressure, but that didn't happen. But having a look at the top 5 players, Gamla Boy again making it through the top 5, 4 finishes, but look at the damage, 1000 plus damage. That means he was dishing out a lot of damage, but he was not able to confirm it to the finish. On the other hand, Maddie is also there with 4 finishes.
Absolutely, 4 finishes but 961 damage done. All of these players just getting those knocks, but once again, like you mentioned, unable to convert them because perhaps they found them at a longer distance or behind some form of cover. So it was kind of hard for them to confirm and convert those into finishes. But Gyro God and Gem are also over there with 660 and 591 damage done respectively. Let's have a look at the match summary though and see what the overall stats look like. How many grenades were used, how many grenades resulted in finishes, how much healing was done, how many players were rescued. I imagine the number of players rescued was probably a lot. 131 grenades used. That is a big number, out of which 8 resulted in finishes.
Yes, 8 grenade finishes, that is quite high number. I believe 2 of them are for the players of team Inside Out, and knock finish ratio is also pretty high. 68 knocks, 60 finishes. But longest finish distance, nothing to complain about. In Erangel, we don't usually expect 300 plus longest finish. This is a good outing coming in, and overall it was a pretty slow game in the initial start when initially circles, but later on things started becoming aggressive, especially for KBP and Masti Zone. But let's have a look at the finish damage ratio graph.
Absolutely, that is the most important statistic out of all the statistics that we have over here. We can clearly see that a couple of teams are leading the charge in this one. KBP Jod in particular with 2,249 points of damage and 15 finishes, stand head and shoulders above the rest. But there are a couple of teams coming in close, namely Masti Zone Gaming, SJ Esports and Skylights as well, with a fair amount of damage done, but only 6 finishes found out of 1,671 damage dealt.
Well, that is a pretty high damage. In fact, only team, look at the last team Skylights. They were dishing out so much damage over there, but only 6 finishes for their name.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, Skylights Gaming, they did a lot of damage once again, but weren't able to convert them into finishes. 3T Official also having done a little bit less damage in comparison, but having more conversions. And I think somewhere or the other, this is going to be a recurring problem for these teams. So they are able to get these knocks, but securing them and converting them into finishes is not something that happens all that often. And once again, Erangel, we weren't expecting to see a lot of early action. I personally wasn't. I was thinking that maybe, okay, the teams who are not doing as great are going to go for it, are going to be a little bit more aggressive. They did, but a lot of them ended up being punished. I remember Python Esports biting the dust early on. I remember, 3T Official as well, eliminating someone else from the server. A lot of teams, just being taken out right off the bat. Even Incognito, I think they bit the dust when I believe it was KBP Jod themselves that eliminated them on the bridge.
I think it was 9 Intelligence.
Or was it 9 Intelligence?
I
think it was KBP Jod, wasn't, because it was team number 7, green color, on Sosnovka military base, and KBP drops. Probably KBP, but yeah, I mean, all these early fights not really resulting in a lot of good finishes for some of these teams. They were hoping that maybe it'd be a little bit different, but it wasn't. And we do know who's going to be making it into the quarterfinals. At least we can take an accurate guess on one or two of these teams. But I think you're going to have to wait and watch to see if your favorite team has made it in there or not. If they're not Skylights Gaming and if they're not KBP, well, you're going to have to sort of scratch your head, do a little bit more math, and figure out where they're going to be placed. Or you can just follow us on our Instagram. We're going to be posting the results there soon enough when the next week rolls around, and you're going to know if your favorite team made it or if they have been eliminated here from the 3rd round. But with that out of the way, this group done and dusted. We are all over. This is a little bit heartbreaking for some of the fans out there, of course, with Inside Out not putting up as great of a performance as they would have liked to. Skylights Gaming, though, kudos to them. They performed really, really well. They played out of their minds. And a lot of new teams are going to be making their way into the quarterfinals. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table against some of these more well-recognized teams who have been invited over here. Speaking of which, in the next group, we are going to be having some pretty recognizable names. So make sure you keep an eye out for those. Make sure you're able to chip in when those matches come around. But there is just one thing, or rather one phone responsible for making this all happen, and that is the iQOO 7 Legend. They have been kind enough to sponsor this tournament, give it a big chunky prize pool of 1 crore rupees, and guess what, it would not be possible without them. The iQOO 7 Legend, it is one of the best gaming phones out there. If you want to make sure that you have a phone that can charge really quickly, has a great gaming performance, grab yourself one of those iQOO phones, and guess what, we're going to learn more about them right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the word from our sponsors. The iQOO Legend 7 coming in hot with a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, making sure you've got the best gaming performance out there, making sure you can even multitask if you would like, with a 66-watt flash charge as well, making sure that in 22 minutes you go from 0 to full. But there's been another match happening in the meantime while we were talking about iQOO and the current match that we saw on our screens. So let's have a look at the point standings for those sets of matches and see who's come out on top over here. As we jump into the points table right away, I do believe a lot of these teams are going to be a little bit disappointed if they didn't make it. But UDOG India, this is a it's a triple first place finish. It's a hat trick for them. Congratulations. And have they reached the 100-point mark? I think they might have.
Maybe it is possible. Somewhere I think they have somewhere touched the 100-point mark. But sorry for finish, have also stepped up this time, having 7 finish points, 12 placement points, total 19 points. Vicious Annihilator is there with 7 finish points and total 13 points. It's a good outing. I have stepped up this team also, taking God. One of the player was the MVP, top player in the previous rounds, but the previous game they were not having a good outing, but this time 5 finish points and 6 total points. But the question is that enough for them to qualify?
Maybe not. You're gonna have to do some math if you want to figure that out. But in the meantime, on the bottom 8, the place where nobody wants to be, we've got the teams Long Grain, Must Indian, Imperial Esports, Faith X, Rhine X, True Rippers, Lil Esport, Revengers Official, and Team Rexter. And some of these teams not even getting a single point on the table, namely True Rippers, Lil Esports, Revengers, and Rexter. So, gonna be hard for them to make it into the quarterfinals. But if they perform well earlier, well, they still might have a shot. Although, we definitely know who we're gonna be seeing in the quarterfinals. It is Team UGOD India.
Well,
UDOG India,
yeah.
Apologies. But they might as well be gods, given the fact that they got themselves 3 first place finishes.
Yeah, they are the god. Yes, they are definitely qualifying for the next stage. They have been very consistent from the very first round, round 1, round 2, and this round 3 as well. They are going to give a tough competition to all the teams. But this time, from our team, I think Skylights is the one we can say they are definitely making it to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
But other than that, I don't think we can pick any other team that is surely making it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out who's going to be going there because every team has been somewhat inconsistent, haven't they? I mean, all the way from Team Inside Out to SGA Esports and all of these other teams, they haven't really had one of those breakout performances that we were expecting. Even KBP Jod, I think the first 2 games, they didn't go very, very well for them. I don't think they managed to finish top 4 in the first 2 if I was paying attention over here. But yeah, who knows? Maybe their luck will shine. Maybe we're going to see more of them in the quarterfinals. But yeah, maybe we're not. So if you want to find out, you're going to have to tune into Instagram once again and make sure you check the stories and the posts when they go live. And you're going to know if your favorite team is in there or not. So check us out on Instagram. It is BGMI Official, BGMI Esports India. And you're going to know everything that you need to know about us over there. But in the meantime, the second lobby is almost ready. I can see it over here. It is full with players and we should be jumping into the game in just about a bit. But before we do, we will also be having a look at the teams who are going to be in this mix. And boy, do we have some very interesting names out here for you guys today.
Well, few of the names you are going to be loving it and you are waiting for some of your favorite players. But other than that, also some of the rising teams are also there. If you're a fan of them, they are also showing up. It's not an easy group, I'll say. Not at all.
No, absolutely
none
not.
None of the group was an easy group. The rising teams were giving a head-on competition to the invited teams, and invited teams were also blowing our minds away. TSMT, X-Park yesterday played. Skylights, in fact, also played today. They are living up to our expectations. In fact, I can already hear in my ear that the match is almost ready. But first, we have to look at the teams. Which teams are playing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look and see what teams are going to be playing as we have hyped them up. We've talked a lot about them, but let's actually talk about the teams over here. It's going to be Cosmic Ravagers to start things off. You've got Tactical Esports, Team Master Gaming Clan, The Last Legends, Team Windsmoke, Revenant, Rising, Bionic Craze, and Evil X in the mix over here. A couple of names that stand out are Revenant, Rising, as well as The Last Legend. So keep an eye out for these teams because they could be having a very big splash in the next match. But also got some other very interesting names coming up, and the invited teams, they're definitely gonna create a stall over here in chat.
Well, Definitely, everyone in chat is going to be keeping an eye on the invited teams and having quite high expectations. But we have Team Flame, Team Terminators, TMX, and mind you, they had a very good outing in the previous round. 2OP Esports is there, Team ING Brutals, Team VCU Esports, Boro Hori Esports, high expectations from this team. Then we have Godlike Esports and Team Enigma Gaming.
Oh yeah, two of the most renowned teams over here in the mix. We've got Godlike Esports as well as Enigma Gaming, so I'm quite sure a lot of these fans are going to be sitting eagerly in chat, waiting for these teams to come on screen and then cheering them on as their matches begin. And we're going to be starting things off on Erangel once again. You have to remember that's how the rotation goes. We start off on the map of Erangel, give the teams who have qualified a little bit of an edge, considering that they've had more experience playing these maps. Then we go on to Miramar, where everyone has a level playing field. The invited teams can do really well as well. And then we move back to Erangel, where once again the playing field has been leveled because the invited teams have had the opportunity to interact with all of these other teams who have come in from the first and second rounds all the way from the open qualifiers. And well, soon enough we're also going to be having a look on the sunny fields of Erangel, seeing exactly what that map is like as we're also about to jump in game. But for Godlike Esports and Enigma Gaming, what do you think their biggest hurdle is going to be in these coming games? Do you think it's going to be overconfidence, or do you think that their drop locations are going to be contested now that everyone knows that they are in the lobby?
I don't think Godlike is going to be facing that issue, because they are most definitely dropping in Yasnaya again, and Enigma also. We all know.
We all know. I mean, there is a delay, so no one's going to be able to watch this and figure it out.
Yasnaya, I don't think any of the other team is going to be touching that, because it's match number 1. It is going to build your momentum, and no one in the lobby wants a bad start. They want to have a good start. They play their normal game, especially in match 1. Match number 2 is going to be the deciding factor somewhere, I believe, because that's where their confidence is going to either boost up or go low. If it goes low, maybe you might not end up good position in match 3, or if it's high confidence, then you will have again good match number 3.
Absolutely. I mean, these matches are going to be very important going in, and well, match 3 is the straw that will break the camel's back if you don't play it properly. I mean, if you don't give it the respect it deserves, and if you take it a little bit lightheartedly, you could be in a world of trouble, because well, this is the only shot you have of making it to the quarterfinals. So all of these teams can be rather tense as we head into this 3-map series, and I wonder who's going to come out on top over here. Of course, there are a couple of favorites in the mix. You know, there is the team of Godlike and Enigma Gaming as well, who are the obvious favorites, the standouts from the crowd. But there are also a couple of other teams who have earned their renown over here, namely Team Last Legends and also Revenant Rising. A couple of these teams who are, well, they are known and they are respected in the community. So let's see if they're able to put up a good performance and give the side of the invited teams a bit of a run for their money.
Well, better they better do it, because we all love seeing a tough competition. Even the invited teams also like the fact that these teams who are grinding from so long are giving tough competition. But let's see if they are going to do something similar or not.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the map of Erangel once again, as the flight path is going to be starting over the sunny, well, not so sunny actually, the dull areas of hospital, because hospitals are not a very bright place to be in, are they? Well, we're going to be starting and flying over hospital. The Georgia Pole area is going to be fairly accessible, and we're going to end towards Lipovka, bisecting the map in almost 2 equal halves. So Sosnovka gonna be kinda hard to rotate towards, but maybe you can drop in towards Farm, or drop in towards Ferry P, or maybe even Pachinki, and then make your way towards Sosnovka military base. Make life a little bit easy for yourself. But Severny, Rozok, and Yasnaya Polyana are gonna be somewhat easily accessible over here. Do you think we're gonna see teams dropping in on any one of these locations, Shadow?
Well, let's see where the teams are heading. I can already see a few of the teams heading towards North Georgiapol area, and a few of the teams heading towards the hospital area also. Let's see who is going towards Pochinki. In fact, the main problem is the Southern Island military base and Novoripnoye, because you never know where the circle is going to shift. If it goes all the way towards the military base, you are in a good position. If it goes northern side, then you have to make quick rotation. Same goes for the players who like dropping in towards the northern side. And I can already see one other team, in fact a single team, is going towards the Severny area, and the circle is kind of...
Oh boy.
favoring everyone. I think
It
it's,
is.
yeah.
It is favoring everyone, to be honest. I mean, that oh boy was more of a rhetorical thing over there. Just to sort of rattle a couple of people and, maybe make them think, oh my god, what's going to happen with the circle? Nah, it's pretty common. Don't worry about this. There's nothing to be afraid of. All these teams dropping into these different areas. Yasnia Polyana, of course, going to be the place where Godlike make their home. And Savoni is also going to be occupied by the members of Team MGC, that is Team Master Gaming Clan. And, well, that is the only team making their way towards Savoni.
Well, that is the only team that is in Siverny. It's a good thing because there is no contestation. There is no enemy. You can loot around the area peacefully, make your rotation, and you are already having a good start. And like, imagine no one is touching Gyas now because there is Godlike over there, and this is a team no one wants to mess up initially when you are when you have the scarcity of the loot, of the weapons, and the healings. Yes, after some time, teams would like to take a head-on fight with Godlike because it is going to boost their confidence. If they lose, you learn something. If you win, then it is going to boost your confidence much more. On the other hand, Team Enigma is somewhere in the mansion area, and looks like on the military base bridge area, we are having a run. Team Revenant and a single player of Team, I believe, 2OP.
Yeah, these guys are running and making all the way, towards this Osnovka military base to see which team can get there first and get their hands on all that lovely loot that place holds. And, well, it does look like Revenant are going to have to go the other way around. They've got no weaponry, no utility, nothing to work with. They're all just inside cars at the moment. They're going to have to go all the way around instead, all the way from farm, which could get dangerous because there are a couple of teams waiting for them over there. And this is a big risk that Revenant Rising have taken, and it has not paid off over here. Looks like Suved is going to be picking up one of his teammates in the meantime, while two OP officials, they are going to very easily, very calmly make their way towards Osnovka military base and have access to the entire island, making sure that every single piece of loot that they find in there is to their own name.
Well, they want to make sure the entire military base is in their name, because then you have good loot, you have good position, everything you have. And it looks like other team has already decided to change their path of rotation because they know 2OP will be waiting for them in the military base with the weapons already in their hands, and it is going to be a bad move. On the other hand, if we look towards the eastern side of the map, Enigma is in a 2v2 split. Few of the players are somewhere nearby the mansion area. Two of the players are towards the southern side, looting the smaller compounds and going for the secondary loot.
I do not like this. I'm really sorry to cut you off, the Shadow, but this, unless they're just going a short distance, could be very punishing. They will find a car and they'll take that instead.
Well, but it's Erangel. Vehicles don't tend to skid so much as compared to Miramar over here. In fact, bike provides the speed. If you have to dodge the enemy bullets, I think the bike is the best option because it has got more speed than the Dacia. So on the other side, like I was talking, Lipoka, we have another team. Team Tactical is also there on the farm side. Things are pretty much even steady. For now, players are looting, finding perfect position, making rotations. Problem will arise when the circle is going to shift. If the initial circle is going to throw a curveball, then the hill is going to break loose.
Oh yeah, most certainly. I mean, if that initial circle goes somewhere crazy, like all the way towards the southeast part of the map, or maybe towards the northwest corner of the map, we're going to be seeing all hell break loose, like you mentioned, because all of these teams are somewhat scattered at the moment. There is not any particular part of the map where the teams have densely accumulated. Maybe you can say that about the area of school and Pochinki and farm, but once again they're a bit too far apart for that to really matter and for them to end up clashing into one another. So far the game has been relatively quiet, just what we would expect from a round 3 game, with so much at stake over here, where only 4 teams of course are going to be qualifying for the quarterfinals. But soon enough we should be seeing some action coming in, as the circle is going to force these teams to go in and potentially run into each other. Now, Godlike and Enigma have had a very good time just looting the entirety of Mansion and Yasnia Polyana themselves. If you're Godlike right now, where do you go? But I think I'm going to have to hold on to that question for the time being, because Terminator's X, they might be making a move here.
Well, they are certainly making a move. The question is, do they have any idea that there are already players present? ING Brutals are already in this area and they are pretty much armed to the teeth. They have good loot, they have the weapons, they have the first aid, they have everything. But can't say the same thing for the players of Team Terminators TMX. We have to check their bags for that. But yeah, they are keeping safety. They are not directly rushing into the territory. But on the other hand, another fight is breaking in, Floki.
Oh yeah, the fight is breaking out, and this time around it's going to be Windsmoke taking the fight to their opponents. I'm not quite sure who they spotted out. I think it is the side of Tactical Esports, but didn't have a very good line of sight, so they are unable to find a knock to start things off. So once again, just a couple of intimidation shots coming into the mix over here, but none that actually result in anything. Drift will finally break that window with a punch. Good job, buddy. Great aim coming in there, but yeah, once again, Windsmoke, they are sort of in an awkward area here now. The good thing about their positioning is that they don't have to worry about the flanks. They don't have to worry about any sort of weird backstab coming in. But at the same time, getting out of that place, if the circle does shift further up north, is going to be hard for them.
Well, it is certainly going to be hard for them. On the other hand, if we talk about EvilX, one of the player quite impressed us in round number 1. They have a hill up for their name. They are going to spot down the players. In fact, they have an 8-time scope as well as mini. If they are lucky, they will find a knock. Also, they'll try to pepper down few bullets onto the passing enemies who are making rotation. But for now, Tactical Esports better be careful because the players of Team Windsmoke has already spotted them down, and it looks like they are not even armed.
Yep, well, looks like they're going to be just fighting with their fists and punching everyone down. But in the meantime, Tactical Esports, they're going to try and rotate out of this area, going to go all the way away from Pochinki towards Ruins, where there is another team waiting for them. And I believe that is Team Terminators, although I could be wrong about that. It does seem that the TR abbreviation should be talking about Terminators, but maybe it's not.
Well, I think it is Team Terminator X who is going to be colliding nearby the hospital area with another squad. But on the other hand, the team that is making rotation from the Stelber side are pretty much in safe spot because Team Gordel has already moved away, and fight is definitely breaking in, and first pick is coming on to Monu, and Team 12 ING is not looking good at all. Two players already down, third one also goes down, and last player is surviving on a sliver of HP.
Oh no, this has gone from bad to worse for the side of Team ING Brutals. They are getting they're just getting brutally pummeled over here from the side of Terminators. They're showing no mercy whatsoever. They've lost one of their members and they will have an answer back with blood. They will be able to put all of their members down in the grave. And I hope there's a cemetery nearby, because otherwise, well, the corpses are going to be rotting and the watchers are going to be here soon enough. But in the meantime, Terminators are going to loot their corpses instead and try and make their way further deeper into the circle, into a better position, because as of now, they are sort of caught towards northwestern end, and it does seem that the circle has shifted a bit more towards the southwestern part of the map, leaving Quarry and Fairy Pier very much into the play. But yeah, in the meantime, they are just going to be happy looting around. If you could have a look at the circle at this point, that would be great, as none of these teams really in the middle of any action. Godlike as well rotating in from the Rozhok area, from the northeastern part of the map, coming into the circle. No resistance whatsoever for them, so they're going to be quite pleased with the amount of real estate that they find. They could even make their way towards Ruins and open up that supply drop there, which doesn't see any team right next to it. But in the meantime, we are going to be seeing some action breaking out once more as VCU Esports are going to go up against EvilX. But who's going to come out on top over here? None of these teams seem to have lost a player so far. Well, VCU Esports, have they not? I'm a little bit confused. Well, never mind, VCU Esports, they are losing their players. Thor going to be in a world of trouble in the buggy as he's been shot down and bought very, very low. Still surviving for the time being behind that hay bale, trying to heal himself back up with the medkit. Will be back up to full. That is what those medkits are for, but he needs to go back towards safety, so he will drop a couple of smokes and make that path a little bit easier for himself.
Well, he's making his way into the Pochinki. Yeah, he needs a lot of smokes because he is trying to make his way into Pochinki. On the other hand, Team EvilX found two of the finishes onto the players of Team VCO Esports, and for Thor, he will make it to the safety. It's a lot of smoke. He deployed a lot of smokes and he will make it to the safety. But the question is, EvilX do realize that the players of Team VCU are outnumbered. They are just 2 players. In fact, they saw it's just only 1 player. So the question is, are they going to make the rush push towards the Pochinki area? Because right now they have the intel. There is no another squad that is present over there. But on the other hand, Gordon is opening things against the players of Team VCU. And look like VCU players are still in the safety because none of the player has received any damage from Godlike, but Godlike, being the careful ones, are making sure how many players are still inside the compound area, or the player has already moved on towards the safety, and they do realize the players have moved towards the safety. But on the other hand, Last Legend making late rotations. In fact, Team VS also making late rotations from the farm area, but maximum cluster is around the southern side of the quarry area or
Someone
towards
just
the
run
Pochinki
over one of
area.
the godlike players. Where the hell did they lose all that HP from? Yeah, they did. I mean, there was a buggy, a bit of a drive-by coming in. It was the VCU player who went and whizzed past, I believe it was Neo, and just sort of fractured his leg, forced him to use that first aid kit and heal himself back up. But he's going to be okay for now. No knocks being resulted coming in from that drive-by once again. But the circle should be shifting soon enough and providing us with a lot more context to which team is strong and which team isn't. That supply drop, it is what is going to be hounded for now, and Godlike have been the first team to make it over there. The Rune supply drop, I think Enigma have found their way over there, and guess what? It's got an Orm in there, it's got a level 3 West, a level 3 helmet, everything in the world to work with, and Neo will snatch it all and continue moving forward in that buggy of his.
Well, Godel is armed to the teeth. We'll say that they have the best of the loot right now in their hands, and they have a good positioning. Also, they have the height advantage that they are trying to get as much intel or as much possible onto the rotating teams. But right at the center, we have another team, that is Team Revenant, who kind of changed their drop location. So I'm thinking they don't have the perfect loot because they went for the smaller compounds. Their drop, that is military base, was not provided for them. But we have another AWM, but looks like no one is going for the AWM. But look at Gordle. They are going for the drop. I'm very sure they are going for this drop, and we might witness a perfect AWM shot. On the other hand, they have the intel onto the player of Team Cosmic Revengers, and Jonathan, he is so damn precise with his shots. The moment the player is going to make any movement, he is going to shoot in his direction and will try to take the player down.
Yeah, Cosmic Ravagers are going to come under heavy fire here from the side of Godlike. And Godlike, well, they are still holding onto the trigger. They see them in their sights, but they're not shooting just yet. As we can see on the map, there are a couple of teams rotating in as well. Last Legends coming in from the Gatka area, while there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. Enigma, the most prominent team there being Enigma Gaming. We'll see if they get gate kept over here, or if they're going to be able to get in without losing too many resources, both in terms of players and, med kits and whatnot. But yeah, Godlike in the meantime, they're just very, very happy holding this vantage point. They do see a lot of a part of the map around here from this general area, so there's no reason for them to leave this just yet. They're going to continue to hold on to it and make sure they're all looking in different directions so that there's no chance of a backstab coming in and catching them off guard. Well, in the meantime, it looks like Master Gaming Clan, they're very, very happy with the sort of positioning that they have found. I believe it's further down south towards the circle. And, well, there's not a lot to worry about over here, although a couple of nades being lobbed in this general direction could make life very difficult for them.
Well, holding on to Gatka trenches is not an easy thing. Like you mentioned, grenades are going to be coming in your direction. You are going to be susceptible to those grenades. So better find a good position, or better make sure to keep enemies at bay. On the other hand, Team Bionic Craze has a good compound. They have good position, but Team MG better be careful, because if they make any move, Master Gaming, there is a possibility that a fight might erupt between these two teams. And look at the circle, it is favoring the players of Team Gordle over there. And Gordle right now, Floki witnessed, have the height advantage. They have the perfect position. On the other hand, Team Evil X is also in a good position, and we have seen Evil X do good things inside the game. Even their single players are also capable of delivering good performance, but God, yeah, they are going to have so much intel from this position.
Yeah, they most certainly can have a lot of intel to work with in the meantime. They have spotted out the members from Cosmic Ravagers as well, like we talked about earlier. Still haven't taken the liberty to push them and eliminate them, but soon enough, if the circle forces their hand, they will most certainly be happy, you know, putting a couple of bullets into their heads and getting all those finish points in the distance. But in the meantime, it looks like one of the members from the side of Bionic Craze is just ramming his buggy forward out in the open. Not really afraid whatsoever. Jonathan is going to spot out another member from the opposite team. He will be able to blow up the car, but no, this is actually a member from the side of Cosmic Ravagers is going to get the credit for that finish, and that is not going to be something that Godlike is going to be super happy about. Well, there's still more than this Bionic Craze to take out, and Jonathan will take it upon himself to gatekeep them. Is sitting down there in the grass, invisible to the naked eye, and just firing off a lot of shots, creating lots of problems for the side of Bionic Craze. Hasn't converted that knock into a finish just yet, but can wrap around and try and get the other players knocked down as well, making sure that he's going to get all 3 finishes to his name and to the credit of his team. Well, he's going to look to push forward over here. He's looking for some sort of a better angle. Will spot out one of those players, will fire a couple of shots as well, but doesn't really connect. And now Jonathan is a little bit out in the open, also has to worry about the members from Cosmic Ravagers catching him from the side.
On the other hand, tactical esports players are also finding knocks onto the players of Team 2 OP who are making rotation from the southern side, and 2 OP Ankit has already been eliminated, and another grenade are also coming in, and within few seconds 2 OP esports has been eliminated from the game at 15th position. Not a good position to get an elimination, but Godlike, like I mentioned, having so much intel but not picking up unnecessary bad fights, but the minute they are going to start picking fights, they are not stopping for anyone. On the other hand, multiple finishes are coming into the finish field as well. Tactical has spotted out the players of Team Master Gaming Clan.
Yeah, Master Gaming Clan, I do believe one of the players' legs were visible from that little rock here. Jerain YT going to be coming under heavy fire. The vehicle's going to blow up and knock him down on his feet, but he will be alive for the time being. They need to convert that knock into a finish, and in the meantime, Tactical Esports, well, they're coming in from a different flank angle as well. Lots of things to worry about here for the side of Master Gaming Clan. And guess what? They will be able to finish up the job that another team has started. And Tactical are going to be quite happy to steal those finishes away from the opponent team. In fact, look at Hitman. He's moving forward with no fear whatsoever. He's going to spot one of the players, but does not connect those shots. The UMP, well, the AKM at that distance being a lot more stronger, and Hitman will end up biting the dust as he becomes a bit too aggressive and pays for it with his life. In the meantime, Master Gaming Clan, Jerain YT still slowly but surely bleeding out over here, will finally be put to rest by Pegaboy YT, and Pegaboy is going to have to wait for his teammates to come in because he has also been knocked on his feet. I was going to say for backup because he can't engage them, but now he cannot even do anything apart from acting as live bait for his teammates. And Tactical Clutch is trying his best to even create some more chaos so that maybe his teammate can stay alive, but he's unable to get there in the distance and actually do the work necessary to keep his teammates safe. Revenant Rising though, comes on the map, are looking to join in on the action themselves. Do they spot out anyone from the distance? No, they don't. That hay being one of those fields of feet being a little bit too much to look over, as they don't really have the vantage point to work with. And looks like VCU Esports in the meantime have been eliminated by Enigma Gaming as well. So Enigma Gaming getting a couple of finishes on board. Godlike, they've done a fair amount of damage so far, but all of the knocks that they find have been stolen from other players. Maybe this time around they can blow up the members from Cosmic Ravagers, or at the very least blow up their cars if nothing else. Well, they're going to turn their attention towards them. Jonathan prepping up another nade. Isn't going to find its mark. No, he's actually going to throw it towards the smoke. And none of the players are over there just yet. Oh, in fact, where did that nade go from Jonathan? He throws it out in an entirely separate direction. I believe that had to be a bit of a miscalculation coming in from him, as might have spiked in the wrong direction, but now he's going to get back in the car and try to rotate in towards the circle, get into a better position and help his team out.
Well, Jonathan do realize there is a possibility that the players will rush in towards them, and we'll come to that. But in the meantime, another squad has been eliminated. That is Bionic Craze by Cosmic Revengers, but Cosmic Revengers not in a good position at all. They have to move inside the circle, and the team that is going to be stopping them is most definitely Gordon is there, and another squad, Cosmic Revengers, is also present there. Teammates,
Yeah, Team Terminators X coming in hot over here from the western or the northwestern corner of the current zone. They need to make it inside the circle, but at the help stand, Cosmic Crowd is preventing them from doing so, preventing them from having their way. But Godlike Esports also joining the mix over here, looking the third party and pick up a few finishes for themselves. They've got one to start things off, but can they find more? Clutch God is going to be able to find a couple of players with that grenade, and now he's going to go forward to convert that knock into a finishing spots out Kratos. The grenade is going to be lobbed, and he's going to turn his attention towards the other members. In fact, Z-God is going to take matters into his own hands to take down one of the last surviving members from the side of Cosmic Ravagers. I believe it's Mega OP who's standing behind that tree and is now in a buggy, trying to go out into the blue. Can he get a rotation going? No! Clutch God, can he find the finish? Yes, he can. Great shot coming in straight to the dome as he eliminates him. And now Cosmic Ravagers, they have been taken out of the fight over here. Godlike with 4 finishes to the name are now looking to continue with the aggression. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Enigma Gaming going to take the fight against the side of VCU, and VCU going to lose one of the members to start things off over here. Saggy going to go in for the flank, and he's got a couple of his teammates to back him up. Another nade comes through, and another knock is converted over here. They're going to find another knock as well. 3 people knocked down from the side of VC, from the side of EOLX, apologies. And EOLX are going to be in a world of trouble when these players cross the hill and spot them on their knees. They're all going to be finished up over here. In fact, just one member standing, and EOLX will also be eliminated over here by the hands of Enigma. Elsewhere on the map, some more action breaking out. Revenant Rising going to be in a world of trouble as Godlike group up and start pushing them forward. No fear whatsoever. Jonathan survives with a tiny 7 of HP. He's going to be able to heal himself back up and stay alive in the meantime. Revenant are making this fight very, very costly over here for the members of Godel. And Godel, well, they're certainly trying to push forward regardless, but there is another team behind them. Windsmoke standing behind the smoke, poetic as ever, are going to be able to come in and maybe clutch out against members of Godlike Esports if they're reeling after their fight from Revenant Rising. So Godlike gonna have to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they go. Now they're not in a very good position, so their only way in is to fight or maybe go for a long rotate. But with the blue zone closing in just now, they're going to have to deciding very, very quickly, and it seems that they will go the longer way around instead. They're trying to get a better vantage point to work with over here. There's one car that can be used that is being driven by Neo, and in fact, Jonathan's going to join in and drive for himself. Great awareness, they're just switching over to the passenger seat, making sure that as soon as he comes near the car, all he has to do is hit that drive button and get going. Clutch God in the meantime acting like the scout for his team is going to go forward and try and see what he can spot out. He does know that there are a couple of teams and a couple of members ahead on the opposite hill. He even hears the buggy going off, and he will fire a couple of shots. Saggy could be in a world of trouble, but no, stays alive, takes cover behind the house. It's going to be okay for the time being, but Tactical Esports caught between a rock and a hard place. Looks like the side of Windsmoke are finally bouncing over here, and Tactical Esports going to be in a world of trouble because there's Godlike Esports as well on the other side, making sure that they don't have a lot of room to work with. And Revenant Rising have also been caught in the mix over here as one of their players is just trying to make sure that he does not get discounted and can't find placement points for his team. But Godlike Esports, they're the ones going in forward. They're the ones coming in with the aggression. With 4 players still standing, they want to take this fight to Enigma, but can they finish it as well?
Well, the question is, can they finish it? But I'm liking the rotation of Godless. Like they were going towards the western side, but they changed their path towards the eastern side. Now they are having the complete control of that hilly area. Enigma is also contesting for that place, and now the question is who is having more grenades, who is having the more precise accuracy with those grenades. In Enigma Gaming, Saggy is still protecting the flank that could be coming in from that particular direction. Rex is ready to throw molotovs onto the direction of Clutch God over there, but the teams at the bottom, Revenant is there. They can do a third party, but on the other hand, Rex not being very lucky with that molotov, finds no damage whatsoever onto the players of Godel.
Yeah, and Godel with 4 of the members still standing once again. They are on the hilly area, so they have some form of cover to work with against the members from Enigma, but Enigma are also careful to not step a bit too forward and maybe cause, maybe find themselves in a bit of an awkward position where there are multiple teams looking in the direction and multiple shots to worry about. Godlike Esports, they also understand this, so they're going to try and go all the way back towards the airdrop because it is in a very good position. But guess what? Both Revenant Rising and Tactical Esports have this underway. In fact, so it can maybe just bait out that supply drop, wait for all these teams to come in and maybe find some finishes if he's a little bit more patient. But in the meantime, Enigma Gaming have turned their attention over to the members of Windsmoke. And Windsmoke going to be in a world of trouble as there's only 2 members still alive over here. It's going to be Drift as well as I believe Thieves, who is on his knees at this point, and he will be eliminated. Saggy on a bit of a rampage coming in from the side of Enigma, and Enigma will not stop. They found one of the members from Godlike. Neo has bit the dust over here, and Z-God and Jonathan are going to try and maybe avenge their fallen comrade, but for that they need to get into a better position for now. And they are caught between, well, an awkward place once again, because there's wind smoke looking in their direction, and there's also Enigma members watching the flanks. So Godlike not going to have an easy entryway into the line of sight of Enigma, and maybe, try and take a fight around that. But Jonathan is keeping an eye out for all of the members from Revenant as well as Tactical Esports. So it looks like even though they were coming under heavy fire, they still somehow managed to survive. Enigma, Godlike, Revenant, as well as Tactical Esports are a couple of those final teams remaining, with one member from Windsmoke also staying alive. And Saggy, in fact, going to be knocked down over here by Z-God. Z-God taking the initiative of all himself, finding a couple of shots in the smoke and getting that knock, but can he convert that into a finish? Nate's coming in from Enigma to provide some cover, but look at Z-God. He is so aggressive over here. He wants to find those finishes. Enigma a little bit preoccupied with another fight in the meantime, and can Z-God convert? No, he cannot. He's trying to look in the direction, and now Enigma knows there is another member from Godlike in this general area, but look at that. He's playing with the terrain so beautifully. He's not spot down. Just he's going to try and pull out the pickup truck instead. Or rather, the Jeep is going to be successful. No, he's not. A grenade comes in his general direction, and he's going to be knocked on his feet as well. Z-God, he's found A to start things off, but he will be finished off before Jonathan can come in and get him back up on his feet. Clutch God in the area as well, but where the hell are the other members? It looks like Enigma are going to be able to get their other members back on their feet.
Well, they will be able to, but Jonathan is not stopping for anyone. He's aggressively going for the players of Team Revenant Rising, and looks like he's going to finally put the bullet onto the last player, and Team Revenant Rising has been eliminated, and Jonathan is on a rampage. Team Enigma still standing very strong with all the 4 players. On the other hand, Godlike has only 2 players, but they have the position advantage. They have a good position inside the circle. Even the last player of Tactical Esports can't do much from that particular situation. Even if he's going to make any noise, he's going to grab the attention of Enigma and Godel, both the teams. But it looks like Team Godel is still in a good position. They have a good position, but Team Enigma, like I mentioned, they have the numbers advantage. They are going to be deploy some of the smokes and get a little close up towards the players of Team Godel.
Yeah, and guess what? The last member from Tactical Esports is also going to be eliminated. Make sure that Enigma have only one enemy to worry about, and it is their arch nemesis. It is going to be the members from Godlike. Clutch God and Jonathan still standing strong on the other side of this hill, but Enigma are on the low ground over here, so they're going to have to be careful with how they approach this. One big misstep, and Jonathan could start lining them up and isolating those 1v1s, getting those picks that he needs to kind of make sure that Godlike can make it to the top spot in that first place and get those 15 placement points to work with. Eggy, maybe the first one to be spotted up, but Jonathan does not actually connect, and now with his position being revealed, he's going to be in a world of trouble. That helmet saves him for the time being, but now it has been completely shot, and it's not good for any more shots. Clutch God is also going to be spotted out and be taken down over here. Eggy's going to do all the work for Enigma, and there you go. Enigma will claim the chicken dinner, putting Godlike in that second place once again, as Godlike unable to find that first place finish. Enigma, well, they do all the work. They're able to convert, the very good start into a first place finish.
Well, first place finish and good finish points also to back them up. Yes, Godlike had good finish points. 12 position points, not a bad start at all. Even for the players of Tactical Esports, the last guy is surviving. He is having good position points. A good outing coming from all the 3 teams.
Most certainly. I mean, good outing coming in from all the 3 teams. And I have to say, this is, courtesy of the very good starts that they have. Godlike dropped in Yasnia Polyana, uncontested. Enigma, same story. They dropped a little bit more towards the eastern part of the map, uncontested. No one really to stop them from getting what they want. And yeah, they just had a bit too much and rotated into the circle early on. Let's have a look at the highlights and see how they did that once again, as I'm quite sure a lot of these fans in chat are going to be super happy that the top 2 teams in this game are, of course, Godlike and Enigma, the 2 invited teams.
Wait, I was about to say that invited teams making it as the top 2. TMX also started really good, eliminating a squad, then went I think they dropped nearby the Gatka area, if I'm not wrong here. They eliminated another squad that was present in that territory, but Godel, from the very start, they were going for the good positioning inside the circle. Initially, in the very start, they were somewhere in the Pochinki area, having a height advantage. They had the intel of around almost all teams that were rotating in. But in the last, that position advantage was with the players of Team Enigma. But in fact, Team MGC was also, Master Gaming Clan was also doing really good.
Yeah, Master Gaming Clan were also doing very, very well up until the end. I believe they did get themselves top 6, did they? Oh no, it doesn't look like they did. But yeah, I mean, they were also getting themselves a fair number of knocks and finishes. Unfortunately, it didn't really convert that well into placement points. But maybe they've done enough to find themselves in that top 7 or top 8 spot. Who knows? We're going to find out when the points table comes up. But once again, you know, all of these, qualifying teams as well, not really being too afraid of, taking fights to the enemy teams. I mean, Terminator X, Cosmic Grounds, all of these teams, they were eager to take fights when they knew they had the advantage and when they knew they had the upper hand in those fights. And quite literally, whenever there was a high ground, around Cosmic Grounds, they always exploited that, made sure they're able to find those picks and those knocks onto the players coming in from the low ground. And yeah, once again, pushing the advantage forward, and that's what BGMI is all about. But yeah, it did seem like Godlike and Enigma, despite that, stood head and shoulders above the rest. They were able to make sure that all these other teams know that these guys are built a little bit different, and if they want to take them down, then, well, they're going to have to adapt and overcome, because it's not going to be so easy to just take out the members from Godlike. Of course, very, very experienced players. So are the members of Enigma.
Well, it was 6th circle when Godhill started making those rotations. They were going towards the southern western side. They realized that the better positioning is available on the eastern side. Then they came up to towards the top area where Enigma was also trying for the contestation. Initially, Godhill found few knocks onto the players of Team Enigma, but Team Enigma, coming the better team this time, gets the victory, gets the chicken dinner. But Team Tactical also good finish points and position points as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Tactical Esports once again making a name for themselves, sort of, and I have to say, all these teams who have qualified, they're certainly making it a little bit harder for the invited teams to, have their way around the map. Of course, the drop spots haven't been contested so far, but even though they haven't been contested, these teams aren't afraid to take fights, and that's always very refreshing to see a team that is not afraid of big names and will come in and take those fights and will play a little bit aggressively. Even though Enigma and Godlike made it to the top 2, I'm quite sure the next match is not going to have that same fate. I'm quite sure there's going to be a little bit more of a tussle going on. But let's have a look at the point standings and see exactly where all these teams stand. Well, no surprises about where Enigma and Godlike are going to be, but it's all about these other teams in the mix over here. Tactical Esports in 3rd place, Revenant Rising in 4th, Windsmoke in 5th, Terminators in 6th, Evil X in 7th, and Cosmic Ravagers in 8th place. But yeah, a 5-point difference between Enigma and Godlike in the meantime. Enigma 28 points and Godlike 23.
Well, 23 points are no less at all. Tactical Esports, they were the last player was on the low ground. He had to come outside of the shack area that he was holding, but still 16 total points. A good start, a good head start for Tactical Esports. Let's hope they can keep up the same momentum. Revenant Rising, not many finish points, but total 9 points. That means 8 position points. A good start. Terminator TMX started very aggressively, getting 8 finish points, but got an elimination very early because they had to move inside the circle. Already Deathwish was there, Godel was there on the higher ground, because of which they faced an early elimination, but 8 finish points are going to back them. Very good. Evil X also had a good stand, but who is the guy who is becoming the iQOO MVP of this particular match?
Well,
Loki, what do you think? Which team?
It's gonna be Sagi. Oh wow, what a I'm just kidding. I just read it off the screen myself. But it is Sagi from the side of Enigma. I was thinking maybe it might be a player from Godel, but no, it is Sagi with 6 finishes to his name, 900 damage done, 2 assists and 1 headshot. So Sagi clearly having the stats for the MVP over here. Even the survival time really, really good at 1609 seconds survived. So great stuff coming in from him. But let's have a look at the top 5 players and see who they are. It's a monopoly. Enigma Gaming and Godlike having a monopoly on that top 5 player spot. Jonathan being up there in the 2nd place. Rex in 3rd place. Eggy in that 4th place as well. And Clutch God 1 in the 5th place, coming in from the side of Godlike. So once again, Enigma and Godlike both making a name for themselves in the top 5 spot. If there was a top 10, maybe we'd see some other teams because, well, they would pretty much have to be there, given the fact that there would be 10 and Godlike and Enigma wouldn't have enough players for them to occupy all those spots. But yeah, let's have a look at the match summary instead and see what those stats say, because I'm quite sure there were lots of grenades used this time around, and I want to know how many of them actually resulted in finishes. 4 grenade finishes out of 87 which were used. And guess what? This time around, the airdrops also being looted very well. 3 airdrops being looted coming in from all these teams. 56 finishes, 63 knocks, 41 rescues, a lot of rescues coming in, and a decent longest finish distance of 283 meters. What do you think of these stats?
Well, they are good stats, no complaint at all. Yes, the grenade finishes are pretty low in the number because most of the teams were busy. In Erangel, teams tend to go for the M416 or the AKM spray and they rely on that. And unless you are on the lower ground, you have to take the grenades to help you out in that difficult situation. But let's have a look at the FD performance graph. Which team dished out how much damage and how much finishes are there, and it looks like the invited team's day.
Yep, it is most certainly the invited teams. They godlike having 2,400 points, 2,402 points of damage done. Enigma also up there with 2,780 points of damage done. So both of these teams doing a fair bit of damage coming in, but the knocks not really resulting into a lot of finishes. 11 finishes for godlike and Enigma with 13 to their name. I believe godlike did find a lot of knocks when they were coming in towards the end of the circle over there, but a lot of them got stolen by the other members who were down there on the low ground. Well, speaking of all these other teams, Cosmic Ravagers also a decentish performance. 1,000 damage done with 5 finishes to their name. Tactical as well. These guys are the ones who ended up in the 3rd place with 720 damage done and 6 finishes. So they have been rather conservative with how many firefights they've taken, but all the firefights they did take resulted in them getting ahead. So congratulations to them for being able to do that, having that high efficiency rate. But yeah, I mean, Revenant Rising as well seem to have done a decent job with 745 damage, but only 1 finish to their name. Hopefully next time around they can convert more of those knocks into finishes. I do say they're able to do that, but the next map is Miramar, so you never know. Maybe we see even more damage done and even fewer finishes.
Yeah, that is a possibility because match number 2 tends to change things around.
Yeah.
It did change in the previous lobby also, previous group also, but this time Windsmoke was also having a good outing. They are having 1,000 plus damage, but very low finish over there. That means this is also team that is capable of converting damage to finish. Let's hope if they can do it in the next round.
Absolutely.
Next map, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, they could certainly do it in the next round too. You know, if they do make it in the top 4, we will see them in the quarterfinals. So, I mean, one can be hopeful and, you know, pray to God that we see Revenant Rising in that top 4. But before they actually get there, they're going to have to play out the maps of Miramar and Erangel. And only then will we know if they will actually make it to the quarterfinals. But I do believe there's been another match going on in the meantime that we have been talking and discussing. This match on our screens on Erangel between Godlike and Enigma and all these other teams. There's been another match going on with some other, you know, cool names over there as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to be having that points table coming up as well as soon as it's ready. But I have to say, you know, this lobby is looking somewhat promising coming in. All of these players from Terminators, TMX, you know, from Revenant Rising, from Tactical Esports, they are taking fights. They are being aggressive. They are not intimidated by the members of Godlike and Enigma. Sure, Godlike and Enigma, they are a tad bit better. They do look like they're a cut above the rest. But the question is that performance going to continue, right? Because over time teams adapt. Over time teams learn how certain teams like to play. And once they've got those lessons ingrained in their brain, they can maybe try and develop some counter strats going in. You know, Godlike, they like rotating early on. Maybe we see another team rotate even earlier than them and occupy the compounds that they would like to hold and sort of just catch them by surprise.
But the circle is also into the picture, Floki. It can throw a curveball anytime, any minute. But the thing is, the rising teams have seen the previous 3 days, and it has somewhat motivated them, built their confidence, because the way the other teams were putting up a fight, that boosted them up. That we can also perform. We have everything. We can take down biggest of the biggest name if we have got the skills. But on the other hand, like yesterday also things started very good. It was a similar situation. TSM and the 7Cs were dominating the match number 1, but later on somehow TSM kept up the domination, but 7C started falling down, and that gave the chance for other teams to over dominate them. So anything can happen. Miramar can change things for any team, be it invited team, be it the rising team, any of the team for them, and it is going to be very crucial because if you're not performing in Miramar, that means you have to rely on the last match and added pressure onto it.
Absolutely, we're going to be relying on the last match only. But you know what, before we actually move on to Miramar, let's talk about the match that has already happened, a match that we didn't get the chance to see. So let's have a look at the point standings there and see the Group 16 results for ourselves. Should be on our screens now, and there you go. Match 1, Team Insane Esports, well justifying their name. Shadow, 33 total points, 18 finishes to their name. That means 25% of the server was wiped out by one team.
But followed by that, I am impressed the way qualified teams are there. Kites, Chronos, 22 points, 10 finish points, absolutely good performance. 7H India, not many finish points, but 10 position points, good performance. Aztec Esports, the team that got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in round 1 at the 4th position, not going super aggressively onto the teams, but playing smartly. That means 12 total points. And again, officials also 7 finish points, but an early exit costed them few position points, and that means total 11 points, and they are at the 5th position.
Yeah, most certainly. Execution 4 as well in 6th place with 7 total points to their name. We've got Bed for Grace as well with 6 points to their name, and Lagging Experts were in 8th place with 5 points to work with over here. Of course, these are the ones that make up the top 8, but now let's have a look at, well, the other side. So there's going to have Matra 6 fallen with only 3 points in 9th place. Time for Esports as well, tied up for 9th place with 3 points to their name. We tried with 2, Galaxy Noob with 2, UP50, another team that we saw perform really well, not having a very good start this time around with 2 points to their name. And then we've got LBB officials, Deox officials, and Rivalry with nada.
Well, like you mentioned, UP50, we saw them performing really good. They were in the top of the leaderboard in previous round, and this time started things with 13th position. But they do have 2 finish points. That means they were putting up a fight, and something happened, some mistake happened, or something was there. They faced an early elimination, because of which they are at the 2nd position. They better come back stronger in match number 2.
Yeah, they better, because this is a team that we were expecting a lot of great things out. If I remember particularly, watching them in round 2 and them having a very standout performance, but maybe it's becoming a little bit harder for them to contest some of these other teams coming into the picture as well. But that is why we have 3 maps. That is why we have Miramar and Erangel as well. So maybe, just maybe, they're able to come back stronger. But to find that out, you're gonna have to stay tuned in. While we will be going for a short break just a bit. The players need to be refreshed. We also sort of need a break. So we're gonna be coming back soon enough with matches number 5 and 6. Don't go anywhere. You're watching BGIS 2021, powered by the iQOO Legend 7.
Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार। हाँ ये बेटर है। ध्यान से। ओके ओके तो फोकस कर। अरे ऑसम यार। कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है। श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु। तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Of course, this is day 3, well, day 4, I beg your pardon, round 3. Hey, I made an oopsie, don't be calling me out. Now, mine, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehal, and I found someone lurking in the shadows earlier. This time it is going to be the mischievous devil himself. It's Floki.
Oh, yeah.
Floki, I was watching the last match on the sidelines. I mean, it finally came down to Godlike up against Enigma, and it looked like it could have gone either way, but both teams racking up those finishes.
Yeah, I really like the idea coming in from Godlike towards the end there, right? Jonathan knew he basically has nowhere to work around. He knew he had the terrain advantage because he's on the high ground. So he's trying to make sure he's got enough cover while also taking pot shots, right? He's trying to do that jiggle thingy, going crouch and going back up. But in the end, he rattles off a couple of shots, gets spotted, and, gets taken down by Enigma. Can't do much in that situation.
Also, even though he was up against four guns, he did manage to take one out. But again, for those of you joining right now, let me just remind you which all teams are going to be fighting it out in the battlegrounds down below, because this is Group 10, and well, we have the Cosmic Ravagers, Tactical Esports, Master Gaming Clan, the Lost Legends. The Lost Legends.
The Lost Legends.
Kind of a dark side to that name.
Oh, yeah.
Windsmoke, Revenant Rising, Bionic Craze, and of course, Evil X.
Absolutely, some of these teams have put up a good performance in this match so far, but Tactical Esports in particular stand out. Well, on the other side, we also got Team X Flame, Team Terminators, TMX, 2OP Esports, ING Brutals, VCU Esports, Bodohari Esports, Godlike Esports, and Enigma Gaming. Once again, lots of esports today.
A lot of esports again. Looks like we are in the right place because had it not been esports, I guess you and I would have been in a sticky situation. But again, it is going to be a lot of esports action in store for you today. And let's just come down to the brass tacks. All eyes, of course, are going to be on Godlike and Enigma Esports themselves. And I think the viewers aren't really going to be disappointed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I certainly am not. Just seeing the fact that Godlike and Enigma managed to make it to the top 2 spot, completely justifying their invites once again. This is actually going to allow them to be a little bit more crazy on Miramar. Just go with something unorthodox that we might not see coming. And I kind of want to see that coming in from Godlike and Enigma coming in, right? Because a lot of these teams, the newer teams especially, are going to be looking in their direction, seeing what they do, and try and learn from them, and try to emulate what they're doing on Miramar as well. And well, if it works, then everyone's going to be doing it. So if they do something unorthodox, well, they could throw them off guard.
They could throw them off.
It's 40 chess.
There you go. I mean, you love your chess, don't you? But anyway, just coming back to, well, one second, a little different scenery over here. We are going to be quite sinister to begin at the graveyard. Maybe that's just what's in store for a lot of these teams, especially if they go up against the likes of Godlike. But as you mentioned, they have that leeway to kind of mess about a bit. But considering the fact that it is Godlike and it is Enigma, I'm pretty sure they are going to be keeping, their distance from teams at the beginning, unless they absolutely have to.
Yeah.
But all hell is going to break loose in the latter stages.
Absolutely. It's going to be a bit of a checklist coming in for them, right? They want to get to X amount of points before they can really start letting loose and doing some of the unorthodox stuff that we talked about. Now, well, this is a map for the ARM.
Have you ever been to that island?
Absolutely not.
Initially, when I used to, when I started playing BGMI, just to make sure that I keep things safe, I have dropped down a couple of times, and funnily,
the safest place that is.
Funnily, the circle had that little island in it for a couple of rounds, and this is a true story. I'm not even making this up right now. But of course, this is where you want to be. This is where you do expect Godlike to drop down. Of course, the bosses are going to go home at Hacienda del Patron.
Absolutely. Vamos! For all the teams who are going to be taking that ramp up, it's probably going to be goodbye, because once again, the terrain on Miramar is not very forgiving. You have to be careful with how you drive, and make sure you stay low on those energy drinks and you're not a bit too hyped up, so you don't press that accelerator a bit too hard, that boost a bit too hard. And well, we should be jumping into the game soon enough, seeing where these teams are going to be dropping in. I am very curious to find out what the flight path is going to look like, because Miramar is always very interesting given just how much real estate there is to work with.
Well, we're going to find out together, as the plane is going to be high up in the sky, and well, we have our flight path in. It looks like it's going to be a bright and sunny day. And if you do look out the right side of the plane, ladies and gentlemen, you will see the abandoned city of Los Leones down below. Now, of course, the flight path, if you haven't guessed already, is going to have a little bit of a northwestern trajectory. It is going to be skewed a bit to the left of the map as we do fly over Monte Nuevo and El Pozo, and things are going to end just north of the ruins.
Absolutely. Now, we could see potentially a couple of fights breaking out early on, because a lot of these teams, to get to their favorite drop locations, they're going to have to maybe drop in a little bit earlier, because you look at El Azahar, you look at Cruz del Val, Tierra Bronca, it's going to be a little bit hard to access these parts of the map given the trajectory of the flight. Now, you could potentially drop into Picado, Graveyard, Power Grid, make your way there. But if you do not drop into any one of these places, instead drop into no man's land, you could be in a world of trouble. You might find vehicles there, you might be able to rotate out as well, but another team that has the high ground and has the weaponry ready could gatekeep you.
What's interesting here is we have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams heading towards Chumacera. Possibly some of them could glide even further to Villa del Mar, which means, well, action is going to be breaking out early here in Miramar. In fact, if you have a look, the biggest cities are going to be occupied by multiple teams. El Pozo has a few dropping in, but for now, it is going to be Windsmoke who are going to go up against VCU Esports early on, as SJ does look like he has the upper hand. He does have a few weapons, and there you have it. Shots are going to be fired, and well, the first man, Pleds, is going to be brought down, and question is he going to capitalize on that finish? And judging by the fact there's only one man from Windsmoke in the area, I guess we can answer that question ourselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit hard for Windsmoke to try and go back and get this man back up on his feet, but maybe, just maybe, if he actually just survives long enough and doesn't reveal himself, you could see a couple of members coming in on cars trying to go in for the rescue mission, Mission Impossible style, and it might actually happen.
It might happen, because Yusuf, I do see him in the background over there, and there you have it. Drift is going to be drifting by sooner or later. Looks like Pleds is going to be back up on his feet, but I see he's trying to go for that little height thing. He better act quick because the enemies are coming in, and it could be that AJYT, I beg your pardon, could be caught off guard because now again he knows that no one's there nearby. But within a few seconds, within a matter of a few seconds, all hell could break loose for him.
Yeah, he's gonna have to keep his ears perked up like a Doberman. Just make sure if there's any sort of noise coming around whatsoever, he's able to figure out there's a couple of backup coming. There's backup coming in. Now, all he sort of needed to do was sort of prevent that from happening. Letting them get to him. He could have maybe gate-kept that path that leads to the player who's been knocked down, but unfortunately he does not get into the position to do so, and they will be able to get their member back up on his feet. Well, he's gotten himself one weapon to work with. So, he does stand a bit of a fighting chance over here, but I don't think they've got any healing for him, so he's going to be working with 20, 30 points of life.
Now, the thing is, as far as VCU Esports are concerned, they do have a good angle over here. There you have it. I'm just going to bring up SJ as he takes down Pledge once again, but this time, he's going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. Now, you mentioned Drift has no healings, and he does take some damage, which means now AJ could be in prime position to come in and snatch another finish for his team. Now, at this point, if I was Windsmoke, I guess I wouldn't have to cut my losses.
You most certainly would have to, right? Because Windsmoke, they've got nothing to help out V-Drift. They need to come up from the high ground to the low ground. Once again, a risky proposition. And it's going to be kind of hard for them to, take this fight against the members of VCU, because VCU are all spread out very well, and they're watching all these different angles. They're not all together trying to push any particular part of the map.
The problem for Drift here is he has no escape because the only way to get out is, left or right of these giant tubes that you see in front of you. And if he does make a move, well, it could be problematic because we have SJ at one end, AJ at the other. But on the other side, we have a fight breaking out between Master Gaming Clan and the Lost Legends. Well, if they want to go down in Legend, they better put up one heck of a fight because they do have the advantage. They have that high ground. And the fact that they are spread out could be problematic for Master Gaming Clan, as Hitman is going to go in. He does spot the enemy. Jirain is going to be weaving and bobbing his way amongst those bullets, but that smoke is going to cover his thing. But look at that bunny from atop. Again, I was talking about this flank. He is going to be precise with his shooting, and well, he gets a knock to his name.
He gets a knock to his name, that too with the UMP at that distance, accounting for the bullet drop and everything, so kudos to him for actually hitting those shots. Hitman 45 though, I think he's heard or rather seen King go around the corner over there from that little gap. Now, if he had a nade, you could have flushed him out, but instead he's going to wait for some backup to come in. A little bit of bait and switch could be in play. I hear a couple of Uzis being rattled off in the distance, so King realizes that this is not the best case option for him to just stick close and maybe try and take a head-on engagement, even though he himself has an Uzi, because it's going to be a 2v1, so he's backing off and baiting them into the rest of his team.
He is trying to do that. In fact, he realized that, there are two gentlemen in front of him because two guns went off. And, had they come out in tandem, it could have been problematic for King. So I do believe that is the right call. Elsewhere, looks like Drift's drifting days are over as he's going to be put in, which means I do believe it was Windsmoke who did all the hurt. And VCU Esports, VCU Esports are going to accumulate another finish to their names. But for now, for Master Gaming Clan, Jirain is the only one who is going to be down under, as it looks like a grenade could find its way in. But Deathlock suddenly realizes, you know what? I don't have the angle. I'm going to whip out my M249 and let my bullets do all the talking.
Absolutely. Who needs to aim when you've got an M249, right? No ADS needed. Just aim, hold it, hip fire it all the way around. You're probably going to get a knock, even if, your fingers don't work and you're blind at the same time. But in the meantime, Last Legends, they've pulled out a couple of Uzis. They're going to go forward and try and take this last member out. The boy went from moving anywhere. He has been knocked out, but no, he's actually still standing strong. Hitman 45 is the one who's been knocked out instead, and Last Legends could be the world problem. Look at that kick is going to come, and he's going to try to convert those knocks into finishes. And MGC finally answer back, and how?
And look at that. They did try to, corner him with that Molotov. They should have come in together, let loose some bullets, but they came in one by one, and, Drax is a bit too OP for them, as he's going to put them down on his knees, and then, he's going to send them packing home. But for now, MGC are looking good. 3 finishes to their names, and, their enemies looks like they aren't really going to go down as legends.
Most certainly, the last Legends will indeed be the last of the Legends there are, because, they had the advantage. They could have pushed together.
The last of their kind, huh?
The last of their kind, yeah. The last of the legendary kind, as we see the circle once again. Right in the smack dab center with Picardo at, the Circum Center. So, Let's see if any of these teams are going to be rotating in just yet, or if they're going to be very happy with the fact that they've got control of the peripheries.
The funny thing is, just moments ago, right, except maybe Godlike, who do, of course, end up in Hacienda del Patron, most of the teams were pretty close to each other. In fact, a bit too close for comfort, and that's why we have these early skirmishes breaking out. But Bunny, again, he's got a good position. He sees them move. He is going to hold his fire. Again, he does have that UMP, so, you know, at that distance, it could be problematic. However, this is crucial information being conveyed to, well, not his teammates, he's the last man standing. So again, the question is Bunny trying to take a fight over here? Because looks like he's not one to back out.
He just wants to secure zone rotation. What the hell are you doing? Buddy, what? What? This is a madman. This is an absolute madman right here. Look at MGC. They are angry. How dare you? How dare you fire at us? We have destroyed 3 of your teammates, and you still believe you can fight us? No way, punk. But MGC can be a bit more merciful today and get the hell out. Instead, they know that it is better to move into the circle instead of taking a fight against a lone member.
You know, you just said punk. All I could remember was feeling lucky yet.
A bit of Clint Eastwood there.
There you go. I don't know if you guys watching at home are into westerns. Definitely check out a few of his movies. And now, of course, the Golden Mirado is going to be out in full force, being displayed to the world, and if anybody spots this vehicle in the distance, they know exactly who's going to be driving it.
Yeah, absolutely. Godlike Esports, you know, running the home team colors over here. Let's see if they can, you know, maybe find some more utility to work with. They are fairly kitted up. I see, you know, level 3 West, level 2 helmets, couple of bandages, couple of first aid kits, not med kits, to work with as well. And Godlike, in the meantime, are just going to make sure that the perimeter is secure. Just put one player up on the rooftop and scout out the surrounding area.
Now the thing is, I do believe the circle is going to shift down to the southeast. Probably the graveyard is going to be in play. Minas Generalis could be in play, so it means maybe Godlike are going to have to move a little bit from their position, but of course we're going to have to wait and find out.
The circle will shift. Drum roll to the center.
Well, it's going to be a bit centric over here, as the power grid is going to be right in the center now, as the airdrops are going to fall from the heavens above. The first one brings a Grotza with it.
Well, it most certainly does. Now, Grotza is a bit of a weapon that, while it does say AR, it is for the small to, you know, it is for the short to medium range combat situations. So I don't imagine any of these teams are going to be picking it up. But XP, I have to, you know, just admit to something. While you were not here earlier, there was an ARM, and it was completely ignored by Jonathan. You know who to point a finger at.
I saw that, but I guess, you know, because it was Jonathan, I get it, because sniping is not his forte. He's the guy who has that laser precision with that M4. And talking about precision, it kind of looked like, you know, they practice so much that recoil is nothing for them, the way these guys are shooting. But for now, Enigma Gaming, the winners of the last game, are going to be cruising through the deserts, but look like they might have some enemies nearby, as the Cosmic Ravages, well, they are going to be ravaging the countryside nearby. They also seem to be on the move, which means now it is going to be a race to the middle. Looks like he is going to alight from his vehicle, but overhead, Drax OP, and sees Hitman driving down below, and Hitman, with some tactical maneuvering, gets out of harm's way.
Yeah, it looks like Hitman's going to be A-okay. I don't think a single bullet even connected to him, so he's going to be able to get away back to safety. But once again, this is one of those few maps where actually having a buggy can be very, very helpful, just given the weird terrain of this map. Can allow you to take those off-road paths, which on Miramar is a big thing, because you have to remember, a lot of hilly areas do look over those roads.
Also, when you have your back to the enemy, that sheet metal plate behind the driver's seat, oh, that comes in handy.
Most certainly. I mean, you make sure that your backstab is completely clear, and the only place you can get shot from is the front. Now, Master Gaming Clan, in the meantime, are holding what I believe is the area near San Martin, where there's a chapel nearby, so trying to make sure they get some high ground cover for themselves.
The question is, are they going to take their enemies to church? Because that, of course, is the end deal of it all. But right now, a little bit of a hiccup over here. The buggies aren't moving because, well, they are patching themselves up. The coast is now clear, and now the convoy shall move forward. This, of course, is Revenant Rising on our screens, and well, looks like they are going to finally make their way to the circle with the blue just behind them. There you have it, Suvaid, making sure he patches himself up. Again, they're doing this because they expect someone or the other, you know, to be in a position. They have high ground all around, and well, they are going to be going in those those roads down below.
And note the formation as well, right? They've not put the minibus in front. Instead, it's the two most maneuverable vehicles. It's a buggy, just making sure they are able to scout that terrain out first.
The moment shots are fired, these buggies can skedaddle out in any which direction, while the
minibus is not that easy to steer, so...
I mean, it's more of a party bus, isn't it? So they're going to have a chill time. The music's going to be like... So, you know, it can get a bit compromising. But for now, Godlike Esports, these are the gentlemen everybody has their eyes glued on, as they do have the high ground again just east of the power grid. Now, this is something that you expect, right? They are going to have that staggered formation, whereas the sharpshooters are going to be higher up, making sure they can survey the land down below. And, well, the CQB specialists are going to be down below. But Jonathan, of course, the master of all, up on top. And he loves just punching thin air, doesn't he?
Yeah, he most certainly does. Right now, he's just trying to jump spot anyone. And once again, an MG3. You're a little bit disappointed, aren't you?
I'm not. Actually, the MG3 is a weapon that I do have a lot of respect for, simply because you can switch the rate of fire. Now, you have 660 at stock, but you can bump things up to 900 rounds per minute, which basically kind of sounds like a Gatling gun at distance. I mean, you know, it could be detrimental for their enemies. But for now, again, Godlike, they are going to be happy with their position. They do have the high ground. If you have a look, the circle is going to have the power grid pretty much near the center, just skewed a bit to the top. Picardo is still in play. And let me tell you one thing. I really haven't seen much action in Picardo in this tournament yet.
Absolutely. Now, you have to remember that given Godlike's position, they have a very good monopoly on the surrounding terrain. A lot of these teams coming in from the eastern part of the map are going to have to go under their crosshair and then into the circle, because Godlike are going to be preventing them from moving in and having their way with the zone. EvilX, though, in the meantime, they do seem to be going around the periphery and surveying the area before they be a little bit more reckless and, you know, going for some better placements and for some better positions. Shoto is going to be tasked with doing that job because he's got the Mini 14 with a decent amount of scope attached to it. So let's see what he's able to scout let's see what he's able to scout out in the meantime.
You know, speaking about game plans, they better be tactical, because right next to them we have Tactical Esports, as Hitman is going to be scouring the terrain in front of him, and he has spotted the enemy, and the enemy is the Terminator's TMX. But elsewhere, Jonathan is going to open up, as the enemies are going to be brought down for now. Knockout is going to make a move. There you have it, at distance. You called it. Of course, they have the lay of the land. They have that high ground. And from distance, these guys are pretty accurate with their shots. And, of course, hitting the deck in the nick of time. But they do get that finish to their names.
Most certainly. And guess what? Jonathan has actually been spotted out over here. So it's going to be hard for him to re-peek that same angle and come out back on top unless he sees them moving over here. Team Flame, they did not have their crosshairs trained towards Jonathan's position. So Jonathan will be able to once again have a bit of a peek and see what's going on the other side as the painkillers get popped. Let's see if he can actually start connecting with those shots. I mean, the Scar at this distance is one of the more accurate guns to have, but
what he's doing right now is, I was just going to bring that up. He's got to be careful, because he was kind of just, you know, suppress them down there, trying to force them to get in the vehicle, and then he would have unleashed hell. But looks like he is going to come back to higher ground, and well, it makes sense in this situation, because again, the distance is just a bit too obscene. Now, it is going to be easy for Team Flame to get out of harm's way, because, well, they have lost Maxi, but they are still a 3-man roster. Now, all of this action, just to let you know, is taking place northeast of Picardo, which means it is pretty much open terrain. And for now, Jonathan and the boys from Godlike, they still have that upper advantage, unless, of course, the circle forces them elsewhere. But if I may just add one final point, judging by what I see on the map right now, I think they are in a pretty good position, as the circle is going to fall upon them.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, they are in prime position to rotate out as well. If you look at the surrounding area next to Godlike, it's kind of empty over here, save for the teams that they've already scouted out, right? They know there is Team Flame on the low ground, but this might be a little bit difficult for them to get into, because 2OP Esports, they've got the high ground as well.
Now, what's going to happen is 2OP, you just mentioned them, that is exactly where Godlike are going to try and go. Now, of course, you know, it's a similar situation to where they are right now, but I'll hold my thought for a second, because it does look like the Terminators are taking the fight
against
to
Revenant
the enemy,
Rising.
and of course it is Revenant. I mean, it is just poetic justice at this point, but looks like a few more enemies could be coming in. Remember, Tactical Esports are still in the vicinity.
Yeah, Tactical Esports are just waiting for some sort of action to break out so they can come in and third-party the crap out of everyone involved. But Revenant Rising as well, in the meantime, going to hold on to their guns. They don't just want to fire away and give their positions off to the enemies, because they know that this is the time where teams start rotating in, and any stray shot could mean their demise. Now, Destroyer, in the meantime, has been shot from one angle over here next to the window, so he's going to know that there are a couple of teams in that general area, but he doesn't have an actual idea as to where they are, so he's going to have to go back up again if he wants to figure that out. In the meantime, Legion is going to be guiding that area around, but okay, Godlike going up against Enigma over here.
Looks like we are going to have a repeat of the last game. Of course, this action is going to take place a little bit more than last few circles. Rex is going to be the first in the line of defense. A grenade is thrown, but he is going to reciprocate with his weapons, and now shots are going to be fired at the back. Of course, he is going to be taken down. He could have zigged and zagged his way out, but it isn't going to be the case this time around. Of course, the enemy was a bit too close for comfort. Now, Sagi is going to be in a good position. He has that high ground, but again, he doesn't have the line of sight.
Yeah, once again, I think that was probably Eggy not having a smoke, Sagi not having a smoke in that situation there. Is probably the reason why he ended up being taken down over here. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the side of Team Cosmic Ravagers as they take up a fight against the members of Team ING Brutals. As Brutals, once again, being somewhat brutalized a little bit early on in the game. 16 teams still in the mix, so if they get eliminated without taking a single finish, they will go out with 0 points to their name, and they don't want to be the team who gets that mantle.
Well, that is definitely going to hurt just a little bit more, but it looks like elsewhere, even Lex and Terminators are going up against one another. But for now, we are
There's going to be action everywhere.
Oh, there's going to be action everywhere. In fact, the fact is 16 teams are still alive, 55 players still vying for their chicken dinner, and we are in the 4th circle, and well, the real estate is going to keep on shrinking as we move on to the latter stages. For now, Cosmic Ravagers, they are going to hold their ground, and it looks like the Team ING Brutals, they have managed to patch up one of their members, and even though they have lost one, they are going to move away. Elsewhere on the other side, the fight between Godlike and Enigma Gaming continues.
Yeah, most certainly. Godlike, in the meantime, they know they've got the advantage, so they're trying to spread out and surround the side of Enigma. Enigma, in the meantime, are trying to put up some form of smoke and mirrors to distract Godlike and maybe confuse them about where they're positioned. And Eggy is going to take that a bit too literally, drops the smoke down, so is going to keep the members of Godlike guessing as to where he went. And you can see Jonathan, he wants to clear out some of these angles. He pulled out the molly and considered it for a moment. But once again, you have to respect the zone because the blue zone is going to be closing in. And when it does, the new circle is going to form, and maybe this fight will need to be finished up even quicker.
It looks like everybody wants a piece of that mountain. Everybody wants to be crowned the king of the hill because everyone is heading in their direction. And for Enigma and Godlike, this could be a field day. But for now, it is going to be ING Brutals who are going to be facing the brunt of all the action, as Cosmic Ravagers could be in a tricky situation. They do have Enigma at one end and the other team at the other. I mean, talk about being in between a literal rock and a hard place. That is where they are, because from behind, Bionic Craze are going to be moving in as well. Again, you know, Godlike have to be careful because although they are dealing with the matter at hand, remember, this is Miramar. You can get shot at from afar.
Absolutely, you can get shot at from anywhere if you're low enough, and you don't want to be in that spot. So Godlike Esports are going to dot their I's and cross their T's. In the meantime, though, ING Brutals once again trapped in a very awkward position. Going to be hard for them to rotate out, and guess what? All of this fighting, it's not going to result in anything. Well, in the meantime, Eggy is going to continue to rattle up a couple of shots. There was finished one on the back of those boys, and ING Brutal, well, they might be meeting their makers soon enough because Enigma are not feeling particularly merciful at this point.
Oh, they are being brutalized from Enigma and Bionic Rays at the other end. It looks like we do have a few big guns being fired as the M24 goes on, and Eggy is going to get a headshot on the enemy, but for now it is going to be ING Brutal. They are facing the brunt of a punishment over here from all directions, and I do believe sooner or later their lives are going to be snuffed out. Jonathan, you better not scratch that vehicle up because we wanted to survive till the end. But for now, I like the fact they are on the move, but looks like 2OP's member is going to be spotted up in the distance, and when you have Zygote shooting at you, you better duck for cover.
Most certainly, but unfortunately not even Zygotes can make bullets curve that hard. You know, given the position of Newton, it's going to be hard for him to find that pick now, and he might just rotate out of here with that buggy towards his back. Now, Godlike have to also kind of make sure that they don't just, tunnel vision on the teams that are high up, because there is a backstab coming in, and that's where they're going to focus and turn their attention on instead. Leave the high ground B instead, gatekeep Enigma from coming in, and Enigma, well, they're getting picked off one after the other. Eggy is going to bite the dust, leaving only Sagi in the mix for the state to get those placement points.
And amidst all this commotion between Enigma and Godlike, Bionic Craze just blissfully went on past them in a vehicle of their own, and well, they are going to be counting their lucky stars right now. Unfortunately, Sagi is in a bit of an unlucky position, and sooner or later that smoke is going to dissipate. Lucky for him, he does have that vehicle in front of him, which is already shattered, but Evil Lex, their dreams are going to be shattered as well. They're going to exit in the 14th position without any finishes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a bit chaotic because 2OP Esports are going to have a field day. They have the high ground, and they have so many people to shoot down below.
But this is the worst oxymoron you could have. He's got the high ground, but the two weapons on his back are a UMP and a Thompson at that distance, so even if he wants, he can't gatekeep them
Maybe
that
with
well.
the Tommy gun, he can go all gangster on the enemies down below.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if that Tommy gun is going to do all that work. It's going to be a little bit hard to connect those those shots once again, but maybe, just maybe, if he's a little bit patient with the weapon, learns how the recoil works, maybe he can get those shots in and get those knocks as well. Revenant Rising in the meantime, they're going to try and prevent Tactical Esports from ascending up this cliff. Destroyer is making sure that they are not able to come up just yet, but his head is going to be destroyed over here as he has to duck back into cover, get that first aid kit going over here, but he's going to be pushed from the other side by Tactical Esports. And Tactical Esports, well, is the demo fighting for them? No, it's the Windsmoke!
It's going to be 2 OP, but Windsmoke is going to come in and try and seal that kill, as looks like he's going to be brought down instead. The Thieves are going to be paying a massive prize as Tactical Esports now again living up to the name. They realize, you know, the guy was suppressed. This is when we make our move, and looks like they are going to be trying and ascending up this mountain. But at the tippity top of the mountain, we have 2 OP, and if they are too overpowered for the enemies, looks like Enigma Gaming on the other side are going to be eliminated by Godlike Esports, which means, well, a little bit of revenge is going to come in for the last game, as the victors have been taken out by the second place team. Godlike are going to be still just unleashing hell on their enemies at all angles. 7 finishes to their names already. And let me tell you one thing, 2 OP are now in a tricky situation. The circle has kind of shifted away from them, and sooner or later they are going to have to come down.
Yeah, well,
correction. It's not 2 OP that's outside the circle. I beg your pardon. The colors kind of just confused me. It is Boro Harry Esports that are going to be down below, and they look like they're in trouble because, again, they just have that one man standing, and sooner or later his life is going to be snuffed out, and it's Godlike everywhere. These guys are all over the place, as Rito is going to be spotted out, and there you have it. Z-God is going to put him 6 feet under.
Absolutely. 9 finishes to the name, and there's still 19 players remaining in the mix. Maybe they can actually do a 30 bomb over here if they are feeling particularly ambitious, but for that they need those good positions. And for now, they are sort of on the low ground. There's no easy way to ascend up this cliff unless you have some sort of repelling accessory that you can throw up there and maybe climb up. And guess what? Even if they do manage to get there, 2 OP Esports is waiting for them at the summit. In the meantime, VCU are going to spot up one member from Tactical over here. Who's it going to be? I believe it's Wild69 who's been taken out.
Talk about teams waiting for one another. Looks like VCU Esports are going to be waiting for Tactical Esports down below. But wait a second, from above, Sukna from 2 OP is going to be raining down death and destruction as one of the gods hath fallen, as Z-God is going to exit, and now they are going to be racking up all those finishes. Neo with his M4 brings down Yusuf, and with that, Windsmoke out of this game in the 7th position.
Absolutely. Godlike Esports, they might not have the placement, but they're certainly making it work with a number of finishes they're able to find. Jonathan's going to be okay in the meantime. He will be able to evade, duck and cover. Bob and weave, Muhammad Ali, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. A bee?
B.
There you go. Well, his eyes can't hit what his hands can't hit what his eyes can't see.
There
well,
you go.
I completely butchered that.
You got to make sure you have that eye contact, right? If you want to hit something, you got to make sure you are looking at it. But looks like Godlike have been given a little bit of a leeway. They are going to climb up a bit higher, and now they are going to be in a comfortable position because they are dead smack center. They have this massive mountain at one end, but the thing is, it goes straight up. So, you know, for now, unless grenades are being rained down, they are not in a tricky situation. Who is in a tricky situation, however, is the last 2 members of Bionic Craze, as Rishabh is going to be getting in his buggy. That is not the right call over here because the sound is going to give away, and well, Jonathan is going to capitalize on that, which means now Bionic Craze are going to be down to 1 man. Elsewhere, 2 OP again, just unleashing death from above.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, 2 OP, this is about as good as it gets for them. You remember, they don't have the ARs and they don't have those DMRs. So for them, it's all about those close-range engagements. The circle making them feel very, very blessed at this point as everyone is coming to the foothills of that mountain and just lining them up for them to just pick off. And, well, you see Ankit with an AKM in his hands, but I don't think I've actually seen that weapon in action just yet. In the meantime, all the other members from 2 OP Esports, they're not occupying different positions on the summit. This could be problematic.
Oh, a massive grenade coming in from Jonathan as Unchained is going to be pretty much flung off his feet, and with that, Bionic Craze are going to be exiting in the 6th position, which means now we have 5 teams remaining, 12 people still alive, and well, look at those finishes. Godlike, as a 3-man squad, have already mustered up 12 for their name, but the thing is, someone is lurking above them, and 2 OP again in prime position. Now, the only question is, if the circle manages to shift away from them, oh boy, we are going to see some Michael Bay action.
Yeah.
We are going to see some Rohit Shetty action as they might just jump down with grenades going off in every direction. And well, bullets flying for now. A massive grenade from Jonathan. Of course, the gentlemen from VCU Esports were caught in a corner, and sometimes the cornered animal is going to be put down.
Absolutely. And Cosmic Ravagers and Tactical Esports sort of licking and reeling from their wounds over here as they've only got 1 and 2 representatives.
Oh,
respectively. Clutch God, look at that!
breaking his angle just to find a couple of those finishes over there, but now has to be careful because he's in the crosses of Arthunk, and Arthunk, much like his name suggests, is terrorized inside of God Hill. In fact, they get a pick off 2 members from God Hill. Well, you dish out, hope you can take it as well, as Godlike Esports only have Neo still standing on his feet. Arthunk looking to convert more of these knocks into finishes, and guess what? Tactical Esports are going to be in his crosshairs. No, he's got only 12 bullets to work with. He's got to switch over his weapons.
He is going to switch his weapons, but again, Godlike, they did try to hug the wall over here, but Neo is now the last man standing. He did fling a grenade up top, but unfortunately it rolled back down. Now, Tactical Esports, let me tell you one thing, tactical gameplay coming in from them, because although everybody was losing their heads around them, they made sure they were calm and composed, and well, they capitalized on Jonathan coming their way and put him down in the ground. Now, final 4 teams, 8 people alive, half of which belong to 2 OP Esports.
Yeah, 2 OP Esports in prime position to take this game, but can they actually convert all of these knocks into finishes? Well, you know, I do believe they're poised to get that chicken in this game, but unless someone pulls a rabbit out of a hat, I don't see them losing just yet.
Oh, okay.
That's a smoke. That's a smoke coming in for him, and Godlike, well, they're going to continue to push forward over here. Neo, he has got the LMG in his hands. He's going to continue to push forward and get those picks on the Tactical Esports.
Have a look at what he did right now. He made sure he deploys those smokes so that he has some cover from above, and again, these boys are hungry, Floki. Neo is going to try and get a few more finishes to his name, but if 2 OP aren't careful, things could go either way, because it does seem like they are going to have to kind of move their position just a little bit, because the circle is going to force them out. But now we are in the 8th circle with just another to go. It could go either way. Elsewhere, Cosmic Ravage is still in this game with 1 man standing. Can he come up and stab Godlike in the back? Because it looks like Newton is going to be defying the laws of physics as he is trying to shoot down, but it's going to be Tactical Kid again taking the fight to him, and now they are going to be pushing in a knockout position. Knockout is going to have to make out that he holds his ground as Hitman is brought down, and there you have it. I do believe Jonathan is going to come and play as well. He does. Neo with that RPG is going to make sure, not the RPG, the LMG, I beg your pardon, is going to make sure he dishes out all the damage, switches to the M4, and now it's going to be against Knockout, but Knockout is going to make sure he knocks Godlike out of this game, and with that, we are down to the final teams as he's going to rack up another finish to his name.
Absolutely, looks like Knockout has been listening to some LL Cool J, and he's not feeling really happy at this point, so anyone comes in his way is going to meet his wrath. But look at the members from 2 OP Esports. At this point, they don't even need to go for the finish. They can just sit there on top of the hill, just stand there like kings, and Knockout will eventually succumb to the injuries of the blue.
Do it. I know what he wants to do.
Seppuku?
If he just slips, there you have it. One of them is coming down. Newton is going to be coming down. Looks like gravity is not going to be in his favor. He jumps on. Whoa! Wait a second. Newton, he did invent gravity, but over here right now, looks like it is going to be the other way around, because he should have died. However, the blow was softened as his feet did touch the ground, and looks like Knockout wasn't really expecting that, because he's like, nah, no way somebody's coming down this way. Then he looks down, then he looks up, somebody's in front of him. He couldn't even react.
Yeah, most certainly not. He actually deployed a smoke for himself, thinking that, okay, he's going to be in the cover, you know, maybe he's going to try to juke and jive around, maybe bait some of the players into taking a fight, so maybe he can get a finish, get that extra point, but that doesn't happen. Newton, defying the laws of physics, the laws he invented himself, drops down on the ground and, somehow just eliminates the last member.
I mean, I thought maybe Ankit was going to take that plunge, because I could see him just on the edge of the cliff, and I was like, please slip. But of course, he didn't. It was Newton himself who jumps down, gets the job done, and I do believe they do have 8 finishes to their name. But again, the entire thing you want to take away from this match is the fact they held their ground and did not let anyone come up that mountain. Now, again, silly question of me to ask. I wonder how many of you missed any of the action. The answer is none, but we still are going to be bringing up some of the highlights for you. Well, I want to relive those moments again myself.
Absolutely. I mean, there was so much action in this game starting off already, right? We saw Windsmoke go up against the side of VCU. VCU, they were able to convert a couple of these, knocks into finishes and eliminate the side of VCU. So early exit for them. They are going to be a little bit disappointed by this. But hey, sometimes you got to deal with the cards you're given. And this is the moment where MGC, they just turned tide so hard. Last Legends, they weren't anticipating this. There was a 1v2 that was won on top of that, another backstab that came through, and all of a sudden Last Legends found 3 of the members on their feet. And yeah, that was the end for them. But this is where Enigma game sort of faltered, I feel.
It did indeed. You know, whenever you say MGC, I don't know why I'm just reminded of Machine Gun Kelly. I know that it has a K at the end, but again, I'm just so used to that MGK. But again, coming back to the action over here, we did see Bionic Craze in a few good positions. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed by the enemy. But look at this over here, getting a knock on the members of Enigma. Enigma again being brutalized pretty much by all sides. And finally, it was Godlike who put that final nail in the coffin, redeeming themselves for the last match.
Most certainly. I mean, Godlike are going to be very, very happy. Even though they did not end up getting the chicken dinner, they eliminated Enigma. They had their revenge. Payback served cold. They're going to be quite pleased going into Erangel once again, as all that really matters for Godlike is to make sure they get those finish points up and consistent. And you know, as long as they keep finding themselves in the top 4 and the top 6, their good start is going to carry them over into the quarterfinals.
You know, as a player, one team that really surprised me was Tactical Esports, because they literally had an uphill battle, right? And again, the fact that they waited for the right moment to rush in as a unit, overwhelming the opposition, is what champions are made of. But right now, Godlike, boy, I mean, once they let loose, it's pretty impossible to stop them. Like I said before, you know, it's like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped, and unfortunately this time for them, someone did put an end to all their, well, vengeance.
Absolutely. Well, it's much like the movie Speed itself. You know, there were no brakes on that bus, but...
I mean, there were, but they couldn't apply them because the bus would have gone, boom! Just like that grenade.
Absolutely. But once again, I have to, you know, sort of commend the patience coming in from 2OP Esports. Had the position, just didn't have the weapons to make it work from long distances. So, yeah, just wait around. They get a little bit lucky with the circle. In fact, they got lucky, I think, twice in a row where the circle really shifted towards where they were instead. And they were able to make sure that they contain the flow below them. They were just able to rattle off all these shots, and those SMGs finally came in handy. The Thompsons, the UMPs doing all that work. And I believe there was only one member with an M4 and an AKM in his hands, and that was Atank. And well, he was terrorizing his enemies for a good time. And there you go, there's the man himself around the cliff, dropping to his death.
Well, he didn't almost to his death, but of course, it is going to catch Godlike's Neo off guard as he does turn his back to the enemy. He does take him down, but then of course, knockout. Knockout, there you have it. Knockout was there to make sure that, you know, he gets that final knockout on Godlike. But this is the moment. Newton, defying gravity itself, jumps down. Knockout has no idea he's coming in. He does suddenly realize, whip out his weapon, and see that is what slowed him down. And boom, he's like, hello. And that is all she wrote. 2OP over here getting the job done. And again, it was all about controlling their environment.
Most certainly. I mean, they had the best possible position they could have asked for towards the end. It was the highest possible position there in the surrounding vicinity too, right? So they see all these teams coming in. Of course, with the SMGs, they don't have the range to work for it, but
the highest point in the entire map, I think, to be honest with you. I think so. But again, you know, I'll tell you one thing. 2OP are definitely going to go down as legends. And again, that is what this show is all about. You know exactly what I'm going to talk about right now, because again, you have the pedestal, make the most of it. Now, all of this has been brought by the legend itself, the iQOO 7 legend. But you know what? Let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
Well, hello and welcome back once again, and let me see if you notice something different over here, because the devil, the mischievous one himself is gone, and now I'm going to be joined by a man in black, almost. It's Sparrow. Sparrow, how are you? And, well, welcome to the English Costa's desk.
Well, I'm good, XP. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. And I have to say, these matches are insane. The way people are playing.
right now.
Yeah, you are smiling, and you should be, because
you know, the way people are playing, the way 2OP, the last guy, we were just outside and we were just shouting, jump, 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 and they did that. It was just magical.
It was magical. In fact, I thought it was Ankit, you know, who'd have a little bit of a slipping over there, but it was Newton himself, the one who discovered gravity, defying gravity. I guess once you discover something, you can play around with it, right? But again, it was a good match for 2OP, and since you were on the sidelines, I can actually put up a few questions to you.
Of course.
Now, they did have that high ground. They had that control, and I think it was pivotal to make sure that everyone was kept at bay.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they had the higher ground, and in these kind of zones, it's eminent that when you have the zone, you are going to win the match.
You are going to win the match. Now, we know who won the match, but let's have a look and see how all the others did as we have the point standings coming up on our screens now.
Well, as usual, Godlike number 1 with 15 finish points, 10 position points. They have total of 25 points. Number 2, we get 2OP, who got the chicken there, 15 position points, 8 finish points, and they got the total of 23 points.
But when you are going up against the big boys, that is Godlike Esports itself, you know, we were having this discussion earlier that are they going to go for the chicken dinners or are they going to go for the finishes? Well, it is all in front of us. Finishes are definitely a priority for them. But of course, coming up in third, we have Cosmic Ravagers with 14 points, and they are going to share that with Tactical Esports. Now, let me just break down Tactical Esports. I think they played really tactical here.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the name has it all. In Erangel as well. When I was doing casting in Hindi in Erangel, the way they played, I think it was incredible. But I thought that in that open field, they could have done a little better. They were just a tad little aggressive there.
I guess they have to go back and do a little bit of tactical analysis and, you know, come back stronger. But as we have a look at the second half of the table, Evil X down at the bottom. I guess Sid did not fire tonight, huh?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you know, there are some games when you play well and there are some games when you don't. But this is a big stage. You have to play well, and, you know, they still have one more game left.
They still have one more game left. And again, you know, just to add to your point, they only have 3 games to make it or break it to the next round. But of course, we've had a look at how the teams did. Sparrow, let's have a look and see who that one man is going to be who's going to stand out against everybody else, as the iQOO MVP is going to be on our screens. And well, no surprises here. It's Jonathan from Godlike.
Well, I would say God bless Jonathan, but I think he already did.
I think he's blessed enough because he has 7 finishes and 900 points of damage.
Well, absolutely. He's a beast of a player. He knows how to take his opponents out.
Right.
I mean, the way he jiggles, it almost feels like magic to me.
The good old jiggle peak. Now, let's see if any of his teammates are going to be joining him, because we do have the top 5 players coming up, and there you have it. Neo is joining him in the 4th position with 4 finishes to his name, while Uplink for the win is going to be in 2nd from 2OP. Of course, we did see that, you know, they didn't have a high fragging affair. They were all about the position points this time, as Tactical Kid is going to be in 3rd with 4 finishes, and King from MGC with 3 in 5th.
Well, absolutely. I have to say that, you know, in Miramar, especially when you have a really decent position, you can get a lot of value out of it. And they actually did that. 2OP had the best position, to be honest. And they managed to get the utmost value, the winner chicken dinner. And I think they did it pretty well.
They did it pretty well indeed. Now let's have a look at some more facts and figures on our screens. The match summary is going to be coming up. And well, the number of grenades this time is a lot fewer as the last few matches, Sparrow, and only 4 of them ended up finishing people.
Well, absolutely. When you have a look at total healing, it's 7,185.
It's less.
It's less.
For Miramar.
For Miramar, it is less. But have a look at total people rescued. 27 people got rescued there. 4 airdrops were looted. Total knocks are 54, which is also less.
Again, you know, you would expect more rescues, because what happened was this time around, you know, in Miramar, you see those long distance engagements. What happened this time was all the teams pretty much survived up until the 6th zone. So, you know, it was all about CQB action. And, well, again, I am not going to be unhappy, because we saw some pristine shooting. And, of course, Godlike redeeming themselves against Enigma Gaming, basically making sure they get the revenge for the last game.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it is Godlike, of course. They love to do that kind of stuff. They love to take a revenge, and they did just that. But, you know, the next match is still there. Enigma can make a comeback there.
Ooh, alrighty. Again, that's what I love about this tournament, right? The competition is razor thin. But before that, let's have a look at the finished damage performance graph, which should be popping up on your screens right about now. And there you have it. A couple of teams are going to be head and shoulders above everybody else, but it does look like quite a few teams got the taste of blood.
Well, absolutely. I call this the Manhattan. The buildings are there. And
it does kind of look like that, yeah.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that. But to be honest, I was expecting much more from a lot of teams, because this is their opportunity, right? Their dreams, their everything is into it. They have worked really hard for this, but I feel they're still nervous. There's still some nerves there.
So, you know, I mean, we've been over here talking about this same issue because it's a massive stage, and for a majority of the players playing, they've never been in the spotlight before. So it's like seeing deer in headlights. They can be startled and they can just be stuck. But again, you've got to get over that pressure and just perform. The last game is still in store, like you said, and it could still go either way.
Well, to be honest, if you ask me, they have to take out the mask of nervousness and play, their heart out. If they can do that, they can do really well. Again, it comes down to one question, and I'm going to say it. How bad do you want that trophy?
How bad do you want it? And just talking about nervousness, let me just paint a picture for you over here. Now, you all know this gentleman from the Hindi desk on the other side. I do believe this is the first time you and I are ever casting in English. And,
absolutely.
Well, within a few seconds, I mean, everybody has those jitters. Everybody gets that giddy feeling. No nerves over here, Sparrow.
Well, similarly, if you compare new teams with experienced teams, like Godlike, like Enigma, they don't have fear. They are just here to win. Just like me, I've been doing this for the last 2 years, and I don't have any fear.
My man, it's a pleasure having you here in the studio. But again, that's what it's all about, Yes, you are going to go up against the big dogs. Yes, you are going to go up against the old guard. But again, this is your moment. Grab it. But now, as we do wait, for game number 3 to begin, we are just going to go back because I know you were sitting on the sidelines and watching the match. Now, Godlike, up until that final zone shift, which kind of forced them, to come to OP's Hill, they pretty much were dominating because they did rack up 7 finishes over there already.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Godlike is a team who is known for their aggression. I mean, if you look at Neo there, he was the last man standing, but he still tried to smoke his way out and tries to find some more finishes.
He was lobbing grenades up top as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a beast of a player who wants to get more and more finishes. He wants more value out of it. Even he knows that he was not able to get the chicken dinner maybe.
Maybe, but again, I do believe they finished with 15 finish points, and that is nothing to scoff at. So means, I think it is safe to say that they are heading to the next round. But again, Godlike, when they came in this tournament, they did make a few statements. Now, we are going to be bringing that up. I am not going to shy away from anything. Maybe the last game, they go big.
I mean, you remember yesterday, right?
How can I forget?
They just came and they just conquered 31 finishes they managed to get. And I think Godlike is that kind of a team who can outshine them. I mean, they can.
You got to keep one thing in mind, although, ever since BGMI did come out, there is a little bit of connection that I'm not going to bring up right now. But again, both the teams have similar mentalities, right? Both the teams, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, especially about Godlike, towards the first few circles, they're not really trying to be in the center of all the attention, right? They want to make sure they make their position in the circle. But by the 5th and 6th zone, they want to be in the thick and thin of all the action.
Well, to be honest, if you ask me, Godlike is a sort of a team who likes to take 4v4 fights. A lot of 4v4 fights they take, and they can't do that when they are in the center. They have to be careful about the third-party situation. So they stay outside the zone. They manage to find their prey. They do their homework. They manage to find the prey, and they attack them. That's how they play.
But the thing is, even when they're taking 4v4 fights, right, it kind of seems like, again, this is something I've said before, these guys, they thrive under pressure, under chaos, and it kind of seems like, although they are together, each man has their back to the other teammate, right? And each man is looking in one direction, holding down the fort. I mean, talk about one-man armies. When you have 4 of them in one team, nigh unstoppable.
Well, what is the definition of a team? Together, everyone achieves more, and here you go. Godlike is the prime example of how you can play as a team. And, Enigma also. I mean, the way they played in the first game, it was just immaculate. The moment I saw those 2 players down, I thought Godlike would attack them. But Clutch God, he denied that call. And, here you go. Chicken dinner to Enigma.
Chicken dinner. And, well, like we said, Godlike loves going and taking revenge. One of the members from Enigma was caught off guard. He did not have any cover. The enemy just pushed right up on his position, and there was little he could do. So, they did lose that one man early, which, of course, has a little bit of a detrimental effect on your mentality, right? I mean, you want to make sure you make all your 4 members survive until the end. But before we talk more about Godlike and Enigma, let's have a look and see what was happening in the offline world because, well, Group 16's point standings are going to be up on our screens now. And who is going to be winning the chicken dinner? It is going to be Rivalry Esports.
Finally a comeback. Yeah, it was pending, XP. And,
absolutely.
Yeah, they managed to get a lot of value out of it. I mean, 31 points. We talk about the cutoffs for top 4. It's around 30 to 40 points. So let's see how they're going to cope up with the pressure in the third one.
Surprising in second position, Team Insane Esports. Now, just keep one thing in mind. They have 15 total points, 13 of which come from finishes, but only 2 from positions. I mean, boy, they must have been out on the hunt.
That's how they play. I've been looking forward to it. Team Insane Esports, their main goal is to get finishes. Their main goal is to wreak havoc on their maps. I mean, they are that sort of a team, when they see someone, they go all in.
They go on in. In fact, yeah, just to add to your point, I was talking to David the other day, the owner of Insane Esports, and he said, we are never going to back away from a fight. And well, this goes to show it. Now, of course, in third position, we have Execution 4 with a little bit of a twist. They are playing the different game. They have 2 finish points and 12 position points.
Well, absolutely. There are a lot of teams who has done a lot of work in the past. But, this is the stage. They have to come in, they have to perform, they have to surpass their limits. And maybe the next map is going to be their last map.
It could be, but tell me one thing, Sparrow. What stands out for you on this page? Because there are a couple of names that should not be there.
To be honest, nothing stands out for me because there's nothing on this page.
Oh, all right. Again, all these nothings can still become somethings in the near future. But for me, 7H India could have done a little bit better. Again, they are a heavy-hitting team. Seeing them end things with 1 finish point is not what they are made of. But again, like you said, we still have 1 more game to play.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is their last opportunity. 7H India, we all know how well they performed in round 2 and round 1. They played incredibly well. Their positioning has been immaculate, to be honest. But this Erangel, it means a lot to them.
Oh boy, I mean, just thinking about the action that is going to come, it does mean a lot for them. My heart is kind of palpitating right now.
I'm having goosebumps right now.
You're having goosebumps. There you go. I can actually see the skin rise over there. But looks like before we go into the final game, let me just remind you as to which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds down below, as we have the matchup coming up on our screens. And to kick things off, we have Cosmic Ravages, Tactical Esports, Master Gaming Clan, The Lost Legends. Well, they were kind of a myth in the last game. Windsmoke, Revenant Rising, Bionic Craze, and Evil X.
Well, absolutely. All these teams, they have so much. They've worked so hard in the past, in the round 1, round 2. Everyone played really well. But right now, it is their opportunity. This Erangel means a lot to them, and I want to see how they are going to play. Because a lot of people, a lot of players, they just came here with no expectations, but they are doing so well. Meanwhile, if you talk about other teams, Team X Flame is there, Terminators, TMX. I love this team, to be honest. The round 2, their performance was immaculate.
It was indeed, and joining them, of course, we have the winners of the last game. 2 OP Esports, ING Brutals, VCU Esports, Boro Harry Esports, Godlike, and of course Enigma Gaming. Now, I guess one of the questions that is going to be on every single person watching right now, well, every single fan of Godlike is, where's the chicken dinner?
Well, it's coming. I think it's coming. I mean, a lot of people are watching this stream and they want Godlike to do well, and they are doing well. The chicken is missing, to be honest.
Well, the chicken dinner is missing, and if we do get the chicken dinner for Godlike, well, I guess you can thank a couple of us over here for bringing it up. Of course, we're just joking. We love doing all of this. Now, from the corner of my eye, I can tell the players are in the lobby. The game is going to be underway sooner or later, and I don't know if you know this, so in the English scenario, usually there's one phrase which is the most common in the chat section. Caster, stop talk, start game. Does that happen with you in the Hindi desk?
Well, it does happen everywhere, to be honest. But yes, I think patience is really important for players as well, for chat as well. It is going to start really soon.
Also, just show some love for Sparrow over here, making his debut performance over here in the English casting desk. And let me tell you one thing, I am looking forward to the next game. And speaking of the next game, for those of you who don't know, it is going to be set in Erangel. So once again, we are going to head from the desert to the luscious green fields. Do you think, I already know the answer. Is anyone going to target Godlike?
They should.
They won't. That is where all the glory is. Imagine if you are an underdog team, you take out the big dogs. Oh boy, everyone is going to be chanting your names.
We want that, but to be honest, we both know they are not going to do that. I mean, it's time now. The match is going to start. They are in the lobby. What do you think they are thinking right now? They are not thinking about Godlike, to be honest. They are thinking about themselves.
They are thinking about themselves, and they know the Godlike are going to be heading to Yasnaya Polyana as it is. I mean, for a couple of teams that are at the bottom, a couple of teams are there, right? And the chances for them to qualify to the next round aren't really that high. By all means, go in. Maybe you infuse yourself with some confidence by taking out the big dogs. But before we jump into all of the action, let's just appreciate the beautiful map of Erangel once again as we have a look at the bird's eye view. But this is just amazing. I love all this AI.
Well, to be honest, we all love it, but I have to say,
have I found a fellow nerd?
Well, I think you have, but to be honest, if you ask me, go in or go out. It's as simple as that for all of these players. I mean, out of 16, top 4 are going to qualify. There's not much space there.
There's not much space, and again, this is what iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India 2021 have provided for all the players. They've given them the platform. Now it's all on them.
Well, opportunities. If you go ask any young player, what do you want? they might ask for a device or something, but the second thing, the best thing they are going to ask is for an opportunity. If you give them some opportunity, they're going to come and they're going to perform. I mean, look at all these teams, the qualified teams already. We have seen round 1, we have seen round 2, we have seen round 3, day 1, day 2, day 3. Teams are just coming in and they're just blowing them apart.
I mean, speaking of opportunities, just go back a few years, back in your own life, because I'm thinking about that. I mean, all we needed was that one opportunity as well.
Absolutely.
And again, we are grateful, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be where we are now, casting all these games. But in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, oh boy, the action is going to begin. I know you all are waiting with bated breath as to what Godlike is going to do. Are they going to walk away with the chicken dinner? Are they going to be targeted? Are they going to be racking up 30 finishes? Well, in a few short moments, we're going to find out.
Well, there are so many questions, XP, to be honest. I mean, there are so many young players whose lives depend on it. Their esports career are on the line and they want to play well.
Oh, you got to think of it that way, because again, for a lot of the youngsters, as you mentioned, this is the chance to show their folks and their families that, this is a viable option. But you know what? Let's leave all that aside right now, as the game is going to begin. And for the last time on day 4, round 3, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies. And well, my co-pilot is going to tell us where we are flying to.
Well, to be honest, Jonathan is the pilot. I'm just the narrator.
That's why I said
there.
co-pilot there.
Well, talking about the plane path, it is a little bit of southern western plane path, starting around hospital, going towards the Sosnovka military base island. It would be hard for teams who wants to go towards Rozhok, Yasnaya Polyana, Mansion, Prison, Lipovka. All these areas are going to be so crucial.
They are going to be crucial, and well, that is what champions are made of. I mean, if you can keep yourself calm under pressure, oh boy, that is what sets you apart. But for now, we have a little bit of a western-ish, plane path. So, of course, teams like, Godlike, they love dropping Yasnaya. Do you think they're going to change their drop spot, or are they going to try and find some vehicles?
Well, they can do that, to be honest. I mean, they have a dynamic drop where they drop around the Georgiapol city area. I don't know if they are going to go for it or not. I mean, they can, actually, to be honest, but they are not going to go for that. They're going for their usual spot at Yasnaya Polyana. And, it is a beautiful spot, to be honest. You have abundance of loot there. It takes time, but you get a lot of loot.
You get a lot of loot unless you're playing a classic game, because sometimes it can be frustrating. You go up that massive building and all you find is an Uzi and a crowbar. It's happened with me. It could happen with them as well. But talking about Georgiapol, Sparrow, a lot of teams are going to be dropping in, as Enigma are going to have the upper side all to themselves. And well, the circle is going to favor them as well. Now the question is, all the teams heading down south, are they going to try and change their positions a bit? Because looks like 2 OP are going to be jumping on either side of the bridge leading to the military island.
Well, that's a good spot for them. I mean, they are going to get a really good loot there. But talking about Godlike, the Devils are here. I think they're not going to reach Yasnaya directly. Of course, they won't be able to. I think they're looking to get some decent loot, some vehicles, and if they can do that, they can go on a rampage, it seems.
So, talking about Godlike, again, they're a versatile team. They can adapt to any situation, and since the circle has already formed, going to Yasnaya makes no sense. So what I do believe they are going to do is loot these compounds just west of the school and the school apartments, and then slowly and steadily make their way to the school, because there's going to be plenty of loot for them to pick up. And as of now, not a lot of teams in their vicinity, but looks like action could break out in Western Georgia soon enough.
देखिए, ClutchGod is a brilliant IGL, to be honest. I have to say, ClutchGod knows what he's trying to do. He has done his homework, and he might have known that the plane path is from southern western side. They can go easily towards the eastern areas, and they can get a really good amount of loot there.
They can indeed, and the thing is, ClutchGod looks like he's going to have some other ideas on his mind here, Sparrow. He knows that there is something happening in the compound right next to him as Windsmoke. They are oblivious to the fact that someone is creeping and crawling his way towards him. Although he is going to be bandaged, he is no mummy here, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to get up at some point. Of course, the thing is, he's going to wait for the right opportunity to strike.
Well, he can't go all in. He has to be careful about this situation. You know why? Because he does not even have any healings towards him.
But keep in mind, look at Godlike's teammates. They are trying to encircle the enemy. Looks like a little bit of an attack could be coming in.
Well, that's how they do it, to be honest. They always believe in this that winged formation. One guy will go from the right, one from the left, and here you go. Someone else comes into the party. But Godlike Neo would get the first knock in, and now they can rush in.
Looks like ING Brutals are going to try and play the game, as well as they are going to open up on Windsmoke. But now Godlike Esports, they are going to have that upper ground, and from this side, Neo is going to be walking in. Is he going to challenge the Matrix? He does spot some enemies. distance as Windsmoke have going to move back, and Jonathan is going to be the first in the line of defense. We are going to switch to his Uzi. There you have it. He does have the Uzi, but he is going to be taken down by Yusuf's AKM, and that is going to be problematic. Now, Z-God is right next to him again. They have the weapons for the high rate of fire. Question is, can they use it?
Well, they are going to try their level best, it seems. I mean, look at their formation. Neo is trying to give them cover. ClutchGod is also behind them to provide some sort of cover there. But it's not going to be easy. Jonathan getting knocked there. Does he have really decent utilities? Does he have the healings that they need?
Because you did mention, well, Neo, we know for a fact, does not have any utility on him. So again, this could be a bit problematic. Now, looks like a first aid is going to be administered, but now they are going to get shot at. It's going to be Peds who's taken down as God. Z-God is going to turn his attention to Evil X. Now, keep in mind one thing. Evil X is also shooting down at the enemy. Windsmoke are going to be in a little bit of a sandwich situation as Thieves is the last man standing. Now, he's got to go up against ClutchGod and the boys, and it looks like that is all she wrote. Nope. He is still alive in this game. That is going to be a bit problematic later on, as now they are going to have to focus on Evil X, who are shooting from above.
Well, to be honest, if you ask me, Evil X got a really good opportunity there. They can just come in, do the third party, and they can take out Godlike. And as you were saying, if they take out Godlike, it's a big thing.
Now that is where the intimidation factor comes in.
Well, absolutely, I would love to see what they are going to do. Neo tries with that Uzi, tries to get the first knock in. I don't think they have enough loot. This is not a really great spot for Godlike.
Whoa! If you have a look, Evil X have already wrapped around them. This could be problematic. Shoto is going to be on a flank, and behind him he has a teammate as well. But now Godless's Neo is going to be taken down, and Volcanic Gaming is going to make sure his AK does all the talking. As Godlike Esports, well, they are losing their members left, right, and center, and I do believe only one man is standing, and that man is Jonathan himself.
To be honest, that was not their plan. They just wanted to take down their opponents, get some loot in. They were not ready for the third party. Jonathan is the last man standing and is trying to push in. You know, Godlike is not a team who would back out from any situation. So I would love to see what Godlike Jonathan is going to do, because he does not even have some healings.
Also, they did have a plan, right? They did realize the compound right next to them is taken over. They did not anticipate that Evil X is going to be joining the party as well. Before now, Jonathan, he knows where the enemy is. Question is, does the enemy know where he is? Because if he can make it to the buildings, he just might survive to live to fight another day.
Well, he's trying to do just that. He wants to survive this one. I mean, Jonathan is a kind of a player who can do a lot of miracles on by himself as well. But he's not God. He is God like Jonathan. He needs some healings. He needs some weapons. He needs some really good call-outs there. But I would love to see what he's going to do here.
Well, speaking of gods, when your own gods are dead, when ClutchGod and Z-God are down in the ground, well, Jonathan is going to be left all by his lonesome, but looks like he is going to find some respite. Now the question is, are there any bandages and well, first aids in these houses? Because you got to keep in mind, Windsmoke was already here before, so that means for Jonathan it is going to be a long walk to safety.
Well, he got to travel a long way back to get to a decent position. First, he needs to find some loot there. I mean, this is not the area where Jonathan would love to be in, but talking about Terminators, TMX, they are looking absolutely fantastic. They managed to pick out a couple of knocks there, and I think they would easily get the finishes as well.
Well, they are going to get the finishes, but for now, Terminators TX, they do have the higher ground, but it looks like they are going to be shot at from down below. Again, you know, the higher up you are, chances are you can be seen from far, far away, but for now, the Terminators are trying to terminate the opposition, and the opposition are the Lost Legends. Are the Legends going to go down as a myth once again, or can they pull out a miracle from their top hats?
This is going to be super important for them, but I love the fact that they're not finishing their opponents right now. They're baiting them, they're waiting for them, their opponents to come in, try to revive them, but it's not going to happen. They would finish him right now, and I think they're off to a wonderful start, XP.
There are two finishes this early on is something that, of course, is A, going to motivate you, and B, it's just going to make you happy, but for now, oh, buddy, the Lost Legends are only going to survive with 2 members, although they do have 4 finishes to their name. That means, well, momentum was in their favor up until the point they went up against the Terminators. And, well, 1 Terminator is enough. When you have 4 in front of you, things can get a bit dicey.
Well, if they are Terminators, these are legends. So I would love to see what they are going to do here. I mean, of course, we would love to see some clutches as well.
Of course, we want to see some clutches. Now, mind you, all this action is taking place west of West Georgia Pole, up towards the northwest of the map. And in a few short moments, the circle is going to implode in on itself. And that is when all the action is going to break loose, because it looks like something is going to be happening in Rozhok. But for now, looks like they are in a bit of a sandwich situation.
Well, it is a sandwich situation, and I would love to see how they're going to come out of it. You know, when pressure is high, we can seriously see some legends there.
Oh yeah, the thing is, what I believe is now Terminators, what they need to do is try and force them on the other side of the building, make them come down, and well, they could be caught off guard elsewhere. Looks like 2 OP are going to be joining in on the action as the Revenants are falling down one by one. Talking about that, they might in fact just be wiped out of the server because Ares, the god of death, the god of war, goes down as well, and now they are reduced to just a 2-man squad. But where, oh where, is the circle going to take us? It's going to be pretty much dead smack in the center.
Well, absolutely. It's a beautiful circle there. I mean, it's not that hard to predict, and a lot of teams are already there. Those teams who are struggling towards the farm area, they have to find a way to end their fight and go towards the zone, because in the end, if you want to get that sweet chicken dinner, you need to have the zone.
Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like we have a fight breaking out at the farm as Tactical Esports are going to be thwarting an attack by Boro Harry Esports now. Hitman is in bad position, and there you have it. A grenade is going to go off, and Cockboy YT is going to make sure he puts him down on his knees. Now the question is, are they going to come in elsewhere? Bunny is going to be lobbing grenades of his own, but we're going to hold on to that action for just a split second. Now, as far as Hitman is concerned, Sparrow, things do not look good for him.
He's done. I don't think they are going to come. They're going to leave him there, and yeah, they're going to leave. As I said, if you respect the zone will respect you, and that is going to happen for Team Tactical Esports. Meanwhile, TMX Nera finally found a really good vision there. He managed to get Hitman out, but the retaliation fire is coming in. Bunny is trying to jump around, but would he be able to get the final knock-in?
Well, he's trying to bunny hop his way in, and he does get that knock, but from afar, the last man of Terminators, it is going to be Legion himself, who is going to be there to make sure his teammates are not out, and it looks like he gets to survive. He can go and pick up his other teammates, which means, once again, we still have 4 Terminators in the mix.
Well, it was a 4v2 situation, but I have to say the last Legends played really well, but meanwhile, look at the nades there. This is just amazing to see the quality of these nades. These players are just ripping things apart, and I would love to see if they can save Zoro or not.
Well, you know what they say, practice makes perfect, as it looks like he is going to try and lob another grenade, but make sure he switches to his Scar. Well, now the opposition over here are wasting quite a lot of utility, as it does have these boxes for cover. A few random shots to the smoke, hoping one of them will connect.
So important for them to survive this one, but what just happened? EvilX just came in and they just managed to do a third party once again. They did that with Godlike, now they're doing it with the MTG.
Oh, they are bullying the opposition right now. 6 finishes to the name already, and they know exactly what the last man for Master Gaming Clan is, and one good grenade could be it. Volcano, is he going to spew all that hot lava in his enemy's direction? Well, this one is going to be a bit too right. However, you got to keep one thing in mind. The other team nearby, they should finally realize that EvilX is coming to play.
Look, information is necessary. Jiren, meanwhile, is trying to push his way through. This is going to be a risky spot. He's trying to come in. He's trying to get the first knock-in. Yes, he would get the first knock-in. Would he be able to get the second one? I would love to see the players come in. DPP advantage is going to be in their favor, but the jump comes in. They are just ripping things apart. They're just coming in, throwing their enemies in a mud hole, it seems.
Oh, looks like the flames are going to fizzle out, but no, there is still a little bit of hope, as the last man for Team Flame, Banner, is going to get those couple of knocks, and he is going to make sure he secures those finishes between 12. It could be all down to the last man from their team. It is down to a one-on-one situation, and it looks like if the revive come in, well, it could be problematic for Master Gaming Clan. Remember, the last man is still outside the compound, and, well, another team, EvilX, is going to make sure he stays suppressed.
Well, he's stuck. He won't be able to come here. There's no option left for Master Gaming Clan. Meanwhile, if you ask about Team X-Flame, Banna is a superstar. Right now, he saved them. He's the savior for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he is Banner. I'm thinking Bruce Banner over here. I mean, he just might go all Hulk mode over here right now. But for now, looks like EvilX want to come in and party as well as Team Flame. Well, they are still in this game. I mean, I almost said that it kind of looked like the light almost fizzled out. But again, when you have a man like Banner in your team, you are going to be pretty happy. For now, EvilX are in a good position to kind of gatekeep them outside. But again, have a look at all the teams coming in from the south. There is going to be a massive conversion of vehicles at this location. Is all hell going to break loose?
I think yes. This is the kind of a zone where everyone is going to come in. This terrain is a little bit of different. There are some bridges, there is a mountain there are high grounds, there are low grounds, and there is a plain field there as well. So it depends on the zone. If it goes towards the ridgy area, it's going to be so difficult for teams to survive. If it goes towards the plain area, there are people who are going to go there first, and they're going to get a lot of benefit out of it.
What's your preference? Do you like ridge warfare, or do you like fights out in the open?
Well, I would like to see some Ridge Warfare there. The third party shots actually, to be honest, is going to be just beautiful.
So just like me, you love all the drama, but for now, the drama is going to break out between VCU Esports and Borohari Esports, as one of their members, Rito, is going to be down on his knees, and looks like the enemy is going to come out. AJ is going to be taken down instead. That M4 not doing what it does best, and it looks like his teammates are a bit too far away from comfort, as Thor is going to be brought down. He loses his Beyond there, and well, Flag is going to unleash on the last couple of members of VCU Esports as they make a hasty retreat.
That's a cool one. I mean, they still have one player who is knocked down there. They have to revive him, but they still have numbers game advantage in their favor. Look at the number of teams who are there. There are so many teams who got 4 of their players still alive, and it's all about rotations, XP. If they can find a decent spot in the zone, they're going to get a lot of value out of it.
You know, Sparrow, I'll tell you one thing. I know that you do your homework as well. You are a tactical maestro yourself, so I'm going to ask a lot of you to break down these fights. But for now, it looks like Enigma, well, they got the better of another team, and another squad is going to bite the dust. Finally, they're opening up the kitty with one finish.
Well, there are a lot of teams who think that they have enough points, but to be honest, they are here for the sake of it. They want to show their fans what they are made of. It's not only points on the line. There's a lot more on the line.
There is a lot more on the line, but what's on the line right now is the control for the church in Pachinki, because I'm very sure we are going to be switching to some action breaking out over there as Jonathan is on a little bit of a solo ride for himself. Meanwhile, in Pachinki, I do believe the church is going to be the site of some action, but again, you can't really get tired of just watching Jonathan do what he does best. Even though there's no enemy nearby, he just keeps jiggling left and right.
He's a kind of a player you have to, you can't take your eye apart from him. I mean, he's a beast who can wreak havoc on a lot of teams, and I would love to see what he's going to do today. He's the solo man standing.
Well, we were talking about the church. Looks like the church is under control of Evil X, and Bionic Craze did come in by. They suddenly realized, uh-oh, we have some people over here. Let's get out of here. Now the circle is going to be shifting in. I do believe it might go a bit to the southwest. Maybe Gatka, maybe pretty much towards 2OP's position. Let's see if we are right. We are wrong. Well, I'm absolutely wrong, as it is going to be pretty much towards the southeast. Now, most of the teams are going to be happy with their position because, it is the Gatka plains, and we have a lot of compounds scattered all over the place.
Well, Enigma would be happy, but they have to clear their bags. I would love to see if Jonathan is going to come in from there, and he can do a lot of damage to Enigma, who is looking to get a chicken dinner there. So they have to be a little careful about it. But to be honest, it seems like an open field zone, and a lot of teams, whoever would go there first would get the advantage.
Well, let's see if first come, first serve is going to be the call of the day, because, I beg your pardon, it does look like VCU Esports could have spotted a couple of members from Brethren Rising. Remember, they've already lost 2 men, which means if they expose their heads through those little slits in the shack, it could be problematic.
This is going to be super crucial. I mean, I still remember Erangel there, team Incognito, the way they managed to get that crack down. They shot through the crack. They took out Jiren. If I'm not wrong, they took out Jian there. And that was a good one, but look at them. Playzone is playing its part as well.
Well, the Playzone always wants to be a part of the game as well. We always joke that, it's the 17th team in every single game, but for now, Tactical Esports is Wild 69. He does have an idea where the enemies are coming from, and all he's going to do is make sure he keeps his coast clear. Meanwhile, Nera for the win. They do have the vehicle, they do have the hay bales, and they do have that little ridge on the side to give them cover. I'd say for now, it's a good position unless somebody comes up from behind.
They have to be careful about their backs as well. I mean, this is pretty much the basic that you can do, but Jonathan has been spotted there. Enigma, I don't think they're going to allow Jonathan to do a lot of damage to them. I mean, they have spotted him, and he's done, it seems.
It does seem like he is done, because he did take a few shots to his body, and it looks like Enigma Gaming know that there's only one man out there. They are hungry, but do they know they are going to go up against the beast of a man? Let's see if they try and go for the drive-by. Let's see if Jonathan is going to get the better of them. He does throw a grenade. That is good decisions over here. Oh, it's going to keep them at bay. It's going to isolate them and expect him to come in and shower some death and destruction with all that lead in his bullets. He is going to be spotted. Jonathan is going to shoot. It's going to be Rex. Rex goes down, but from afar, it's going to be Avi making sure his teammates are still in the game. Godlike eliminated by Enigma in the 11th position.
They got one back. It seems XP. They got one
to and fro, huh?
Yeah, they are going all out. But the quarterfinals are going to be super important as well. Both these teams, if they qualify, they're going to fight it out there as well. Meanwhile, the Terminators TMX, Nera FTW, is down on his knees, and I think he's going to get taken out as well.
Well, as you said that, he is going to be taken out, as he he breathed his last just next to the enemy. Now the thing is, with Borohari, they are kind of split up. I mean, one of their members is on the other side, but looks like he is getting in that UAZ. Sound cues are being given, and well, despite having lost a tire, he is going to make it a half day. But for now, it is going to be Bokyu from the Terminators who is going to lay down some lead. Question is he going to move closer? Well, I think I might have answered them. That car is way too dangerously close to blowing up. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it.
Well, they have to be careful about this situation. This is not a really decent place. One nade can get a lot of value out of it, but at the same time, the smokes are there, which is a great thing. They're blocking their opponent's vision, which will get them enough time to survive for at least for, I think, around a few seconds.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a few seconds. They obviously want it to be a few minutes here, Sparrow, but like you said, the grenades could be... Well, they did connect. He does do some damage. He, in fact, was going to give up. He realized, wait a second, I did hit my mark, and that second grenade could be devastating. But for now, if you have a look at the map, Cosmic Ravages have the circle all to themselves.
Well, they have the advantage clearly, and now it's up to them how they're going to use that advantage in their favor. In these kind of zones, it's all about spotting your enemy. If you can spot your enemy, you can get the first knock-in. If you can get the first knock-in, maybe you are going to get some decent points.
Maybe you are going to get some decent points, but for now, looks like we still have that little stalemate between Borohari and the boys from Terminator TMX. Now the thing is, I do like Borohari's position. They have that little ditch to work with as well, but TM, they do have to move to the circle just by a little bit, and that shack, Sparrow, is not in the new zone, which means they are going to have to deploy some smokes. Lucky for them, there is a vehicle nearby. Elsewhere, we are going to join Cosmic Ravages, who do have 2 finishes to their name, and well, looks like Knockout just knocked out someone else. Make that 3 finishes.
Well, again,
wait, they stole it!
It's a basic mistake, to be honest, XP. I mean, you're looking towards one enemy and the other enemy, you know, takes you out. You have to be careful about this. I mean, sometimes I feel you must have a couple of eyes behind your back.
Absolutely. I mean, you just stole the words out of my mouth, because although it looked like Knockout was going to get a knockout and a finish, it was Hitman from Tactical Esports who came in and, well, stole that finish. But now they have their work cut out, as Cosmic Ravages are going to be attacked by none other than Enigma Gaming. And if you know anything, this team is not to be messed with. They are already upstairs on the first floor. Grenades are going to go off. In fact, Saggy's got to be a bit careful. 2 grenades are outside, but again, the speed, the momentum carries them forward. And there you have it, a few costly grenades coming in, as Mega OP is going to blow his own teammate to smithereens. Between now, Cosmic Ravages are in trouble, and this is where the adrenaline is coursing through their veins, and well, they might just be a bit scared.
It's a nade parade, it seems. I mean, look at the number of nades they throw in that compound, but they didn't get that much value out of it, to be honest. They have to go, they have to revive Sproiroid, and if they can do that, that would be really beneficial for them, because numbers do count. That nade was really immaculate, but the knockout would be saved because he was very quick.
You know, as the docs say, speed, violence, and momentum, that is what is needed, and Enigma Sagi is going to get another grenade knock on Mega OP, which means, well, now Cosmic Ravages are going to be survived by one man, and that man is in a building all by himself, but he is called Knockout, and well, we know he has knockout power.
Look, we were talking about Cosmic having the best space in the zone, but look at Enigma. They knew they want to get that best space, and they came in, they rushed in, and they managed to get that best space. Now it's up to them if they're going to get the chicken or not. Look at that nade. Perfection is written all over that nade.
Boom. Well, perfection is correct, because Avi is going to make sure he gets finished to his name. Now, again, Cosmic Ravages, I was going to say they have one man standing, but not for long. But, ooh, this is interesting. We have a little bit of a face-off between Evil X and VCU Esports. I mean, they can't be sharing that building for too long, yeah?
Classic example of not wanting to fight. Both teams are just there. They just want to relax. They just want to find a peaceful place in the zone. But they have to fight. There's no other option. The zone is coming in, and they have to be careful.
Also, you got to keep in mind, like you said, the zone is coming in, and also the zone is just a few meters away, so sooner or later they are going to have to make it. But before they do that, Sparrow, they need to deal with one another.
Well, they have to be careful about it. Both are trying to take the TPP advantage. They want to find the enemy, get some information, try to get the first knock-in, and yeah, it is SJ who would get the first knock-in, but would he be able to finish that guy? I don't think so. He has to heal himself first.
At that position, I wish I could sit behind the buggy and shoot in, but let's see if that's going to be the case, because Enigma's Eggy has picked up a Car 98, and well, he is popping heads elsewhere now. Snacks OG is going to jump out his building. In fact, right over the enemy, he jumps, he shoots, he misses, as well, the enemy get the better of him. But from the other side of the house, SJ is going to be at hand to put down Sid, and now he's going to move. He goes inside, he keeps the enemy guessing. The enemy is inside, they are separated by one door. Can he do it it over here? Yes, he can. SJ, last man standing with a big 3K, 3 finishes to his name.
Oh, that was a wonderful 1v3. I mean, to be honest, you have to do something like that. This is a big stage. If you can do a clutch like that, you belong here, my friend. You absolutely belong here. But to be honest, if you look at Enigma, they are calm, they are composed, they have a really decent advantage, they have numbers in their favor, they have 7 finishes and the nades are going out.
Well, somebody called an artillery strike because that is exactly what Borohari are going to be right now. But Tactical Esports Clutch is going to be taken out by Sagi. And there you have it. Only 5 teams do remain in this game with 4 teams alive. Again, we did talk about VCU Esports. They did get a few finishes. Legion, you better hop, skip, and jump. That is exactly what he did. But unfortunately, the last button is going to connect it again. Avi is going to be racking up the finishes. And now he is going to focus on Borohari, who, let me be honest with you, are not in a particularly good position. Have a look at that grenade by Sagi. That could be it.
I mean, Enigma is looking good for a chicken dinner there. They have the numbers game advantage, they have the experience, and they know where to throw those nades at. I mean, if they see a smoke, they're going to throw a nade there. That is as simple as that.
As simple as that. And just as expected, Sagi's grenade did connect, which now means they can go further up inland, and only 3 teams remaining. It's their game for the taking, Sparrow.
I mean, look at them. They have no fear. I mean, he's standing in the middle of nowhere without any smokes, but he's still going forward, doing some smokes for his team. I mean, that is just it.
They definitely are an enigma for the opposition, and looks like the gods above are going to be smiling down upon them as Rex has an airdrop pretty much falling just feet away from him, but now to OP. Again, they are all clumped together. This is where if they get a bit closer, a couple of grenades could be problematic, but for now it is going to be Team Flame who are going to take the brunt of the attack from Enigma Gaming. During this time, 2OP could sneak their way in.
I mean, to be honest, I believe that all these new rising stars, they are a little bit underconfident. They should be more confident because, you know, Enigma were out of the zone. All these teams, they were, you know, pretty much, they have that upper hand. If they can go towards the center of the zone, they could have made it there, but they didn't even try that.
They didn't try that, but then Enigma, they have that shock and awe kind of gameplay because when they come in hard. It looks like Sagi is going to be relentless with that spray. In fact, a few shots did connect. However, he is going to be a bit unlucky. And like you said, where there's smoke, there's fire. And these guys are going to put everything that they have in there. Oh, baby. The Car 98 is going to come up. Oh, the suppressor as well. That is music to my ears. But what I want is a few of those shots to connect with the enemy's heads.
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't like a really good headshot there with that sniper? I mean, to be honest, it's out of the meta, but those people who can still use it, they are pretty dominant. And it's going to be awesome if they can continue using that in the quarter finale as well. Right now, it's eminent that Enigma is going to win the chicken dinner. You know why? Because both their opponents are outside the zone. They don't have any intentions of getting in as well.
Also, they are pincered in 1-1 location, and there you have it. A couple of bullets could be damaging as 2 are taken down in one little spray, and now Newton is the last man standing, but a grenade comes in. The grenade goes boom, and with that, an entire team is sent to the depths of hell. Now Enigma Gaming, all they have to do is make sure they deal with 2 members of Team Flame and, well, fizzle out their flames. Grenades are going to be flung, and they are moving in here, Sparrow.
I mean, you need courage to use Groza with a 4x there, and here you go. The last man standing uses that FPV mod in and gets the chicken dinner. It's just beautiful the way Enigma plays here. The confidence, the courage, everything is just enigmatic for them.
The confidence and the courage, and in fact, you know, you did kind of say that, like I said, you know, they have that shock and awe kind of gameplay. I mean, we saw them rush the position of Cosmic Ravagers before he could even throw a grenade in from the window. All 4 of them were upstairs. They dealt with the opposition, and they were out in the blink of an eye.
I mean, that is what confidence does to you. The way they played, the way they managed to get the best position in the zone, not only once but twice. Both times they managed to get the center position. And I think it worked for them.
Well, it definitely did work for them. Again, when you are in the center, you have a lot more options to, you know, pick fights on different fronts and rack up all those finishing points. But again, that was the action in this game. And yes, Enigma Gaming, that means it's 2 chicken dinners for them.
You know, that's what courageous people do. Some people say that if you're in the center, you're going to get shot from everywhere. But if you are really good enough, you're going to say that you're going to shoot everyone from the center.
You know, like I like saying, they're always, I didn't come up with the saying, but, you know, there are always 2 sides to the same coin. It all depends on your mentality. Now, I know for a fact none of you missed any of the action, but just in case you did, well, we do have the highlights coming up on our screens. Wait for it. Right about now.
To be honest, it was a wonderful game where a lot of teams tried their level best, but in the end, only a few will qualify towards the quarterfinals.
in the starting, we have seen some really decent fights there, XP.
We did see some decent fights in the beginning, of course, between the Lost Legends and ING Brutals over here. And, well, a couple of mistakes were made, which ING Brutals played heavily with their lives. Of course, those grenades going off all over the place. Now, this is where things went down south for Godlike Sparrow.
Absolutely. I mean, we all know Godlike is a kind of a team who loves aggression. If they see someone, they're going to attack them, but they were not ready for the third party. As we were discussing earlier that, Godlike tries to play on the edges. They want 4v4. They don't want the third party to come in, and it happened here.
Initially, when we saw Neo heading towards that compound, right, we had his teammates on the fields to his right. Then Jonathan decides to go uphill, which again is correct in that situation, entrench your enemy. But, like you said, they did not expect someone to be coming in from Bajinki, and, well, Evil X came in and threw their plans out of the window. But again, tactical hitman over here, we did see him, and, well, there was nothing that his teammates could do.
Well, he was a sitting duck there. There's nothing he could do, to be honest. I mean, the nades would come in.
Oh, this
to be honest,
cover
this
over
fight
here.
was just amazing. The way they managed to sandwich their opponent, that was actually quite good, and it's a really good strategy if you are, isolated from the rest of the players.
Bunny was hop, skip, and jumping his way to the enemies, and he would not have expected to be shot at from that far away. But again, another good game coming in for Master Gaming Clan. Let's see if it is going to be enough for them in, if they're going to make it to the next round. But again, a lot of compound fights this time, Sparrow.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Erangel is a wonderful place where you have some really decent, beautiful compounds. And the Banna here, I mean, the way this guy played, he's a freaking champion.
Well, Bana, of course, coming up with 3 finishes in the span of about a few seconds. And, although his team was immediately eliminated, he did his bit. And what happened over here? We did see Rito from Borohari getting caught out in the open, but looks like it was because of his own mistake.
It was absolutely criminal. The tumbling vehicle, you can't do that in this stage at all. But meanwhile, they tried really well. I mean, even though they lost a player there, they still managed to make a really decent comeback. But to be honest, Jonathan was the last man standing. The best part about this fight, XP, is that Enigma, they sent 2 players down, but the remaining players are giving cover to these players.
And imagine had that not been the case, had only 2 people been paying attention to them, things could have gone the other way, because we did see Jonathan almost gave them a run for the money. But have a look at this push. Enigma come in before the grenades can even be flung in. They've already dealt with the opposition.
Well, I don't even understand how Enigma managed to survive that. There were countless nades coming their way in from every single window there, but they still managed to survive because they have experience.
It's all in the name. Looks like it is an Enigma. And, Avi over here with some grenades of his own, making sure the opposition pay heavily. Now, SJ, I did say, we are going to be talking about a few players in the not-so-distant future. This man is definitely going to stand out for me, but unfortunately, in his glory, well, the glory didn't last too long because Enigma was close by and they dealt him a final blow. But again, like I said, a lot of fights in compounds, and this one particular, again, SJ coming out with 3 finishes for himself.
Absolutely. He played so well.
Oh, yeah.
The way he moved, the way he managed to get his enemy down, that was absolutely brilliant. But to be honest, I felt that there are a lot of teams who are not feeling confidence yet. This is their last game. They should have done something better. They were not even, able to try to get into the zone and do something.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
It's happening.
Boom! This is where it comes in.
Now
The
it comes
grenade
in.
goes off. And again, this is what we're going to see. I'm pretty sure when we have a look at the match summary, a lot of finishes are going to be coming in via those grenades. But of course, at the end, it was just a bit too easy for Enigma. Have a look at how they've engulfed their enemy, how they've surrounded them. As far as Team Flame is concerned, they really didn't have any options.
I mean, look at them go. They were using Groza with the 4x. Have you ever used that, XP?
I mean,
that's a personal question, but have you ever used that?
You know me, right? You know that I do not put anything on my ARs. I only put my scopes on those sniper rifles, and that is why I love that bold action. But again, that is, like you said, it was criminal what Enigma
Absolutely.
did to the other teams in this game.
Well, I was already hearing some police sirens in my head. I mean, it was criminal, to be honest.
It was criminal, but again, that was, of course, the highlights that we did see up on our screens. Now, again, everybody wants to know how your favorite teams did. We are going to come to that in a few seconds, but if I do believe I'm right, Enigma did walk away with 18 finishes this game. Again, a heavy fragging affair. And since we already know who won the chicken dinner, in a few moments we'll see how the points were distributed. But again, anything you're taking away from this game, anything that stood out for you?
Well, there are some clutches. I have to say, first of all, we have seen some really good clutches. Second of all, I thought that Godlike would not go all in the early stages of the game. I thought they would just relax. First of all, they would like to get some loot because you know what? There are some basic rules of this game. You don't rush people without
notes.
a helmet. You don't rush people if you don't have your decent weapons. You don't rush people if you don't have any healings. And they declined all these basics because they are confident in themselves and they actually managed to finish their opponents. But the third party was too much for them.
See, the thing is, when the gods themselves go up against us mere mortals, they don't think about these little things. I mean, when they have that name like Godlike and, of course, Jonathan leading the charge, well, you don't think about these little issues. But again...
Well, I know it's made for humans, but that's okay.
I mean, it did come to bite them in the backside later on. So again, they could do it because we did know they had a good couple of games, and we did kind of anticipate either they're going to go all out or, well, they are going to fizzle out in the beginning. But again, like you mentioned, they weren't expecting another squad to join them that early.
Absolutely. I mean, this is BGMI.
It
You
is.
have to expect the unexpected. I mean, it is going to happen.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is a battleground, it is a battle royale, and anything can happen. I mean, even if you are the best of the best, even if you are having a good day, one stray bullet from afar, one stray grenade could spell trouble, could be catastrophic for your team. And, well, that is exactly what happened in a few situations over here. Now, of course, you must be wondering, hey, XP, what about all the points? We are tallying everything up. We're going to make sure that, we don't miss out anything. Because, again, although a couple of teams did run away with the show as far as finishes are concerned, quite a few teams over here got that taste of blood.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the results. I want to know what team, is going to qualify throughout this quarterfinals. I mean, quarterfinals are going to be super fun, to be honest, XP. There are so many good teams who are coming in. I'm not talking about the invited teams only. I mean, there are so many young teams who are coming in. They're playing so well. They're living their dreams, to be honest, and I'm loving it.
I'm loving it. And in fact, just bearing witness to all the action that is taking place. I mean, we've already made notes of a few teams, of a few players who, we were talking about yesterday could be the next big things. Because, you got to keep one thing in mind. All your scouts, Jonathan Mortals, they were in this position once upon a time. So,
Absolutely.
again, if you want to make it, iQOO has provided you with this amazing platform. All you have to do is come and grab that opportunity.
Well, we were talking about opportunities, and this is your opportunity. There's so many things happening right now. I mean, you played in-game qualifiers. You managed to qualify. There were thousands and lakhs of players who were trying to do just what you did here. And now you're here. You have to show your class. I mean, a lot of players are still doing it.
They are still doing it, but again, for the few teams that aren't really used to the pressure, because let's be honest, there's going to be a lot of weight on your pressures. It is going to be weighing you down. You are playing the game. Your hands start shaking. Now, it's not about nerves. It's not about just nervousness. The adrenaline is coursing in. You are pumped. But at that moment, when you're facing your enemy, all you got to do is take a deep breath and, well, give it your best.
Well, I always say, learn from your mistakes, but you have to learn from your opponent's mistakes as well. Yesterday, there was Scout here. There were Ultron here. We interviewed them, right? And the only thing they said, these teams are good. They only lack confidence. And it's just confidence that they're lacking. It's not the gunpowder. It's not the team spirit. It's not the technical analysis. It's all about confidence.
See, that's what we've been talking about. Again, I know I'm beating around the same bush. Our country, India, is full of untapped potential, right?
Absolutely.
There are so many diamonds in the rough, and I guess when you go up against a big dog. I mean, suppose if I'm a new player altogether, right? And suddenly I'm in a game. I made it through the in-game qualifiers, and I go up against someone like, say, Jonathan or say Scout. My nerves are going to be a bit shaky because I've been watching them on TV all these years, and finally, what do I do?
Well, I would say don't read the name.
There you go.
Just read it as a player. You knock the player. You're here. They are here. You're same.
That is something that all of you watching, and of course all the new teams, all the underdogs, all the rising teams should be taking away from this as well. Because again, even if you don't make it to the next ride, you got to keep one thing in mind. This is a learning experience. But enough of that for now. We already know who walked away with the chicken dinner. But let's have a look and see how all the other teams did, as we do have the point standings coming up on our screens shortly. And well, again, if my maths is right, I do believe Enigma did walk away with 18 frags, and that's pretty big.
That is absolutely huge. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that Enigma and Godlike, both of them are going to qualify. It's eminent, to be honest. But there are two more slots, XP. The question is,
who shall pass?
Who shall pass?
Now, of course, normally it's like, who you shall not pass. That's a Lord of the Rings reference. But now, let's have a look and see who are going to be inching closer to those top 4 finishes, as a few voices in my ear are telling me that the point standings are going to be coming up on our screens right about now.
Well, talking about the points table, here you go. Enigma with 18 finishes, total 33 points. They played incredibly well. Let's have a look at number 2, number 3, number 4. At number 2, we got Team X-Flame with 17 total points. They managed to get 5 finishes as well. XP, I mean, that was impressive, but I would have loved to see some more aggression towards the end. They had the numbers game advantage in their favor. If they wanted to, they could have done something else.
The thing is, their positioning always had them surrounded by 2 or 3 teams. So, they did get a few finishes here and there, but unfortunately, towards the end, they were a bit overwhelmed. And of course, you did mention 2 OP and Boro Harry with 13 and 11 points each. The Terminators, now, we were talking about this team just moments ago. 5 finished points, 11, and well, we know they could have done a bit better.
Would it be enough? The big question right now is,
oh, buddy, that is
enough?
That is what everyone is asking, because for a team that, I was rooting for through round 1 and round 2,
Absolutely.
Evil X, they kind of fizzled out this time.
Well, I mean, they played well. They tried their level best. I mean, look at the number of finishes they got. They got 8 finishes and only 1 position point.
Oh yeah,
that clearly shows they were aggressive.
I am not taking anything away from them in that regard. But again, you got to have that balance at this stage, Sparrow. I get it. Yes, you go for the finishes, but if you are going to lose your numbers one by one, again, those position points do play a little bit of a part as well. Now that we've had a look at the teams, let's have a look and see who is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else, as we do have the iQOO MVP coming up on our screens.
Well, absolutely. Yes, certainly. I mean, we were talking about MVPs and all. And, in the start of the show, we see this slide, MVP of the tournament. And I told them, this is going to be the best player in India. Would Sagib would be able to be the best player in India? We would see that after the quarterfinals, semifinal and the finals. But right now, he is our iQOO MVP of this game. 6 finishes, 725 damage, 2 assists, and a survival time of 1486.
Absolutely. And, I don't know about Sagi personally himself, but as far as the team is concerned, I do believe they are going to be, this thing, we are going to be talking about them in the near future. Now, the thing is, are his teammates going to join him, as we do have the top 5 coming up on our screens? And, well, the answer is yes.
Yep.
All 4 of them are going to be there. And, of course, they are joined by Banner from Team Flame.
Well, much deserving there, to be honest. I mean, it clearly shows that how dominant Enigma were. They managed to come in. All of them got some really decent finishes. I mean, look at the number of assists Eggy got as well. He got 4 assists. Look at the number of assists Rex got. He got 4 assists as well. So they managed to play as a team, and, they did so well.
You know what I say? Teamwork makes the dream work, and that is exactly what Enigma have displayed on our screens. And a massive shout out to Team Flame's Banner, because, again, boy, everything was going against him, Sparrow, but he managed to jump out the window. He managed to pick them apart, isolate them, and take them down one by one.
When everything goes against you, the champion still stands there, and Banna is the champion that is still standing in top 5.
So just correct me. Am I saying it round? Is it Banna or is it Banna? I mean, just correct me.
I think it's Banna, but it depends.
Well,
it depends on the player.
I'm going to be adding a little bit of a slang. That's what proper nouns are all about. You can call it however you like. Now, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures, as the match summary is going to be coming up on our screen. And, well, 97 grenades were used this time. And by the look of things, 6 of them ended up finishing the opposition.
Well, it was quite amazing to see. The number of nades used in this tournament is just amazing. I love the fact that all these young players mixed with the experienced players, they're using nades really well. It's not about using them. It's about using them in a way that it has some value to it.
Again, we can't really curve bullets. Well, not yet. So, you've got to have a line of sight for your guns. But the thing with grenades is you can get all those obscure angles, and, well, you can really lay down the hurt on the opposition. But if you have a look at the other stats, 290 meters for the longest finish distance. Of course, we did see some bolt action in this game, which, of course, put a big smile on my face.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we all love it, right, XP? We've all been playing this game, and we all love some snipers. I mean, who doesn't like to hit the head of your opponent? But right now, let's have a look at Manhattan and look at the tower, XP.
I guess only one team is way above everyone else. But again, this time around, barring maybe a couple, decent performance as far as damage is concerned for a majority of the teams.
Well, absolutely. All of them played really well. Of course, this was a really tremendous game for a lot of teams, to be honest. I mean, if you talk about Team X Flame, they played well with 15-15 damage and 5 finishes. They could have done a little better in the end, but to be honest, I think they played really well. If they qualify, they would be really happy. If they don't, they are going to learn a lot of things.
I mean, I just saw their damage. It's already in the 3000s. I mean, Enigma Gaming, boy, they could be one of the top contenders in the not-so-distant future. Of course, it is pretty obvious they have booked their berth for the quarterfinals, which, oh my god, it is going to be an exciting time indeed when the big dogs go up against one another. And of course, all our rising stars, all our underdogs, as we like calling them, are going to join them as well. And judging by what we've seen today, most of them are ready for that new challenge.
Well, there are going to be 64 teams who are going through to the quarterfinals, and believe me when I say that, they're going to be the best 64 teams in India who are going through.
Of course, because like you mentioned, we had more than 1 lakh players register for this event, and through the in-game qualifiers, 1,024 made it to this stage. And from the 1,024, 64 are going to be moving forward, and well, they are going to be the best of the best in the country. Now that we've had a look at the online matches, remember, we did have a few games taking place offline. Let's have a look at the point standings from Group 16 as they have played their final match, and who's going to be on top? It's going to be Scythe Kronos, who are going to take away that pole position with 29 points to their name.
This was super important for them. I mean, they wanted to qualify in the final game in Erangel. They managed to come up with a beautiful, beautiful performance there. 29 total points. Would that be enough for them? I mean, I would love to see the results, but it would take a couple of days, it seems.
You and I, we're going to have to sit down after this and, get our calculators out, and we'll do all our counting. But of course, in second position, it is going to be We Tried. Well, they definitely tried. Second place for them, 11 finishes, nothing to scoff about. Lagging experts coming in third. Looks like they did fix some of the D6 issues, and well, Team Insane in fifth. Again, heavy hitters, just like the last time around. 9 finish points, early exit once again, but Rivalry Esports Sparrow down in the 8th position. Could that be hurting their chances?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we would love to wait for the results to see how they are going to perform there. But Aztec Esports must be disappointed. I mean, round 1, back-to-back chicken dinners. Now they come to round 3 and they are not able to perform to their fullest, to be honest.
In fact, all 3 games really haven't been in their favor. In fact, a bit lackluster, if I may say so, as LBB officials and Deox official are going to end things without any points. So 7H India, again, this is the team that, I did have the opportunity to cast them in the previous rounds. And again, they came across as a heavy-hitting team. But this time around, again, just fizzling out at the end. Maybe it's all that pressure, Sparrow.
It is the pressure. I mean, if you ask them to play a classic game, they're going to play so well. These are really good players. I mean, every single one of them has that ability to change the game completely on its heels. But to be honest, at this stage, in this moment, there's so much pressure. And, I mean, not everyone can deal with pressure.
See, the thing about pressure is... pressure is pretty good because at the end of the day, diamonds are formed from coal under heavy pressure. And if you want to be a diamond in the grass over here, well, get used to it. But now, of course, this is going to be the end of the action as far as round 3 is concerned, which means, well, after 2 days of break, wait a second, we're going to see you all next year. I wonder when that happens.
Well, I have to say it's going to be a really good year. Why? You know why? Because quarterfinals, they are going to start on 2nd of January.
And the best thing is, like you said, the next year is going to bring a lot of action in store for you right from the beginning. The 2nd of January is when the quarterfinals are going to commence, and it is going to be 4 days of non-stop high-octane action. And you know what? I can't wait.
Well, I can't wait as well. This is going to be super fun. I mean, what else do you want to have in the start of the new year? I mean, you want some action? You've got some action. It is quarterfinals, and they're going to start on 2nd of January. So I hope that we'll be here. We'll be able to witness this amazing show.
Well, A, we'll be here. B, you better mark your calendars because, again, like I said, we're going to see you next year, which isn't that far away. But again, from Sparrow and I and everyone here at the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, we wish you all a good night and a happy new year. Stay safe. We'll see you really soon.